Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents The Vatican Connection, the true story of a billion-dollar conspiracy between the Catholic Church and the Mafia, by Richard Hammer, narrated by Stephen Bowlby. It was without a compeer among swindles. It was perfect. It was rounded, symmetrical, complete, colossal. Mark Twain, Life on the Mississippi. Author's note: the events described in this book are true, and the characters are real, except for certain interpretations and conclusions, which are the author's responsibility alone. The story is based on the recollections, files, and records of Detective Sergeant Joseph J. Coffey, Jr., commanding officer of the Organized Crime Homicide Task Force and Special Assistant for Organized Crime Affairs to the Chief of Detectives of the New York City Police Department. It also relies heavily on wiretaps and electronic surveillance done under court order in the United States and the Federal Republic of Germany, and on reports, files, records, and documents of the New York City Police Department, the New York County, Manhattan District Attorney's Office, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the United States Department of Justice and its Organized Crime Strike Force in New York and elsewhere in the United States, other government agencies, subcommittees of the United States Congress, Interpol, the Munich Criminal Police, and other investigative bodies in the Federal Republic of Germany and elsewhere in Europe, court proceedings, and the recollections and statements of certain of the participants in these events. Those conversations that have been recreated are either taken directly from transcripts of legal wiretaps and electronic eavesdropping devices, or are based on the recollections of one or more of the participants in them. R.H., New York, February 1982. Munich, May 1972. Matteo de Lorenzo was in a mellow and nostalgic mood. It was late on a warm spring night, and he had spent the evening on the town. His aide and traveling companion, Vincent Rizzo, had shown him the sights of Munich, and together they had toured the best of the Bavarian capital's night spots, had perhaps eaten a little too much heavy German food, and washed it down with a little too much good liquor. By midnight, back in their suite at the Bayerischer Hof Hotel, they were flushed with the glow of satiety and with the anticipation of great financial success. They paused for a nightcap and then went to bed. Despite the fatigue, sleep did not come easily. All that good food and liquor, combined with jet lag, sat heavily on the stomach and frayed the nerves. And, at least for Marty de Lorenzo, there was a trace of homesickness. He was far from his modest house in Bayside, Queens, and at 61, like many men his age, he found it hard to adapt to radical change, had grown accustomed to his regular routine. His normal orbit did not usually include an expensive suite in a deluxe European hotel. A short, somewhat overweight man, looking older than his years, with a round, open, and smiling face, he would have seemed more at home behind the counter in a small neighborhood grocery, surrounded by a dozen grandchildren for whom he would always have had an inexhaustible supply of pennies and candy, and by a group of old cronies with whom he'd be trading an inexhaustible repertoire of tall stories during idle hours. To pass those hours that night in a strange bed in an unfamiliar city until sleep came, he mused softly into the darkness, talking reflectively across the night table that separated his bed from Rizzo's. He talked about the past, how things had been in the old days when he had been young and ambitious. It was a monologue, broken now and then by some drowsy comment from Rizzo to indicate that he was still awake and listening. "It's always been a tough world to make money," De Lorenzo summed up in those final moments before drifting into sleep. "Things has got to get better, and you see, we're using our heads. We started using our brains a little. Of course, a lot of people never had the brains to use, so But some of us. There was bootlegging, right? Then from bootlegging we went into numbers to horses. But you had to have a brain to go with it. It goes from one thing to the other, then into shylocking, then legitimate business. That means it took us a long time to realize that legitimate business is the best thing. When I got into legitimate business, it was stocks. Marty DiLorenzo was indeed into stocks and bonds, and a lot of other things too. Vincent Rizzo was overseer of many of those DiLorenzo interests. He was the man who would put the portfolio together and was charged with its safekeeping, with making it produce ever-increasing profits. It was a portfolio that might have been the envy of any investor, of even the sharpest Wall Street trader. It was worth close to $1 billion, and it was filled with such choice blue-chip investments as United States Treasury bills, bonds and notes, bonds of the Federal Intermediate Credit Bank and the Federal National Mortgage Association, common stock and bonds in major corporations such as National Aviation Company, Unishops Incorporated, General Portland Cement Company, International Business Machines, Beneficial Finance Company, California Computer Corporation, First Union Incorporated, Capital Holding Corporation, Coca-Cola Bottling Company of Los Angeles, Occidental Petroleum Corporation, Norton Simon Incorporated, Chrysler Corporation, Pan American World Airways Incorporated, American Telephone and Telegraph Company, General Electric Corporation, and more. There was just one trouble. DiLorenzo and Rizzo were neither ordinary investors nor sharp speculators. They did not watch the ticker tape, calculating whether to buy or sell or hold on to the movements of fractions of a point. They only had a cursory interest in what happened to the price of their shares on the stock markets. Their definition of stock trading and legitimate business was unique to them, could be found in no dictionary unless it was one they wrote themselves. They had not bought their stocks and bonds, notes and bills in the ordinary manner, through brokerage houses or from banks. They had accumulated them from the mail sacks of the United States Postal Service, from private homes, from the vaults of such major banks and brokerage houses as Manufacturers Hanover Trust Company, Baker's Trust Company, Security Pacific Bank, Continental Illinois Trust Company, Blair & Company, Shearson Hamill, Merrill Lynch, Pierce, Fenner & Smith, and a lot of others, and from the private engravings and printing presses of their friends, allies, and employees. They had never paid the going market price for a single share in their portfolio. If they had paid anything at all, it had never been more than a fraction of the market value. What DiLorenzo and Rizzo were, in fact, were major figures in the world of organized crime, men respected and honored by those at the very top, and held in awe and no little fear by those below. They owed their positions not so much to the use of the traditional muscle and force, though they were not afraid to use violence when they thought it was necessary. Indeed, Rizzo thought it necessary more often than not, but more to the fact that they were prime earners. They had the instinct to smell where the main chances lay and seize them. They knew how to take $1 and turn it into 10 or more, and so enrich themselves and their organization. They had their hands in everything. They were the men who controlled the distribution of stolen and counterfeit American securities throughout the world, and that was what had brought them to Munich that spring night. DiLorenzo may have looked like everybody's kindly uncle. Indeed, he was known as Uncle Marty throughout the syndicate, but there was little softness beneath that surface. He had climbed from the poverty of his native Ceringiola in Foggia province and the slums of New York's Lower East Side, had survived and even thrived through the internecine wars of the 1930s, 1940s, and 1950s to emerge as a capo in the crime family once ruled by Charles Lucky Luciano and Vito Genovese. If he had not driven for the very top, it was because he knew the perils of the throne. He was satisfied to be a man close to the top, a friend to all, making money for all, and so cherished by all. 20 years his junior, Vincent Rizzo was smart, shrewd, and ruthless. His tensely coiled body seemed put together with steel wires. His pockmarked face looked like the inside of an open can of nails. His cold brown eyes were so terrifying that few could stare into them for more than a moment before cowering and shrinking away. His world was filled with people who would learn to their sorrow that he was a very dangerous person. He was De Lorenzo's man, and the word was that he feared no one and was in awe of no one but his patron. That May night in Munich, waiting for sleep, both De Lorenzo and Rizzo felt safe and secure, convinced that all that lay ahead was more success, greater riches. Their business had been booming, operating with hardly a setback for the last several years. They were certain that there was nothing that could disrupt it. They did not know that every word they spoke that spring night was being picked up by a microphone planted in the lamp between their beds, was being transmitted to a tape recorder and into the ears of 2 New York City detectives and several Munich police officers hovering in a room down the hall. They did not have any premonition that a net was beginning to close around them and around scores of others, some, until then, considered reputable businessmen, men beyond reproach. They had no idea that the strands of that net were stretching across the world, from New York to Los Angeles to Tokyo to Panama to Buenos Aires to London to Munich to Vienna to Rome. They had no way of knowing that the first strands had been woven 17 months before by some Playboy bunnies. Part 1. The Playboy Bunnies. 1. Christmas Eve, New York, 1970. By the middle of that cold, bleak afternoon, what little remained of the holiday spirit had begun to dissipate in the angry heat rising from the shoving crowds of frantic shoppers filling the stores and sidewalks, among the staggering drunks spilling out of office buildings after a little too much partying, even in the scowls that had replaced the broad smiles of the street corner Santa Clauses, whose ringing bells and loud ho-hos had begun to take on a threatening timbre, demanding that passers-by drop something into the pot. That afternoon, there were not many detectives in the offices of District Attorney Frank Hogan's Rackets Bureau on Leonard Street in downtown Manhattan. Some of the 60-odd investigators assigned there were on vacation, and many more had somehow managed to break away early. The few who straggled back after lunch scratched away at paperwork, one eye fastened on the clock, wishing the hours away until it was time to quit work, go home to the kids, maybe finish trimming the tree and putting out the presents and have a couple of days to forget about work. In that nearly empty office, about the last thing anyone wanted as dusk settled over the city was to see somebody walk in with a problem he wanted solved right away. So there were inward groans when Assistant District Attorney Gerard Hinckley strode through the door. Just behind him was a man who had the look and smell of an expensive lawyer, the kind who doesn't show up at the district attorney's office bearing holiday largesse, or even season's greetings, the kind who appears only when there is trouble. That he was the bearer of bad tidings was apparent from the look on his face, from the purposeful, tight way he walked. Hinckley and the attorney headed directly for the private office of Inspector Paul Vetrano, the commanding officer of the detectives in the Rackets Bureau, and disappeared inside, closing the door behind them. A few minutes later, the door opened, and Vetrano stepped outside. His eyes moved slowly around the room, searching. Nobody wanted to meet that gaze. "Carey," he called. "Montello. Come in here. I want to see you. Now." Detectives John Carey and Lou Montello looked at each other and sighed, rose slowly from their desks, and crossed the room to Vetrano's office, followed him inside. "We've got a little problem," he said. "I want you guys to get on it." He introduced them to a very disturbed and angry lawyer who wanted action and who wanted it immediately. He represented the Playboy Club on East 59th Street in Manhattan. Some tough punks, he said, had been making a lot of trouble, and they had to be stopped. Though he had just learned about it, and, of course, had immediately brought the news to the district attorney's office, the hoodlums had appeared at the club a few months before, had forced their way in, and, through threats and violence, had been trying to take it over and had come very close to doing just that. They had the club management so terrified that they were able to do just about anything they pleased. Their friends had been named to positions of trust and control. Any time they walked in, they demanded and got free meals and booze. With no interference from the frightened management, they sold marijuana, cocaine, and pills right out in the open, and operated a flourishing loan-sharking business at the bar and from a center table. Anyone who tried to interfere, who even voiced a mild complaint, was bullied, threatened, and beaten. This open and arrogant display had been enough to drive some customers away. Even the bunnies were not immune. They were, in fact, special targets. The hoodlums had been supplying them with drugs and pills, and had been forcing narcotics on them, turning some of them into users. And they had been pressuring some of the bunnies into becoming high-priced hookers, part of a stable for which they pimped. This despite a rigid club policy against anybody even dating a customer. A few of the girls had objected and threatened to carry their complaints to the authorities if they weren't left alone. The result had been beatings so severe that the girls had been unable to work for days afterward, and warnings that this was only a sample. The situation had become so serious that unless something was done immediately, the future of the Playboy Club itself could be placed in jeopardy. It was not a new story to Carrie or Montello, or to anyone in the Rackets Bureau. They had been hearing numerous tales for years of young toughs loose in the city, shaking down nightclubs, restaurants, and bars, extorting protection money, taking clandestine control, building stables of expensive prostitutes from among the girls who worked or hung out in those places. For some of the young hoodlums, this seemed a good way to make a reputation, to impress the bosses of the city's Mafia families, and so win themselves entrance into the organized crime syndicate. Though essentially a freelance operation, it was carried out with at least the tacit approval of the syndicate rulers, who, naturally enough, expected a share of the take. It was lucrative, but it was also more than a little dangerous for those who tried it, especially for those who figured they didn't have to cut the bosses in, who thought if nobody knew they were scoring or how much they were scoring, they could pocket the take. The few who had tried had ended up in the trunks of abandoned cars. Putting their holiday plans aside, Carrie and Montello went up to the Playboy Club to see what they might learn. It wasn't much. Most employees wouldn't talk to them. Those who did merely denied that anything out of the ordinary had been going on. The club, they said, was operating just as it always had. The idea of anyone trying to step in and take over was ridiculous. But the bunnies, nearly all of them, were terrified. Some so frightened they refused even to talk to any cop. Most of those who agreed to be interviewed insisted, like the others who worked the club, that there was no trouble. Nobody had been offering them drugs or pills. Nobody had been trying to force them to use narcotics, and certainly the idea that anybody had been trying to turn them into prostitutes or call girls was too absurd even to discuss. The bruises that were evident on some, they hadn't come from fists or blackjacks or any weapon. They were the result of easily explained accidents, a fall down a flight of stairs, a stumble on some uneven pavement, something like that. But there were a couple of bunnies who were angry and upset enough so that their fear receded just a little, far enough so they talked in private and off the record. Though they would not name any names and refused to look at mugshots in the police files, they did confirm what the Playboy attorney had said. If the bunnies, out of that very real fear, would not cooperate, then perhaps something could be learned just by hanging around the Playboy Club at night and pretending to be customers. That was the next course Hinckley and Vetrano decided to follow. Carrie and Montello were ordered, and it was an order they accepted without much reluctance, to go up to the club and eat, drink, take in the entertainment, and watch what went on. To give this the air of a party, a group of unattached men out for a good time on the town, a couple of other detectives would get a chance at the fun along with them. One was Joseph Coffey. In his 4 years on the Rackets Bureau Squad, he had emerged as one of the stars, a detective whose memory for people, events, dates, and linkages was almost photographic. A detective who seemed always to find himself in the right place at the right time, a detective whose hunches seemed to pan out and who had that innate and essential ability to see through bland surfaces to the hidden core. He had already played major roles in several investigations into organized crime and had been instrumental in the investigations of Cuban terrorists and violence by the Black Panthers. At 6 feet 4 inches, with curling black hair and rugged Irish good looks, moving with aliveness and grace, he looked more like the professional athlete than the cop. Coffee could act the part of a Playboy regular with ease, could probably pass undetected in that circle, and with his memory, he might be able to spot, recognize, and catalog any of the hoodlums who showed up. "Be our guests," the Playboy attorney offered. "Everything is on the house. If you can stop this thing and put those guys where they belong, it will be cheap no matter what it costs us." "Go on up there," Hinckley said. "Pretend you're having a good time. See what's really going on, and if anything happens while you're there, make a summary arrest on the spot. But the Playboy Club pay the bill? Never. The district attorney's office will pay. Nobody picks up the tab for the men who work for Frank Hogan. He wouldn't stand for it." "That's ridiculous," the detective said. "A night at the Playboy Club could cost a small fortune, and if this thing lasts a while, it could cost the office a large fortune. Why not let the club pay the bill? Who's it going to hurt?" "No way," Hinckley said. "That would be corruption to let somebody else pay for our men during an investigation. This office will pay the bill no matter what it costs." One night, soon after Christmas, Carrie, Montello, Coffee, and a couple of other detectives had a little party at the Playboy Club. They ate, they drank, they enjoyed the entertainment and the ambiance, and they learned nothing they hadn't known before. When the bill arrived at Leonard Street, it turned out that Hinckley's unbending attitude, his insistence that the rules in Hogan's office were unbreakable, had cost the district attorney more than $400. There was some grumbling, especially since the office was on a meager budget. Still, the office paid, and despite the continuing offers of the Playboy Club to pick up all the costs no matter how high, it continued to pay all during the month-long investigation, though after that initial party, only Carrie and Montello enjoyed the club's food and booze on a regular basis. Although those evenings at the Playboy Club were little more than watchful relaxation for the detectives, they were a welcome break from the office's complex and difficult investigation into racketeering in the city's meat industry. They got to know the Bunnies well, though despite that increasing familiarity, the Bunnies did not bend enough to offer any help. It hadn't taken more than a few minutes from their initial appearance for the word to spread that the cops were in the place, looking into the rumors and reports, looking for confirmation and evidence, ready to make an arrest at the first sign of trouble. So whenever the detectives were at the club, the Hoods were not. And on those nights when something kept them away, the Hoods invariably turned up, and the trouble erupted again. It was frustrating. It was a pattern the detectives could see no way of breaking. As long as they were there, everything would be peaceful. The moment they were gone, there was going to be trouble. But there was no way they could be there all the time. The office didn't have enough detectives to handle all the other work. What they needed was a break. Perhaps somebody who would not be afraid to open his mouth before a grand jury and at a trial. It was more than a month before the break finally came. Carrie and Montello were off on another job. The toughs put in their appearance and went into their usual act. A group of West Point cadets was having a little celebration in the club that night. The Hoods decided the cadets deserved their special attention. There were some sarcastic comments about Boy Scouts. They were ignored. The remarks got tougher, more pointed, more personal, until the cadets could no longer ignore them and began to respond. That was what the hoodlums had been waiting for. One of them went after a cadet with his fists, broke a whiskey bottle over the cadet's head, and left him on the floor, bleeding and unconscious. This was not, of course, the first time something of the sort had happened. In the past, though, the battered patrons of the club had decided the best course was to tend to their bruises and stay away from the club rather than risk another confrontation with people who were obviously looking for just that. Indeed, that was the cadet's first reaction. But unlike most customers of the Playboy Club, He was vulnerable because of what he was, a cadet at the United States Military Academy and a future officer in the United States Army. A couple of days after the beating, Carrie and Montello heard about it, passed the news to Vetrano and Hinckley. Hinckley made a call to officials at West Point. They called the cadet in, advised him strongly to cooperate with the Manhattan District Attorney, ordered him to New York to tell his story and identify his assailant. With obvious reluctance, he obeyed his orders. The man he identified was Donald Vigiano, a small-time punk with a record of minor crimes, a Mafia hanger-on who was out to make an impression that would win him favor with the bosses. On February 8, 1971, a grand jury handed down an indictment to Vigiano for criminal assault. But Vigiano was nowhere to be found. For about 3 weeks, the cops looked for him, but he showed up in none of his usual hangouts. Then, early in March, on a miserable winter day, Vigiano was spotted. It was early in the evening, and someone who recognized him called in to say that he was sitting alone in a car on Mulberry Street in Little Italy. Carrie and Montello went out to get him. The car was still parked at the curb, Vigiano still behind the wheel when they arrived. They pulled open the door, told him he was under arrest, and read him his rights. Joe Coffey looked up from his desk and spotted Carrie and Montello as they brought Vigiano into the office. He and several other detectives had been working late, trying to decide whether it was time to venture out into the miserable night for the trip home, or wait it out and pray that the rain would begin to taper off. The quiet of the office was broken by the appearance of Vigiano in custody. Coffey and a couple of others rose and wandered over to watch as he was booked, fingerprinted, photographed. "About your car, Vigiano," Carrie said. "It's not my car," Vigiano said. "No? Where did you get it?" "Borrowed it from a friend." "Yeah? What's the friend's name?" "Crispino. Philip Crispino. It's his car." Coffey nudged Carrie. "What's with the car?" "In the back," Carrie said. "We found a blackjack, a bunch of credit cards, and airline tickets. You know they're hot. Also a little junk." If the car had been Vigiano's, he would have been in serious trouble. That it belonged to somebody else meant he couldn't be touched because of what had been found in it, and neither could the owner. But the name Crispino touched something in Joe Coffey's memory, a faint notion that he had heard that name before. A quick check of police department files turned up a yellow sheet, but it contained little of importance, only a record of a few minor offenses. Coffey was sure there had to be something more. He made a few phone calls, asked a few questions, and a picture of Crispino began to take shape. He was a tall, hulking man in his early 40s, with a perpetual sneer. The kind of guy, Coffey would say a long time later, who, when you meet him, you want to punch his lights out on first sight. He was a mechanic for the New York City Transit Authority, taking care of the buses in a garage on Manhattan's Upper East Side. He also took care of a few other things. He ran a shylocking operation for transit workers out of that garage, and had a piece of another in Little Italy, where his swaggering presence was cause for fear and concern among his customers. He seemed to enjoy using his massive fists, sometimes with a club or blackjack in them, on people who were slow in their payments, almost as much as he enjoyed collecting his vigorish. He was, the story went, a low-level soldier in good standing in the Genovese family, knew his place, split his take fairly with those in power above him, and carried out whatever strong-arm errands he was assigned. That Vigiano was using Crispino's car and claiming him as a friend obviously linked the two, and what had been discovered in the back of that car tied them to things of considerably greater moment than a little extortion and assault at the Playboy Club. It tied them to people on a level above them in the syndicate hierarchy. This was a lead that might point somewhere, and Coffey wanted to follow it. He went to Inspector Vetrano. "We have to call this guy Crispino and tell him we've got his car," he said. "Why don't we tell him to come down now and pick it up? And when he gets here, put a tail on him and see what turns up." Vetrano considered that for only a moment. "Good idea," he said. "Get on it. Pick a couple of guys and move." The call was made. The detectives in the office split into teams, went down to the street, got their cars, parked them pointing in different directions around the spot on the street where Crespino's car had been parked, so that when he drove off, at least one team would be able to pick him up and follow. Then they waited. Crespino appeared about an hour later, went to the district attorney's office, signed the release for his car, got the keys, and made his way out of the office toward the elevators. The call went out to the detectives. "He's on his way down." Crespino appeared, saw his car, got in, sped out into the rain in the blackness of the night, heading north. A block behind, Coffey and his partner Anthony Saragnero kept pace. Crespino had no sense that he was being tailed, made no effort to shake his pursuers, drove directly through the rain-slicked streets to the Columbia Civic League Club on 12th Street, just east of 1st Avenue. He parked, got out, went into the club. Coffey parked directly across the street. He and Saragnero slumped down, watched, and waited. Within a few minutes, Crespino, wearing the now soaked three-quarter-length black leather coat he favored, emerged from the club. With him was a man in a white raincoat. The beam from a streetlight on the corner caught their faces for that moment until they moved beyond it into the shadows. The moment was long enough for Coffey to recognize Crespino's companion. He was Vincent Joseph Rizzo. Though a known member of the Genovese family, Rizzo was not then considered a man of particular importance or especially high rank. "We knew him," Coffey says, "but we didn't think he was anybody special. He was around a lot. We knew he was a wheeler-dealer. We knew he was a good earner for the mob. We knew he was into a lot of different things, like shylocking, running guns to South America back in 1967, other stuff. But we didn't think he was very high up." Watching Rizzo and Crespino as they came out of the Columbia Civic League Club, as they stood talking in the rain, Coffey had a sudden intuition that everybody had underrated Rizzo, and that they had stumbled onto something of considerable importance. He and others who were investigating organized crime were very familiar with the Columbia Civic League Club. It was not just the standard Mafia hangout. It was one of the few places where members of all 5 New York families, especially those in the upper echelons, were wont to gather, talk, drink, make their plans in some measure of safety, away from prying ears and eyes. Strangers were not welcome. Knowing that there was no reason Crespino and Rizzo could not have remained inside where it was dry and comfortable and secure, where they would be among friends and cohorts, Coffey tried to understand why they had decided to go into the freezing rain to have their talk. What was so important, so confidential, that they could not talk about it inside? For 10 or 15 minutes, Rizzo and Crespino stood in the shadows, in that drenching rain, talking intently. The conversation ended abruptly. Rizzo gave some orders to Crespino, then watched as Crespino got back into the car and drove off. "To hell with Crespino," Coffey said to Saragnero. "Let's sit on Rizzo and see what he does." Rizzo stood at the club, watching as Crespino's taillights grew dimmer and then vanished into the darkness. He started back toward the club, stopped, turned and strode diagonally across First Street to a drugstore, went inside, and headed for a phone booth. It was another anomaly. Why would Rizzo go to a drugstore to make a phone call? Why not to the club? Coffey looked at Saragnero. "Tony," he said, "get over there. Go into the next booth and see what you can pick up. What number he calls, what he says, anything." Saragnero stepped into the booth next to Rizzo's just as Rizzo was beginning to dial. He had a clear view of Rizzo's back, of the phone, and was able to see the numbers as Rizzo's fingers spun the dial. When it was checked out later, the number turned out to be that of the L&S Coffee Shop at 201 Avenue A, only a block away. It turned out, too, that Rizzo owned the coffee shop, owned the entire building as well, and lived there with his wife. Saragnero was able to pick up only a few broken phrases from the conversation. "I'll be over in a little while." "No, it doesn't look too bad." "Yeah, he was just here." Then Rizzo hung up, left the phone booth, recrossed First Avenue, and went back into the Columbia Civic League Club. Coffee and Saraniero remained in their car for another half hour. Rizzo did not appear. There was nothing more for them to do, so they drove back to the office, checked in, and went home for the night. The next morning, Coffee went in to see Inspector Vetrano, made his report, and concluded, "I think we ought to get on Rizzo right away." "Why?" Vetrano asked. "I've just got a hunch something big is going down." "What have you got besides a hunch?" "That's all, but I'm sure of it. I'm sure we ought to sit on Rizzo and see what develops." Vetrano shook his head. "It's not enough, Joe. We've got too much to do in this office right now, and you know it. We can't spare a single man. I think we'll just stand on the Viggiano indictment and let it go at that. Get back to work on the meat thing." Coffee argued. Vetrano would not give in. "Forget it," he said. "Let's get on with what we have to do." 2. Joe Coffee did not forget it. He went back to work on the meat racket as he was ordered, but his hunch that they had underestimated Vincent Rizzo, that Rizzo was into something big, kept eating away at him. Even years later, he was not sure why. He remembered only that an alarm had sounded in his brain, that some basic instinct, that indefinable mark of the good detective, had convinced him that something was wrong, was out of place, in the scene he had witnessed that rainy March night, that he had caught the edge of something it would be perilous to ignore. If he couldn't forget it, he was determined that nobody else would either. "I made a pest of myself," he says. "Every couple of weeks I go in to see Vetrano and bug him about Rizzo. I was bugging Hogan, too. Everyone. And everyone kept telling him, 'Not now. The office is too busy. There isn't the manpower to spare to play a hunch.' Though he could not convince them then, his persistence made it certain that when the time and the manpower were available, the name Rizzo would not be forgotten. It may have been inevitable that the paths of Joe Coffee, detective on the rise, and Vincent Rizzo, organization criminal on the rise, would one day cross at a crucial moment, and that crossing would have consequences of unexpected dimensions, would change forever their lives and the lives of many others. From childhood, they had chosen different roads, but those were not diverging roads. They edged ever closer until they met, and the two men were joined in a deadly conflict. If there was a single passion that dominated Joe Coffee's life from the time he was a small boy, it was to play some vital role in the war against organized crime and perhaps win a major victory. Organized crime had been around him all the years of his growing, had been part of his development, and had played an important role in making him who he was. Joseph Coffee Sr. was a truck driver, born and raised on New York's Lower East Side. His closest boyhood friend was Eddie McGrath, the man who became, during Prohibition, the leading Irish mobster in the East, close friend to Meyer Lansky and other rising young syndicate bosses. While McGrath was rising to the top in the underworld, Coffee, possessed of deep religious and moral convictions, tried to make it in the straight world. He faltered only once. Jobs were hard to find during Prohibition, and about the only work a young truck driver could get was driving a beer truck for the bootlegger Arthur Flegenheimer, better known as Dutch Schultz. The older Coffee hardly considered that a slip. He was no bodyguard and did not carry a gun. He just drove a truck for a wage that certainly did not make him rich. When Prohibition was over, he took his driving skills to the city's department stores, Macy's, Saks Fifth Avenue, Gimbel's. By 1938, when his second child, first son and namesake Joseph Jr., was born, there would be two more children, both boys, in the next 8 years. He was driving for United Parcel Service, which had taken over deliveries for most of the city's retail stores. He, his wife Margaret, and the children were living then in a tenement at 569 3rd Avenue, between 37th and 38th Streets, in the shadows of the looming and soon-to-be-doomed 3rd Avenue L. But for $28 a month, which was about all the Coffees could afford, it would have been hard to find anything better than that 3-room railroad flat. It was not a bad place in which to grow, for it was a home filled with love and concern, ruled by parents determined above all to guide their children along a moral and religious path. And there were some very real advantages. Most of the neighbors were, like the Coffeys, devout Catholics, and the apartment was only a couple of short blocks west of the UPS garage on East 38th Street, out of which the elder Coffey drove his truck every morning. For young Joe, those were the good years. We were poor, only we never knew it, he said. We always had a roof over our heads and enough to eat on the table, so none of us, my older sister, my two brothers, me, realized that we were poor and always living right on the edge. There were twin centers to his life, overlapping and meshing, his family and his church. In each he found a hero, someone to influence his thinking and his very existence in the most basic ways. At home, there was his father. Every evening at dusk, standing on the corner near the apartment house, he watched for him to appear a block away, striding wearily home from a UPS garage. He would run to him, throwing a ball when he was close enough, and they would play together as long as there was light, or sometimes just talk and be together until it was time to go inside. Around the family table, he listened with fascination to tales of another world and another time, his father's world, beyond his own experience, almost beyond his imagination, where life was hard and not so pleasant or safe as the world in that warm kitchen. There were always friends from his parents' childhood around, and there were men who lived on both sides of the law. Sometimes McGrath showed up, along with those who had traveled with him. Young Joe's uncle, his mother's brother, was there often with his own stories, and he had many, for he knew and was a friend to everyone. He was the man who supplied theater, fight, and ball game tickets to those in power in the organized underworld. Those evenings and those Sunday afternoons, the air reverberated with tales of adventure and daring, of the perils of existence on the fringes and in the center of the Prohibition Wars, and the battles that followed repeal, when so many were faced with a crucial choice. Listening, watching, young Joe encountered the very men who were myths of the time. He came to see them not as distant heroes or ogres, but as human beings. In the early 1940s, Joe Coffey Sr. was deep into union affairs. The International Brotherhood of Teamsters had chartered Local 801 to organize the drivers at UPS. He was a founding member of that local, a trustee, active in spreading the gospel of solidarity and instrumental in turning the unorganized drivers into a strong and unified force. Now the men who gathered around the coffee table were not just the old friends from early days, that mixture of the honest and the shady, but men committed to the union, and the stories they told were about the struggle with management. But something else was creeping in, something frightening and fascinating to a boy of 7 or 8. There were new skirmishes, for organized crime was trying to seize the local. Word of the success in organizing the drivers of Local 804 and the scent of the lucrative potential that lay within the local and its deliveries for the city's retail stores had not escaped the racketeers. They had already muscled in and taken control of other Teamster locals. Now they took aim at Local 804. It was 1946, and young Joe Coffey was 8, and the moment was approaching that would dictate his future. There had been many opportunities for the older Coffey to take a turn from his path and throw in with his old friends. There were moments when he was tempted, but those moments passed quickly. One thing I have to give my father credit for, Joe Coffey says, is that he never sold out to them. He could have, easily, a dozen times, and maybe if he had, he could have put us all on Easy Street for a while. But on the other hand, if he had, he could just as easily have been dead, and we could have been dead too. But I don't think he ever thought about selling out for more than maybe 10 seconds. It wasn't in him. In 1946, the temptations were there once more, and the demands that he sell out grew stronger. The underworld wanted Local 804. Increasing pressure and lucrative offers were directed at those who ran the local. One of those most insistent was John Cockeye Dunn, sometime boss on the waterfront and a merciless killer who would one day die in the Sing Sing electric chair. He was another of the older Coffey's childhood friends, and, if not friendship, at least a certain warmth had lasted between them, despite their moral differences. A message was sent to Coffey. Your old friend Cockeye Dunn wants to meet with you to discuss a little union business. Dunn calculated that the threat would be enough to win compliance. He should have known better from childhood days. The senior Coffey might be a physically unprepossessing man, a bare 5'8" and only 125 pounds. In later years, he would stare at his sons with amazement and amusement, wondering how he managed to sire 3 men who all towered more than 8 inches above him and outweighed him by more than 100 pounds. But he was a tough Irishman with an unbending code of honor. He sent back a sharp reply. Tell the son of a bitch I don't want to meet with him. We don't have anything to talk about. A few evenings later, Coffey and his wife, then pregnant with their 4th and last child, were returning home from a shopping expedition. They had just passed through the glass front doors into the shadowy hallway of the tenement, illuminated by only a single dim bulb and a fixture in the ceiling on the landing, and were on their way up the stairs when a sharp report, followed instantly by a second, destroyed the quiet of that narrow space and echoed through the stairway. Coffey felt a sudden gust and a searing heat between his sleeve and his body. Behind him, the glass panes of the door shattered, a spiderweb of cracks spreading from 2 overlapping holes in the center. He heard the rapid clatter of feet racing up the stairs from the landing above. Someone had fired 2 shots at him. He understood immediately that they had been intended to kill, that they had missed, and that he, and perhaps his wife and unborn child as well, had been saved, only because of a trick image, an illusion created by the rays of the light in the glass of the door. The light struck that pane in such a way that it always appeared that anyone on the stairs, between the light and the door, was actually standing just inside the door. The shots had struck the center of that image. The shaken Coffeys rushed into their apartment, closed the door tightly behind them, then sat around the kitchen table trying to understand what had happened and what they could do about it. It was obvious that Dunn had put out a contract on Coffey's life, and an assassin had waited on the landing to fill it. That the shots had missed did not mean there would not be a second attempt. Indeed, Coffey knew that there would be, and probably very soon. Dunn was out to get him, and now the reasons were doubled. He had not only spurned Dunn's demands for a meeting and capitulation, but he had become a very real danger to the killer. He had survived an attempt on his life, and so he would have to be silenced before he could talk to anyone. As his parents talked and worried, young Joe Coffey stood near them, listening. He was frightened by what had happened, and he was outraged as only a child can be outraged. He wanted to hear that his father would do something, would take some action himself against these people. But my father was very low-key, philosophical, he says, and he was inclined to wait and see what happened. My mother, on the other hand, was a real firebrand. She always wanted to do something right away, take some steps. She was never one to wait. From the discussion that evening came the realization that they had only a single hope, an appeal to an old and still close friend with more power and influence than Dunn. She called Eddie McGrath and told him what had happened. McGrath listened, told her they should take it easy, and he would see what he could do. The Coffeys waited, hoped, prayed, feared, and watched their every step. Dunn made no further move. Then the word came back from McGrath. It had been taken care of. The contract had been killed. There was nothing more to worry about. But Joe Coffey would never forget. From the moment he learned of the attempt on his father's life, of the reasons for the attempt, and who had been behind it, Joe knew what he would do with his life. I was going to be an FBI man, he says. That's where the action against the Mafia was. At least, that's what I thought then. Those people, they did a number on my father, and as a result, they did a number on the rest of us. I was going to get back at them, and going into the FBI was the best way I could think of. He knew firsthand about the Irish Mafia, from those conversations across the kitchen table, and from the answers to the questions he now began to pose to his father's friends. He began to learn all he could by reading about the Italian Mafia, the Jewish Mafia, and the rest of the organized underworld. I must have read every book ever written about the mob and the FBI and the DA's office. I was pretty impressionable when I was a kid, and I believed everything I read. Some of it, though, was pretty accurate, even if it was flamboyant, so I learned a lot about those people and the ways they operated. If Joe Coffey's home and his admiration for his father was one of the twin centers of those years, the other was the church. And in the church, there was the other hero of Joe Coffey's youth, Fulton J. Sheen. As devout Catholics, the Coffeys were determined that their children would be raised in the disciplines of their church. When he was 6, Joe was enrolled in St. Agnes Parochial School, an easy 6-block walk north of his home. His parents would have it no other way, though they could ill afford it and needed help from a relative to make it possible. From those first days at school, his education was always under the strict discipline of the church. First, the Sisters of Charity at St. Agnes, then the Jesuits at Xavier High School, a Catholic military academy he attended for 3 years, then the Marist brothers at St. Agnes High School for his final year, and again the Jesuits at Fordham University. He was a good student and a good athlete, flourished under the tutelage of the nuns and the brothers, absorbing lessons from his books and the lessons implicit in that cloistered world. Some he would never forget, reinforcing what he had learned at home. There are things in the world that are inherently good and things that are inherently evil, and a man must learn how to know them and so be able to choose the right course. And some lessons would take him years to see as fallacies, years and trauma before he could shake them. That priests were not ordinary men, that they have a vocation. They have been chosen by God from among the common herd to perform a mission, to carry the word of God to man. And so priests are without blemish, are not tempted or swayed by the passions and desires of ordinary men. No single man exemplified more that sense of priestliness to the young Joe Coffey than Fulton J. Sheen. Coffey was 13 when he met Sheen for the first time. He had been an altar boy at St. Agnes Church since he was 7, had assisted visiting priests in their tasks, had served the Mass every morning at one of the side altars before going on to school. Sheen, then a Monsignor and making a mark as a writer, philosopher, and vocal church advocate and proselytizer, had been relieved from the usual parish assignments to carry on his other work, and he used St. Agnes as the church where he said his daily Mass. Young Coffey was assigned to assist him, and soon the Monsignor and the boy became close, Sheen requesting his services for those daily rituals. When Sheen was named to head the Society for the Propagation of the Faith in late 1951, and so moved into the Society's headquarters on East 39th Street, he asked Coffey if he would be willing to come to the office every morning as his personal altar boy and serve him Mass at his private altar there. For the next 18 months, Coffey did just that, and after every Mass, Monsignor Sheen forced a $5 bill into his hands. I would have to say he was the finest man I ever met in my life, Coffey says, even now. He was a fabulous man, a truly holy man. I mean, he wasn't a phony. He was truly dedicated to what he believed in. He's probably the only priest I ever met in all my years that I can say that about. Sheen was everything a priest was supposed to be. You could talk to him. You could go to him if you had a problem, and he would try his damnedest to help you out. He was a man full of wisdom. You'd leave after you spoke to him, and you'd say, "This guy is dynamite." You'd feel good when you left him. With the influence of home and father on one hand, and church and Sheen on the other, Coffey had both the determination and the impetus to move hard toward the goals he had set for himself, to do the things in school and out that were necessary to attain them. When he went to Fordham after graduation from high school, it was as a pre-law student. He knew that to be an FBI agent, he would need a degree in either law or accounting, and since he wanted to be in the field where the action was, he was sure law was the better route. But he kept that ultimate ambition to himself. He knew well enough that his father, from bitter experience in childhood and in union affairs, had little affection for either the police or the FBI. Joe explained only that it was his desire to be a lawyer, which was fine with his father, who was certain he could steer him into labor law. The dream of the law and the FBI died within a year, a victim, ironically, of organized crime. A Senate subcommittee under John McClellan of Arkansas, with Robert F. Kennedy as chief counsel, was deep into public hearings on labor racketeering and corruption, and the links between the labor movement and organized crime. The main target was the Teamsters Union, and particularly its strongman, James R. Hoffa. The senior coffee and other officers of Local 804 were subpoenaed to testify about their battle against underworld infiltration. But the night before they were to appear, the local's president and one of Coffey's closest friends, Leonard Geiger, was found dead behind the wheel of his car. The official diagnosis was a heart attack. The appearances of Coffey and the other officers were initially postponed and then canceled. The death of Geiger spurred newer and younger men to move to seize control of the local. The elder Coffey had been in too many battles to relish another, especially one that might tear his local apart. He abandoned the union office with its comfortable salary and benefits and went back to driving a truck at reduced pay. Without the financial support of his father, and indeed with the family now needing help from him, Joe Coffey dropped out of Fordham. If the FBI was then beyond reach, still he did not abandon the idea that somehow, someday, he would find a way to the battlefront. Until then, he would do what he had to do. He became a mailroom clerk at Western Electric and was quickly advanced into the data processing department, becoming an expert computer programmer. And at Western Electric, he met and fell in love with Patricia Flynn. She didn't want the best part of me at first, he remembers. She thought I was just a wise kid because I was 2 years younger. She ignored his advances, even laughed at them, until a year later, on St. Patrick's Day, they happened to be at the same party and started talking. It was one of those things. Something clicked, and pretty soon we were talking about marriage. But we were pretty practical kids in those days. I had the service hanging over my head, and we decided that there was no way we would get married until I got that out of the way. He pushed up his draft, went into the Army in September 1957 when he was 19, did his 2 years, most of it in Germany. It was, except for missing Pat, not a bad time. Since he'd been an outstanding athlete in school, the Army tapped him not for his abilities with computers and electronics, but for his talents on the football field and basketball court. And he played hard enough and well enough for service teams in Germany to gain some notice. When his 2 years were up, he was offered football scholarships to a couple of colleges and an appointment to the United States Military Academy at West Point. Because I was in love and wanted to get married, I didn't go anywhere but home. I turned them all down. Maybe if I'd gone to West Point, my life would have been different. But I haven't really got many regrets, not the way things turned out. A civilian once more, he was back at Western Electric, back programming computers, and early in 1960, he and Pat Flynn were married. By the time their first child, Kathleen, was born a year later, he was doing well. He'd been promoted to systems analyst, was setting up and directing computer flows, had been transferred to the Western Electric operation in Yonkers in Westchester County, and was earning $12,000 a year, which was very good pay indeed in the early 1960s. But the old dream to fight the syndicate would not die. It was, he was sure, the thing he really wanted to do, the thing he had been born to do. A few months after Kathleen was born, he took the examination for the New York City Police Department, passed high on the list, and was offered an appointment. I wanted it, but at the same time, I had a wife and a child and responsibilities, and I was earning a fairly good living at Western Electric, about twice what I'd be making if I became a cop. I thought about it and figured I couldn't do that to my family. I had to turn it down. 15 months later, the police department summoned him again, offering him that appointment a second time. Again he thought about it, and again came to the same reluctant conclusion. I thought it just wasn't in the cards for me, so I said no. He thought then that the dream was dead, and he would have to settle for what he had. But early in September 1964, the offer was extended a third time. Now I was really up against the wall. There was a rule in the police department that if you turned them down 3 times, that was it. 3 no's, and you were out for good. So, this was my last shot. I had to make up my mind whether I was going into the police department and maybe get a chance to do what I always wanted to do through them, or just forget the whole dream and spend my life with the computers at Western Electric or some other place. He and Pat talked about it, thought about it, explored it from every angle. We made a decision. Not me, both of us. She told me, "Joe, money isn't going to do that much for us if you're miserable with what you're doing. You have to do the thing you believe in. If being a cop is what you have to do, then you'll be a cop. Maybe someday, if we're lucky, the salaries in the police department will get up to the level of private industry. But even if they don't, we'll make out some way." So Joe Coffey quit Western Electric, and on October 2nd, 1964, became a New York City cop. The luck that would mark his years on the force began almost immediately. He was part of a class of 150 new cops, the first class to be trained at a newly opened police academy. The department decided that this class would be a model one, its members those who had scored highest on the department's entrance exams and had the highest IQs of all potential new officers. For the next 20 years, the bureaucracy would follow them to see what effect, if any, high intelligence has on a man's performance as a cop. In that stellar class, Joe Coffey was one of its brightest stars. He ranked near the top in marksmanship, though through his police career he would never fire his gun at anyone. Physical ability, investigative aptitude. And at the end of the 4 months of training, he shared the award for highest academic achievement. Now his real career as a cop began, and his luck continued to hold. He was assigned exactly where he wanted to go, the department's elite unit, the Tactical Patrol Force. The TPF was sent into high-crime areas, or any place where there was trouble that had to be handled quickly, firmly, and with dispatch. I wanted the TPF, and I got it. And the reason I wanted the TPF was because I wanted to be a detective, and that was the best road into the detective bureau. And not only did I want to be a detective, I knew exactly where I wanted to go, the Manhattan District Attorney's Office. Because in my estimation, working for Frank Hogan was the epitome of working against organized crime. Now, it's not easy to get into the detective division. You have to work. You have to get your ass out there and make quality arrests, not garbage arrests like a $2 street corner junkie or that kind of stuff, but quality arrests. And since the TPF worked Harlem and Bedford-Stuyvesant and other high-crime neighborhoods, we were bound to get quality collars. He was with the TPF for a year and 4 months, racking up hundreds of quality arrests for homicides, possession of guns, dealing in heavy narcotics, other major felonies. That record did not escape the attention of his superiors. In January 1966, John V. Lindsay was inaugurated as mayor of the city of New York. One of his first acts was to appoint Howard Leary of Philadelphia as the new police commissioner. One of Leary's first acts was to name Sanford D. Garelick, who had been assistant chief inspector, as chief inspector, the highest-ranking uniformed officer in the department. And Garelick had a particular affection for the Tactical Patrol Force and its members. He considered them the pride of the department, men with courage and intelligence, whose performance every cop should emulate. Garelick determined to spread some of those men around into sensitive areas where they would show just how good they were, and perhaps in doing so, prod others into excellence. He ordered the commanding officer of the TPF to take 150 of his patrolmen, those with the best arrest records and the greatest potential, and make them detectives and assign them to various parts of the detective division. I was one of the guys they chose, and they gave us 3 choices of where we wanted to go in the division: narcotics, homicide, the rest. We were supposed to list them in order of preference. I wrote down the Manhattan District Attorney's Squad 3 times, period. But the detective squad in Frank Hogan's office was small, elite, and a closed shop. It had a reputation in and out of the police department for excellence and incorruptibility, for doggedness in pursuit of evidence and for results. Many chose it, but few were chosen. The word in the department was that unless a cop had a rabbi, someone to speak and vouch for him, he had no chance of being admitted into that tight circle of 60 detectives. As far as Coffey was aware, he knew nobody in Hogan's office, had nobody to put in that good word for him. Yet, that was his choice, and he was convinced that somehow he would manage to make it work. He waited for an answer, and while he waited, he went about his usual business with the TPF. One afternoon, he was summoned to Leonard Street, not to Hogan's office, but to appear before a grand jury, which was on the same floor, to testify about an arrest he had recently made. As he was leaving the grand jury room, one of Hogan's veteran detectives was just leaving the office of the Rackets Bureau. Coffey stared, and the detective stared back. They recognized one another only after a moment. His name was Henry Cronin, and I'd known him since I was a little kid. We used to spend a couple of weeks every summer out at Rockaway Beach, and so did he, and he became a friend of my family. They greeted each other warmly. Cronin asked, "Joe, how are you? How are things going? What are you doing down here?" Coffey explained. "Where are you working now?" Cronin asked. "I'm in the TPF," Coffey said. "But you've probably heard Garelick's transferring a bunch of us to the detective division." "That's great," Cronin said. "Why don't you come work here then?" "Henry," Coffey said, "that's exactly where I want to come. In fact, the DA's office is the only place I put down on my application." "Then don't worry about it, Joe," Cronin said. "I'll put in a good word and see what I can do." The next morning, Cronin called Coffey. He had arranged an interview for the following day with Inspector Paul Vetrano, head of the detective squad. Coffey should get himself into his finest clothes and make sure he was on time. Coffey showed up in his best mohair suit, groomed as he imagined a Hogan detective would be groomed. Vetrano was impressed with his appearance, but more impressed with Coffey's record, which he had on his desk. "I think you'd fit in," Vetrano said. "Now, do you know anybody who can write a letter recommending you to Mr. Hogan?" Coffey still needed a rabbi. His father's cousin was Matthew Walsh, and Matty Walsh was the general manager of the Hotel Roosevelt, a favorite watering hole of important politicians. Walsh knew everyone who was anyone, in and out of politics, and while he happened to be very close to New York Republican leaders like Governor Nelson Rockefeller and New York County GOP boss Vincent Albano, his circle included important businessmen as well. Coffey was sure he could call Matty Walsh, and Walsh would come up with one of those prestigious friends who would be willing to write a letter of recommendation that would win a talented and ambitious young cop a place on the district attorney's staff. He decided not to wait a moment, to call Walsh from the lobby of the Leonard Street building as soon as he left Vetrano's office. Perhaps it was a portent, but on the way down in the elevator, he bent over, heard a screeching rip. The seam in the seat of his trousers split. He put one hand behind him, tried to hold the split seam together, shuffled out of the elevator to the nearest phone booth. He made his call, won Walsh's promise of help, then somehow, clutching the seat of his trousers, managed to get to his car without attracting undue attention. If there was one man Walsh should have stayed away from, it was Vincent Albano. But that was the man Walsh asked to write the letter. One of Frank Hogan's proudest boasts was that he had removed the district attorney's office from politics. He himself was a Tammany Democrat and ran for re-election every 4 years on the Democratic line and on several other lines as well, and had even run in 1958 as a Democrat for the United States Senate. But where the district attorney's office was concerned, he said often and firmly, politics had no place. Any politician, Democrat or Republican, who approached Hogan looking for favors was turned away peremptorily, and more than one such request led Hogan to take a searching look into that politician's affairs. So, Hogan turned choleric when the letter from Albano reached his desk. He read, "It would be greatly appreciated if you would take Patrolman Joseph J. Coffey, Jr., currently a member of the Tactical Patrol Force, on your staff as a detective. I am certain you will find that his previous performance as a police officer was outstanding and that he will make a major contribution to your work." Hogan fumed. He summoned his chief aide, Alfred Scotty, and showed him the letter. He summoned Vetrano and showed him the letter, too. He ordered them to do something about this patrolman who was trying to use political influence, and Republican political influence at that, to worm his way into the office. He ordered them to conduct a complete investigation of Coffey, and if they turned up anything at all, he wanted Coffey arrested, indicted, and tried. When Coffey got back to the TPF headquarters that afternoon, there was a message for him to call Inspector Vetrano. He was sure the inspector was calling to tell him that he had been accepted. But when Vetrano told him Hogan's reaction to the letter and indicated that the letter had just about ended any chance Coffey had of getting that appointment, Coffey paled and immediately rushed down to Leonard Street to try to explain to Vetrano exactly what had happened. "I want you to investigate me like Mr. Hogan said," Coffey said, "because when you do, you'll find out that there was nothing behind it. All Albano was doing was a favor from my father's cousin. There wasn't anything political in it at all. In fact, the only reason Mattie Walsh asked him to write that letter in the first place was because you said I had to get somebody to put in the good word for me." Vetrano heard him out, but there was nothing Vetrano could do to smooth things over. Coffey would just have to forget his ambition. Then Sanford Garelick came down on Coffey's side. He heard about the mix-up, about the trouble one of his TPF stars had gotten into, and made a call to Hogan himself. The district attorney was appeased and withdrew his objections. 2 weeks later, Coffey took off his uniform, put on a suit, and was officially made a detective in the Rackets Bureau. Coffey had imagined that joining Hogan's staff would immediately propel him into the war on the syndicate, that he would quickly be in the thick of an investigation into the Mafia. He could not have been more wrong. Rookies on Hogan's staff, especially those rookies who had come aboard with few, if any, friends — Coffey's only friend was Henry Cronin — got those dirty, routine jobs that nobody else wanted. Coffey's first assignment was to be bodyguard to Sidney Slater, an informer who had once been a member of Crazy Joe Gallo's mob, had broken with it, and testified against Gallo. He had been under protection since 1961, and the first job given to the new detectives in the Rackets Bureau was to babysit Slater and his wife 24 hours a day in their Queens apartment. Working in shifts of 24 hours on and 24 hours off, they slept on cots in the foyer of the Slater apartment, accompanied Slater wherever he went, when he walked with his Afghan hound, when he drove his car every night a few blocks to pick up a paper. They catered to the desires, whims, and needs of the Slaters, made sure nobody got close to them, made sure that, in exchange for Slater's testimony, they remained safe and secure. It was an assignment that was supposed to last for the first year in the office, and every detective who served that term later said it was the most miserable of jobs. It took me about 10 minutes to develop an extreme dislike for that creep and his monster dog, Sheik, Coffey says, and he was not alone. There was not a babysitter who did not come to detest Slater. In order to make life at least a little bearable, they took what petty revenge they could, invented stories that they knew would terrify him, about contracts put out on his life, about strangers lurking in the neighborhood, planted smoke bombs in his car that exploded with a deafening bang and emitted noxious fumes when he turned on the ignition, came up with a variety of harmless practical jokes that he never found amusing and that kept him on edge. But then Slater had little affection for his guardians and tormentors and took his own revenge. He was constantly on the phone to Hogan's office with complaints about anything that didn't suit him, trying to make as much trouble as he could, and, indeed, he managed to get a couple of detectives transferred not just from the assignment, but out of the Rackets Bureau. Coffey lived in the middle of this turmoil for 7 months, from May 1966 until shortly before Christmas. The whole thing finally blew up, he remembers, late one night in the middle of December. All that time I was miserable, not just because I really hated that guy, which I did, but because I had come to the squad to investigate organized crime, not to be a bullshit bodyguard. Just before midnight every evening, Slater would take his dog and one of the bodyguards, go downstairs, get into his Chrysler Imperial, shove the dog into the back seat, and drive into the center of Flushing to buy the morning newspapers. On that particular night, it was Coffee who went with Slater, sitting in the front seat beside him. We were coming back along Main Street in Flushing when Sheik saw another monster of a dog in the lobby of a building we were just passing. He went crazy. He started barking, leaping around, trying to get out of the car, trying to jump over the seat onto my head. I thought if I didn't go deaf from all that barking, I'd get killed when he landed on me. That was too much. I grabbed the dog and shoved his snout right against Sidney Slater, and I said, "Here, you rat cocksucker. You keep this fucking dog away from me or I'm going to kill him, and you too. Got that?" The next morning, Inspector Vetrano was on the phone to Coffee. "You're off the bodyguard detail as of right now," he said. "Report back to the office tomorrow morning." Within days, Coffee was thrust into the center of an investigation of the infiltration of organized crime into the electricians' union. This was where he wanted to be at last, and he immediately showed that it was where he ought to be. His instinct and intuition were instrumental in helping to break that case and led to several major arrests. His reputation began to grow. "Over the next couple of years," he says, "I kept getting better and better cases, mostly in organized crime, though I got the Black Panthers and the Cuban bombers, too, and I was lucky because I kept getting good results. One case after another. It was like every case I touched turned to gold. It was just one of those things, like I always seemed to be in the right place at the right time." And he had what a lot of cops don't have and desperately need. He had a wife who supported him, who believed in him and what he was doing as deeply as he did, who understood the importance of his work and knew that if he were to reach the goals he had set for himself, social life and even family plans had to come second. She had been behind him from the moment he made that decision to become a cop, had worried with him, and tried to shore up his confidence during the difficult times when he was uncertain. There were those first weeks as a TPF rookie out of the police academy, when he looked for and failed to find his first arrest, returning home more and more depressed, convinced that, as he told her, he was going to be the first cop in the history of the department to go through his 20 years without making a collar. "No matter how many times I told him not to worry, it kept getting worse," she said. "It got so I wanted to go around the corner and hold up the local bank just so he could make that first arrest. And then, of course, he made it." There had been the first years in Hogan's office when he had waited so anxiously to receive the gold shield that would officially mark him a detective. That shield meant something, and not just the extra pay. There had been times he had made arrests, and then, when he couldn't produce the gold, had been laughed at and told he was only a cop pretending to be a detective. But he could go home and talk to Pat about it and know she would understand, that her own rage would exceed his, and that would calm him. She would remind him of what he already knew, that the men of Hogan's office were at the bottom of the list when it came to handing out detective shields, the feeling being that working for Hogan was reward enough in itself. And when the shield was finally given in May 1969, if it seemed almost anticlimactic to him, he could take pleasure in her righteous indignation that it had been so long in coming. Pat Coffey believed in him totally, believed, too, that he could take care of himself. The kids in our neighborhood, she remembers, said that while one bullet might stop most cops, it would take at least 4 to stop Joe, but nobody was ever going to get a chance to get 4 shots at him. She learned enough about his work by listening and sharing, not to worry too much when he was working on organized crime cases. He managed to convince her that those in the syndicate, vicious and unprincipled as they may be, nevertheless lived by a code that forbade violence against a cop and called for actual respect for a cop who was doing his job. She knew that this combat was a game that had to be played by the rules on both sides. She did worry when Coffey was assigned to investigate terrorists, for she had come to know that codes, that respect for those on the other side, meant little to them. She never forgot the fears that shook her when he testified against the Black Panthers, and as he left the witness stand, became a target for vituperation and threats of retribution, as they shouted that he and his whole family would not escape their reach. Though he refused an offer of police protection at home, Pat was able to take some small comfort from the knowledge that for the next few weeks, cruising patrol cars would keep a constant watch over their house. But she kept her fears to herself. She was determined to do nothing that would communicate those fears to the children. So, his luck held. At home, there was Pat, and on Leonard Street, he had caught Frank Hogan's eye. At first, it was because of the trouble that had been caused by the letter of recommendation from Albano. Then it was because he could not be overlooked. His very size and Irish good looks and charm made him stand out in any crowd. But most important, it was because his name kept appearing on reports of the most important cases that passed through the office. Hogan started calling Coffey in for private conferences about those cases, questioned him closely, listened to his recommendations. And he discovered something else in Coffey that led to the creation of a firm bond between them. Though years younger, Coffey shared much the same background and philosophy. Both were Irish Catholics from poor families. Both believed deeply in their church and its sanctity. Both were committed totally to fighting the war against the syndicate and to winning that war, no matter what the odds or the difficulties. When Coffey, through 1971, talked so vehemently about Vincent Rizzo, about his hunch, Hogan paid attention. If the time ever came when it was possible and practical, he would be of a mind to turn Coffey loose. 3. Vincent Rizzo's turf was the few blocks of deteriorating tenements, bars, and small stores on Avenue A, just below 14th Street. But that seedy neighborhood, hemmed in on the north by Stuyvesant Town, Metropolitan Life Insurance Company's monument to the success of privately owned middle-class urban redevelopment, was home ground as well for a lot of small-time hoodlums trying to make some kind of reputation and win favor with the Mafia families. Those who noticed him at all considered Rizzo just another one of those hoods. He might be a member of the Genovese family, then ruled by Tommy Eboli and Jerry Catena, but he was obviously, outsiders thought, on a very low level, just another soldier without much power or standing. It was an impression Rizzo had carefully cultivated in the world outside the syndicate. Within the organization, however, he was recognized as an earner, a man on the rise, a man for whom great respect must be shown, a man to fear. If rumors about Rizzo reached the ears of investigators, they tended to be ignored. After all, Rizzo was not some newcomer sent into the neighborhood by the bosses as their regent, nor was he one of those who had risen through the ranks, amassed wealth and power, moved to a large home on Long Island or in New Jersey, and returned only to conduct his business. He had been born on Avenue A in 1931, had been raised there, and had never left. If his world was the world of crime, then that surprised nobody, for crime had been the norm of Rizzo's life since the day he was born. His parents had fled the poverty of Italy, only to find more and equally grinding poverty in the New World. Food and clothes, almost luxuries rather than necessities. His father turned to crime when he could make out no other way, and was unsuccessful even at that. For him, the prison gates were swinging doors, and when he wasn't in the small, dingy tenement apartment, everybody knew he was back in prison. In that environment, Vincent Rizzo learned early that what you got was only what you took, and that to take by force was both necessary and pleasurable. He began before he was 6. In kindergarten, he attacked his teacher with his fists and with a baseball bat, was sent to a psychiatrist by the school system. The help didn't take. Until he finally quit school in the 10th grade, and he was given a choice that year, either to leave on his own or be thrown out. There was hardly a time when he was not in some kind of trouble. In that closely knit Italian neighborhood on Avenue A, he earned a reputation as a petty thief and bully, wound up as a young teenager in the hands of the police for a minor theft, got a warning, and was sent back to his family with the advice that he straighten out or find himself in very serious trouble and in a very unpleasant place. Warnings and advice had no more effect on him than the help offered by the school psychologist. At 16, out of school, he was back on the streets, back at the old trades, and getting better at them. But the scrutiny of the cops, who had begun to notice this swaggering neighborhood bully, and some of those battered victims who were afraid to talk about him, and the urging of his mother, persuaded him that perhaps, at least for a time, he ought to find a job, at least as a cover. Over the next few years, he delivered newspapers, worked as a butcher's apprentice, an auto mechanic, a longshoreman, an unskilled factory hand. He never lasted more than 4 months at any job. By the time he was 19, it really didn't matter. He was making a reputation in the right places as a strong-arm man and thief. But he was still just a punk kid, and those who came to know him, who held but promises of the future to him, who encouraged him, laughed when he approached and put him off. He had a lot to learn before they would take him on, he was told, and a lot more to do. Maybe he showed promise, but promise was not enough. He would have to ripen, perform. A month before his 20th birthday, the Korean War boiling at a violent heat, demanding more and more men, he enlisted. The idea of engaging in direct action and being given a license for violence appealed to him, and since he was certain that the Marines was where the real action was certain to be, he became a Marine. With an unintentional irony, the Marine Corps sent him, after boot camp at Paris Island, not to cross the Pacific into the battle he craved, but to stateside duty as a guard at the brig at Camp Lejeune, North Carolina. Giving Vincent Rizzo a rifle or a shotgun and telling him to keep the peace was like sharpening the claws of a lion and then putting him into a cage with a herd of deer and telling him to see that no harm came to them. Rizzo's career as a prison guard lasted only a few months. A prisoner said something to him he didn't like, gave him an argument. Rizzo took his shotgun and beat that prisoner senseless with the butt, nearly killing him. The only reason he hadn't shot, he told the Marine Corps superiors, was because the gun jammed when he pulled the trigger. Relieved from duty and confined to barracks while the Corps tried to decide what to do with him, he paused only long enough to collect a few belongings and go over the hill, back to the streets of New York's Lower East Side. Something happened on those streets within days of his return. Something serious enough, he said later, though never explaining precisely what, to convince him that the cops would be after him. His mother persuaded him that his only course was to return to the Marines and turn himself in. 6 days after departing, he showed up at the gates of Camp Lejeune, was promptly put into the brig, and now was the one under guard instead of doing the guarding. In the brig, he snarled at his superiors, fought with the guards, refused to obey any orders, tore apart the seclusion cell into which he was confined. The warden had him put under restraint, then moved to the brig hospital for psychiatric observation. There, he fought with the corpsman, began to rant and rave that he had been tricked, that everyone was putting a noose around his neck, that everyone in authority was a communist, part of Stalin's NKVD. And then, when the medical personnel finally managed to calm him, he began telling a doctor that he had invented a secret weapon that would revolutionize close-in combat, and proceeded to diagram the weapon, a combination pistol, knife, and brass knuckles. Anyone in the streets who had dealt with him could have told the Marine Corps what now became apparent to psychiatrists. Rizzo was not ideal Marine material. Said one psychiatrist, he sounded off too much. Losing his temper often got him into trouble. He displayed inappropriateness of his affect in that he laughed in a silly fashion at his transgressions of regulations and social rules. Added another, this patient is definitely paranoid and psychotic. He has a long-time asocial personality with strong delinquent trends and was definitely a threat to society because of his behavior. Said a third, he is sullen, surly, and almost snarling in his responses. The man was immature impulsive, motivated solely by a pleasure-pain principle. He was studied and analyzed and tested, and the tests found that his IQ on the Wechsler-Bellevue intelligence scale was a mental defective 58. But long conversations with him convinced the doctors that the IQ score was meaningless. The patient shows very inadequate judgment and reality testing, they said. He is confused and disorganized, and his reasoning is schizophrenic-like. Much bizarreness of content is noted. Social intelligence is grossly impaired, as is the ability to differentiate between essential and unessential details. Projective tests reveal a strong paranoid trend. Has made a poor social adjustment and has developed into an adult with low sexual drive. Confusion and disorganization predominate. His form and verbalization indicate a much higher IQ than that obtained. His inappropriate affect is better described as wise, and there does not seem to be any gross disturbance of his affect in conversation with him. This delinquent, this asocial personality, this threat to society, was then considered not fit to be a Marine. The thing to do with him, it was suggested, was to turn him over to a social service agency somewhere, anywhere but in Marine jurisdiction, and let them try to deal with him. And so, in September 1952, 11 months after his enlistment, Vincent Rizzo was given a bad conduct discharge and shipped back to Avenue A. His adventures as a Marine had toughened and sharpened him. He was no longer a punk kid. He was a driven man, and those in power soon saw it. So did the police. Between 1952, when he returned to New York, and 1967, his name appeared on police records a dozen times, and his yellow sheet ran to several pages. He was arrested for car theft, transportation of stolen bonds in interstate commerce, robbery, possession of guns, and, on several occasions, for felonious assault with his feet and fists, with blackjacks and guns. What apparently escaped any searching notice, though, was the slowly accumulating evidence, some subtle, some not so subtle, that Vincent Rizzo had gained entrance into a wider and more profitable world, an organized world, and was on his way up. The clues were there had anybody bothered to look for them. Despite all those arrests, and in several the evidence against him was overwhelming, he did not spend a single day in prison. In every case but one, the charges against him were dismissed, and in that sole exception, when he was arrested for transporting stolen bonds, a federal offense, he was merely put on probation for 5 years, and his constant violations of that probation were ignored. He had found powerful patrons, was often at their side, but his presence in such company, along with the signs of his increasing importance and closeness to those high in the syndicate, was neither recognized nor understood by those on the outside. He had been discovered and his value appreciated by the De Lorenzos, Matteo, the elder statesman, the earner, the man satisfied with his position of safety just beneath the top in the Genovese family. Uncle Marty's nephews, Gerardo Jerry De Lorenzo, a man who seemed to turn up everywhere and in everything, and Anthony Hickey De Lorenzo. As ruler of the Metropolitan Import Truckmen's Association, Hickey had a near monopoly on hauling air freight, gasoline, and food to John F. Kennedy International Airport, and had been spreading his influence nationwide through his close and working friendship with Jimmy Hoffa and other leaders of the Teamsters Union. He had also become instrumental in leading the syndicate into Wall Street, showing the profits that could be made in stolen and counterfeit securities, and he was considered the man most likely to succeed Tommy Eboli as head of the Genovese family until, in 1971, he was sent to prison as the mastermind behind the theft of more than $1 million worth of IBM stock. Prison did not hold him long, however. A year after going behind the walls, he was given permission to visit his outside dentist, unaccompanied by guards. He was not seen again for several years. Those on the inside were whispering his name as a central figure in a dozen different deals of increasingly larger scope, though somehow the whispers rarely got to the authorities, and even when they did, they were dismissed. Rizzo was, it was said, behind a ring that moved stolen weapons to South America. He was one of the city's major loan sharks, supplying money to businessmen, restaurant owners, and other big borrowers all over New York, and he employed a crew of strong-arm men to make sure that the payments came in on time. He was dealing in a very large way in the importation and distribution of narcotics, especially cocaine. He was into stolen and counterfeit securities, as well as counterfeit money, and he had outlets all around the world. Though he did not dress particularly well, and kept his wife in meager circumstances in their apartment at 201 Avenue A, he had become very rich. He owned the building in which he and his wife lived, and owned a country estate in Wurtsboro to which he rarely brought her. He drove a Mercedes, though it was registered in the name of a Philadelphia underling. In suitcases and attaché cases in his Avenue A apartment and on his Wurtsboro estate, he kept hundreds of thousands of dollars in cash, not to be spent except in an emergency. In the syndicate, he was mentioned, though not directly to his face, as a cheapskate, a man forever looking for a bargain, who, as one of his associates later said, squeezed the dollar until the eagle screamed. What was moving Rizzo ever upward in the syndicate, and what brought him the favor of the De Lorenzos and won him their patronage, was a golden touch. As the Marine Corps had noticed and commented upon 20 years before, his interest in women was not great. He took them as he needed them and discarded them casually when he was finished, without much passion. He made no secret of his occasional affairs, and told his wife if she didn't like it, she could move out, but she'd better not expect a penny from him if she did. Rizzo's passion was stirred by money, and the things that fascinated him most were those things that implied big money, stocks and bonds, loan sharking, narcotics. He knew where the best deals were to be found, and he knew how to develop them, it seemed, better than anyone else. Vincent Rizzo had become a man to know, a man to see, a man to fear. For years, that had been something of a secret from the world outside the syndicate. Now, it was about to come into the open. 4. Another Christmas. After more than a year, the investigation into the meat racket had finally wound down. There had been some good arrests and indictments, and the racket had been set back. But, as the cynics in the district attorney's office knew, as experience had shown only too well, it was a small victory that would not last. Before long, the racket would be operating just as broadly as before, and one day they would have to go after it again. With the investigation over, Joe Coffey went on vacation for the first 2 weeks of December, not to play at rest, but to moonlight as a truck driver to earn enough extra money to pay a few outstanding bills and maybe be able to buy Pat and their 3 children some Christmas presents. On the Monday morning he returned to work, Inspector Vitreno called him into his office. "Have a good vacation, Joe?" he asked. Coffey shrugged. "Okay, about as good as you could expect, considering. You ready to get back to work?" "Sure." "Are you still interested in that guy, Vincent Rizzo?" Coffey stared hard at him, leaned forward in anticipation. "What do you think I've been breaking my balls about for the last 10 months? Of course I'm interested in Rizzo. You know it." "Good. We've been talking about him. We've decided it's time to give it a shot. Go pick yourself a partner and get on him and see where it leads." Coffey wanted somebody who would share his own enthusiasm, a younger man anxious to make a mark. He approached Larry Mullins, and Mullins, who had just come into the Rackets Bureau, agreed the moment he sensed Coffey's excitement. But that afternoon, before they could start out, Mullins got a phone call from home. His wife had suffered a miscarriage, had been rushed to the hospital. Mullins looked at Coffey and told him what had happened. "I want to work with you on this thing, Joe," he said. "But you understand—" "Sure, Larry," Coffey said. "Look, Joe," Mullins said, "don't pick anybody else. Just let me make sure my wife's okay, get her out of the hospital and back on her feet, and then you can count on me." "Sure, Larry," Coffey said, "whenever you're ready." "What are you going to do in the meantime?" "I don't know, maybe take it solo." Coffey would wait for Mullins, would until then move after Rizzo on his own. He drove up to the Columbia Civic League Club, where he had first had that hunch, parked, and waited for his target to appear. The wait was not long. Rizzo came strolling along the street, walked into the club, remained there an hour, emerged, and headed east. Coffee tailed him to the L&S coffee shop, knowing now that Rizzo owned it and the whole building, and waited outside while Rizzo went in and talked to several people in a manner that indicated he was giving orders. When Rizzo left, he started north, went not even a block, and entered Jimmy's Lounge, a sleazy bar at 211 Avenue A between 12th and 13th Streets. Coffee continued his lone surveillance over the next several days, past New Year's, 1972, sitting on Rizzo 18 hours a day. He began to discern a pattern of behavior, to see Rizzo in a new light. Picking up Rizzo outside his apartment house in the morning, he would follow him to the Columbia Civic League Club, the first stop on the day's rounds. There was no way Coffee could follow inside. It was tightly sealed against intruders. But he could sit in his car across the street and watch, make note of the license plates of the Cadillacs and other expensive cars that drove up and parked, make note of those who entered. His notes read like a listing of the hierarchy of all the New York Mafia families. Into the Columbia Civic League Club those winter days went Joseph N. Gallo, Agnello Della Croce, Vincent the Chin Gigante, Phil Tartaglia, Nicholas Frustacci, the regents of the fallen Joseph Colombo, and more, the men who ruled the rackets in New York. From his distant vantage, Coffee watched as they huddled together and noted that Rizzo seemed always somewhere near the center. Though he heard none of the words they said, Coffee understood something clearly and without a doubt. Rizzo was no minor Mafia soldier. He was accepted into these rarefied circles as an equal. He was treated with the respect due a man of standing. He was somebody very important indeed. Rizzo never stayed at the club long, only long enough to make his presence felt. When he left, he invariably headed for Jimmy's Lounge. The police had not suspected it was a hangout for the organization, but that function came clear to Coffee almost immediately. Rizzo was using it as an office. He was in and out several times during the day and long into the night. He met people there and on the street outside. He made and received a steady stream of telephone calls. And those who frequented Jimmy's Lounge were men Coffee recognized, men on the middle and lower levels of the syndicate. There was Vincent Popo Tortora, an important man in the Genovese family, a notorious gambler, loan shark, and dealer in narcotics, with an arrest record dating back to 1943 when he was 20. Despite nearly yearly arrests, he had spent hardly a day in jail. There were soldiers and hangers-on, like Freddie Mayo, Jimmy Heimerle, Tommy LaManna, Pasquale Patty Marino, Joe Calgano, Rizzo's brother George, and more. If there had been any doubts before about Coffee's intuition of Rizzo's importance, they were now dispelled. These men, coming and going, hanging out at Jimmy's Lounge, were into crimes of all kinds, and they were taking orders from Rizzo. Day after day, long into the night that freezing January, he sat in his car across the street from Jimmy's Lounge, hunched down behind the wheel to make himself inconspicuous, invisible, and watched, saw crimes committed in the open with a nonchalance that said no one cared and no one would intervene to stop them. Hardly a day passed when young Puerto Ricans, blacks, Italians did not appear before Tortora, receive small packages, carry them away. Coffee had been a cop long enough to know exactly what was going on. Tortora was dealing street-level junk, he says. There wasn't any question about that. I could have made an arrest right then and there, but I didn't make a move because we were after something else, something a lot bigger, even if we didn't know what, and I wasn't going to tip our hand. If he could see and chart what was happening in the street and on the sidewalk in front of Jimmy's Lounge, what was going on inside remained a mystery. The bar was open from 10 in the morning until 4 the next morning, every day but Sunday when it closed early. Inside, there were clandestine meetings, conversations, phone calls. I had to get in there. Coffee says. The only way we were ever going to know what was going on was to put an informant in there. And the chances of that at that stage weren't very good, to say the least, or plant a bug or a wiretap on the phones. I wanted to build up enough information so we could go to court and get an order to put the place up. So, even though I was working by myself until Mullins got back, I made up my mind that I'd go undercover, go in, and take a look. There was a time when I used to moonlight as a steam fitter to make a little extra money. What I did was to put on those old clothes, like I was still a steam fitter, and start going into the place on a regular basis, about 6 o'clock, and hang around the bar, drink some beer, and see what I could pick up. Unlike the Columbia Civic League Club, which was out of bounds, Jimmy's Lounge was open to outsiders, though why any outsider should have wandered into it and stayed more than a minute was an enigma. It was an Augean stable, filthy and repellent. It had not been painted in years, or even cleaned since the day it opened. The walls, furnishings, everything was coated with thick layers of dirt, grime, and grease, and roaches and vermin played undisturbed games in the litter. Had anyone bothered to complain, the health department could have closed it on a dozen different grounds. Yet it had its customers, and they were not just Rizzo, Tortora, and their friends and underlings. Laborers in the neighborhood were wont to drop by after work for a beer or two before going home, and even some of the cops from the local precinct stopped in now and then, some on a regular basis. Thus, Coffee did not appear totally out of place at the bar in his worn, dirty steamfitter's clothes. Still, he was a stranger, and no one exactly welcomed him or tried to strike up a conversation. The other patrons, the regulars, moved away, left to space around him at the bar, pretended he was invisible, and that suited him. The first evening he strolled in, and every evening thereafter, he made sure he found a vacant spot at the bar opposite the telephone, ordered a beer, spent the next couple of hours sipping, watching, and listening, though his expression was bland, distant, uninterested. He noticed several things immediately. Rizzo and Tortora were engaged in a hushed conference at one of the tables. The phone had an out-of-order sign on it, but it rang continuously. The barmaids, Lorraine and Tootsie, were usually the ones who answered it. The calls were almost always for Rizzo or Tortora, and though Coffee could not hear what the caller said, he heard distinctly Rizzo's and Tortora's end of the conversation. They acted as though they had total privacy, as though nobody could possibly be listening in, as though that tall, muscular steam fitter at the bar did not exist. What Coffee heard was enough to add weight to his assurance that his hunch had been right, and he was onto something very big. "Yeah," he heard Rizzo say one evening. "Will you tell that fucking rag picker if he doesn't come up with the dough, he's going to end up with 2 broken kneecaps. I don't give a damn about his alibis. You tell him I don't make no jokes. I mean it. You tell him pay up and no more crap, or he's got broken legs, busted kneecaps, maybe worse." Outside in the street, Coffee had seen narcotics. Now, inside, he was learning about extortion and more. His time drinking beer at the bar at Jimmy's Lounge came to an end, though, the night Rizzo picked up the phone and said, "Yeah, I agree, we gotta have a meet." "When?" "Tomorrow, Ponte's. I'll be there. You be there." Ponte's restaurant was the antithesis of Jimmy's Lounge. Near the piers on Manhattan's Lower West Side, it had a reputation for good and expensive Italian food and a fashionable clientele, was a gathering place for important people from the worlds of business, finance, politics, society, and the underworld. If Rizzo was going to meet somebody there, Coffee would tail him and find out who. He would not, of course, go inside. He would wait and observe from the outside. All he would have needed was to see me, the steam fitter from the bar at Jimmy's, walk in, and that would have blown it right there and then, Coffee says. But I figured I'd pick up something just watching who went in and who came out. Those who went in, Coffee observed from his car in the cold and the dark near the waterfront, were Phil Tartaglia, a major figure in the Joe Bonanno crime family, Jerry De Lorenzo, and several others. About 2 hours after all had entered, Rizzo came out. With him was Jerry De Lorenzo. They were talking with considerable animation and intensity. And Coffee was struck by the repetition of what was becoming a very familiar pattern. The discussion was one between equals, or, if one was more equal than the other, it was Rizzo. De Lorenzo was listening with absolute concentration, his attitude one of respect, shown only to a man of importance. Watching them drive off, Coffee knew that whatever was happening was spreading and growing rapidly, that it had become far too big for a single detective operating alone, or even for two men. Mullins was about ready to join him. The next morning he was back in the office, closeted with Vitrano and then with Hogan. They listened, agreed it was time to bring more men onto the scene, time to take official notice. An assistant district attorney named Ronald Goldstock was assigned to oversee the case and try the case when it came time to present evidence to a grand jury and go to trial. In addition to Mullins, several other detectives, including Mario Trapani and an older veteran, Fred Casey, joined the investigation. Now, Jimmy's Lounge, the Columbia Civic League Club, and Ponte's would all be under observation. Ponte's was to be the province of Coffee and Trapani. They went under cover. Coffee, hanging his steamfitter's clothes back in the closet, put on a good suit and became a teamster lawyer from Chicago, visiting New York on union business. Trapani, a hulking, tough-looking man, put on his good suit and became a teamster official from the same city, hooked up with the Midwest Syndicate. They moved in, became regulars at Ponte's. They had only a single concern, and it was a slight one. Rizzo might appear at the restaurant, and if he did, he would probably recognize Coffee despite the change of clothes. But Ponte's was not part of Rizzo's normal orbit, so the chances that he might show up again were not great, and if he did, Coffee and Trapani could be warned by the other detectives who were keeping watch on him, and so have time to get out before he appeared. It took a little time and some lavish spending on drinks for the regulars and tips for the help, but soon Coffee and Trapani were accepted. Nobody doubted that they were what they claimed to be. They played their game every evening, sat at the bar, drank, talked to the bartender and others, picked up bits and pieces of information, enough to give them leads in a dozen different directions. They watched and listened as Jerry De Lorenzo, Tartaglia, and other Ponte regulars made frequent trips to the nearby phones to conduct business, and they heard plenty about extortion, loan sharking, stock deals, and a lot more. By the third week, information was pouring into them without any effort on their part. They had become so familiar, so much a part of the atmosphere, that they were being fed confidences. And then Gino Gallina walked in. He had once been an assistant district attorney on Hogan's staff. He knew Joe Coffey. He had been defrocked by Hogan, summarily fired when the district attorney discovered that Gallina was violating many of his strict rules, was not up to the standards he demanded, and perhaps had been corrupted by those he was supposed to be prosecuting. Out of the office, he had gone into private legal practice representing some of the leading New York mobsters, and there were rumors that he was something more than just a mob lawyer. A few years later, Gallina was murdered because of his knowledge of and participation in the business of his clients, and because of reports that he was prepared to talk about that business to a grand jury. Coffey saw him, jabbed an elbow at Trapani. "Mario," he whispered, "we're going to be made." Gallina's face froze when he recognized Coffey. He nodded, just a slight movement of the head. "Hello, Joe," he said softly. Coffey glared at him, made an obscene gesture. Gallina ignored it, walked down to the end of the bar and motioned to the bartender and several mob figures nearby. They gathered. Gallina leaned toward them, whispered, gestured toward Coffey and Trapani. The bar went silent. The group around Gallina stared down the bar, tense, poised. "Now," Coffey says, "Mrs. Coffey didn't raise any stupid kids. Nobody had to put up a neon sign telling us what was going on." He grabbed Trapani's arm. Together, they rose from the bar, those glares like knives against their backs. If there was one thing they could find some comfort in, it was that they were in Ponte's with its respectable clientele, not in Jimmy's Lounge. Still, they did not take their time. They walked directly to the exit and did not feel completely safe until they were in their car and blocks away. 5. It was the beginning of February 1972, and the moment for decision had come. It was time to put aside total reliance on undercover work. The confrontation at Ponte's dictated that. Nobody doubted that an alert had been sounded within the mob to be wary of strangers. Long-distance surveillance had done about all it could. It was time, then, to move a little closer. The morning after that episode at Ponte's, there was a meeting in the district attorney's office with Goldstock, Vetrano, Mullins, Casey, Trapani, Coffey, and the other detectives who had joined the hunt. The investigation had been in progress for 5 weeks, and in those weeks a lot of hard evidence had been uncovered about a variety of crimes, and hints had emerged about many more. "We've got enough," Goldstock said, "to go to court and get an order to wiretap all those spots: Ponte's, the Columbia Civic League Club, Jimmy's Lounge, the L&S Coffee Shop, Rizzo's apartment. There's just one trouble, and you guys know it as well as I do: money. We don't have enough to tap every location. We've got to put up one spot, and that's it. So we've got to make a choice. Where do we go?" There was near unanimity. It had to be Ponte's. It was a fashionable place. Important leaders of the syndicate gathered there almost every night. They used the phones to conduct their business. If Ponte's were wiretapped, the arguments went, then important information incriminating those at the very top would certainly emerge, and what everybody wanted, of course, was to get to those at the top. Goldstock and Vetrano went around the room, and one after the other, the detectives chorused Ponte's. But when they reached Coffee, he said, "Jimmy's Lounge. That's the place we ought to put up." "You're out of your head," somebody said. "Ponte's is the place. It's a natural." There was general agreement. But Coffee would not give. He argued, explained, insisted. "A lot of people think that if you start in a place like Ponte's, which is a very nice place where the big guys go," he says, and it was the argument he used that day, "you're going to get a Carlo Gambino or a Funzi Thierry, the really important guys, the heavies. But when you really think about it, you know we aren't going to get them, at least not that way. They're too well insulated. In this business, things don't trickle down. In this business, you have to start at the bottom. You have to start with the shit and hope it flows up." Coffee was persuasive enough so that by the time he fell silent, Vetrano and Goldstock at least were convinced. It would be Jimmy's Lounge. Goldstock would draw up the papers, go into court, and ask Judge Harold Burns for authorization to tap the phones in the bar. The order, granted by Judge Burns, was good for only 30 days, though, and in order to have it extended for another month, evidence of crimes had to be amassed through the wiretap. Nobody had any doubts that such evidence would come over the phones, and that it would be solid enough so there would be no difficulty in winning judicial extensions every 30 days. The only problem was in placing that tap. Mobsters have little compunction about talking on the telephone and make only minimal efforts to disguise what they're talking about, so long as they are convinced that the phones are safe. But they are forever on the alert for any sign that somebody might be listening. Rizzo was a man who took special care to see that his phones remained clean. He paid people to do little but sit in their windows and watch the telephone terminals in the backyards of any building where he frequently made phone calls, paid them to report to him any suspicious movements near those poles, the appearance of strangers, the arrival of telephone men at odd hours. He had technicians who checked the terminals, wires, boxes, every aspect of the telephones on a regular basis, who ripped out anything that looked suspicious. More important, he had telephone company employees on his payroll so that he could get the word from inside about whether he was being tapped. A way had to be found to escape that scrutiny. Hogan's people went to the telephone company's security officers, and after a long discussion, they hit on an idea. An unused telephone line on the central frame in the telephone company's main office, a frame that handled all the phones within a 50-square-block radius that included Jimmy's Lounge, was leased at a cost of $3,000 a month. The tap was placed on that unused line. Behind the frame, the phones in Jimmy's lounge were bridged to it. Thus, all calls to and from the bar traveled their normal route to and from the central frame. But instead of following the normal route in and out of the frame, they were bridged onto the unused line, split into two channels. One sent the calls along their usual route. The other diverted those same calls to the eavesdroppers. Unless someone came across that bridge, and that someone would have to know exactly where to look and what to look for, the tap was undetectable. The bridge was in place, the phones tapped, the leased line wired into a listening post in an unused room in the basement of one of the buildings in Stuyvesant Town, a block and a half from Jimmy's lounge. In that dark and dingy basement plant, without windows or adequate ventilation, furnished only with a few cots and some battered chairs and tables the cops brought in, and wired with specially installed electricity to provide both lights and power for the equipment, the tape recorders, monitors, and the rest of the electronic gear were set up, manned by a crew of detectives who would sit there 18 hours a day, all the time that Jimmy's lounge was open, and even longer if necessary. And there were many times in the months to come when Coffee and the other detectives did not leave that basement plant for days on end, sleeping there, eating there, never emerging into the daylight and fresh air. About noon on February 8, 1972, exactly a year to the day after the grand jury's indictment of Donald Vigiano for assault of a West Point cadet at the Playboy Club, a switch was thrown and the first tape recorders and monitors began to hum. Surrounded by a jungle of wires and cables leading to those machines, Coffee, Trapani, and a couple of other detectives waited anxiously for something to happen. Their wait was a short one, and when it was over, there was no worry about getting a judicial extension of the wiretap order. Somebody named William B. Billy Benjamin kept picking up the phone in the bar, dialing numbers in the New York area, and asking urgently, "Is he in? I've got to talk to him." Just who Benjamin was calling he never said, and apparently it wasn't necessary. He never succeeded in reaching this man, and he was finally forced to leave a message. "Tell him Mr. Benjamin called and I'm going back to Philly and I'll call him tonight." By 4:30 that afternoon, Benjamin abandoned his search. Detectives watching the bar saw him leave with Vincent Rizzo. Those might, of course, have been only innocent calls, and the departure in company with Rizzo might have been just a meeting of two casual acquaintances. They might have been, except for who William Benjamin was. A short, fat man from Philadelphia, then 63 years old. He was a familiar figure in name and person to those who knew the inner workings of the syndicate. Benjamin's criminal record dated back to the 1930s, and his prison record indicated terms in federal penitentiaries and Sing Sing. He was an accomplished forger, a dealer in stolen and counterfeit securities. He had long worked with the leaders of the organized underworld all over the United States, and there were rumors that he had recently moved into heroin and cocaine. On the files of the Pennsylvania Motor Vehicle Commission, he was listed as the owner of a new Mercedes. He never drove it. The man who drove it was Vincent Rizzo. If nobody knew who or what Benjamin was seeking with such urgency all day, there was no doubt what Vincent Popo Tortoro was up to when he picked up the phone a little while later. He called Freddie Mayo, reached Jimmy Heimerle instead. Heimerle would serve as well, for he and Mayo were sometime partners. Tortoro was sending two guys to Florida on a job, he told Heimerle. "I need 2 things from Miami on Tuesday." No trouble, Heimerle assured him. The airline tickets would be prepared and delivered in plenty of time. Indeed, there was no reason why Heimerle or Mayo would have any difficulty supplying 2 airline tickets, or 1,000 if they were asked for that many. That was their business, among other things. Heimerle had been arrested 2 years earlier by Las Vegas police. He was using the alias James Farrell, and he was carrying a suitcase full of stolen airline tickets, credit cards, and traveler's checks. He and Mayo had been picked up a few months later in Queens with another bundle, and in 1971, Heimerle had wholesaled more than 10,000 stolen and counterfeit tickets. It was a big business and a lucrative one, and he and Mayo were the travel agents for Rizzo and a lot of others in the syndicate. The listeners in the Stuyvesant town plant would hear a lot more about that business in the days, weeks, and months to come. Rizzo returned alone, in time to take a long-distance call. "Vinny," asked the caller. "Yeah, how are you? I've been waiting for your call. I saw the guy." "You went to L.A. personally?" "Yeah. No, I sent somebody. He owned up owing you. He admitted owing it to you." "Yeah," Rizzo said. "He knows he owes it. 25 grand. I'll take a trip in with a friend of mine." "Yeah, you do that." "Do you want me to lean a little?" Just so far, you know." "Yeah, you don't want nothing physical?" No, Rizzo said. "A lot of abuse, but that's about it." "Maybe a little slap job?" "Well, if he steps out of line. I had to throw a few, you know." "Yeah." "You collect the 25, Rizzo said. You keep 5 for your trouble." "Right." "You'll let me know?" "Right. Or you could call me. You got the number?" "Home or at the salon?" "At the salon." "You better give me the number again to make sure." The number was given, though not with an area code. "Got it," Rizzo said. "How are things out there otherwise?" "Great. Hot as hell." "Just like New York." There was a laugh. "You got to come out here." "One of these days. Right now I got other things." "Sure." "So you'll take care of that matter?" "You bet. I'll be in touch." Standing in the plant next to the monitor, Coffey knew immediately that he was listening to something that went beyond the jurisdiction of the New York District Attorney's Office. He was hearing a conversation about extortion and assault, and maybe more. The crimes crossed state lines and so were in the federal jurisdiction. That could be a major break. Though he considered this his personal case, the one he wanted to hold on to until he reached an end, still, the federal government, and particularly the Federal Bureau of Investigation, had the resources and money that Hogan's office did not. If the FBI could be brought in, then maybe sharing the case, and the glory that might come with it, would be worth the price. But Coffey did not then know the identities of either the victim or the man Rizzo was contacting to collect what was owed, and he wasn't even certain where the call had originated. Something in what had been said made him think of Las Vegas. Acting on that hunch, he dialed Las Vegas information, asked for the telephone numbers of the beauty salons in all the hotels he could think of, the Sands, the Flamingo, the Sahara, Caesar's Palace, and others. He prayed silently while the numbers were recited, his eyes fixed on the pad on which he had scribbled the digits given to Rizzo. He hit a winner. There was a match. The number was that of the Salon de Pompeia at Caesar's Palace. Its owner, Isidore Marion. Coffey had heard that name before. 40-year-old Izzy Marion was a man of many faces and several careers. Swarthy, muscular, always meticulously groomed and dressed in the latest Hollywood styles, he was a ladies' man, a man who knew what women wanted and how to give it to them. He pampered and curried and catered to them in the beauty salon he owned at Caesar's Palace, which his clients called Izzy's Place, and where his very expensive personal services were in constant demand. He owned, too, the beauty salon at the Playboy Hotel in Great Gorge, New Jersey, and had made it flourish, its appointment books filled from morning till night, despite the exorbitant fees he demanded. His appeal to women was not merely the outgrowth of his expertise with scissors, combs, and all the other tools of the beautician. There was something about him, something earthy and sensual and menacing, that appealed to certain types of women, and he was always surrounded by the most beautiful ones. He had been married for a time to the pop singer Connie Francis, but that marriage had come to an end when another side of Marion appeared. He beat her so badly the night before she was scheduled to open at the Copacabana that she had to cancel the appearance. Marion was more than a beautician and more than a lover. He was a tough guy, a strong-arm man, a man with his hands in a multitude of rackets. He was originally from Detroit and was very close to the boss of the Detroit Mafia family, Joe Zerilli. Coffey took that news and a tape of the Marion Rizzo conversation back to Goldstock and Vetrano and suggested that they call in the federal people. That was the only way they were going to move in on this particular crime, since Marion was in Las Vegas, his victim in Los Angeles, and the New York police on their own would have no way of discovering his identity and so, perhaps, preventing an assault on him, or worse. Goldstock called Daniel Holman, then head of the Organized Crime Strike Force for the Department of Justice in the Southern District of New York, and told him something very hot with federal implications had come into the hands of Hogan's detectives. They ought to meet to talk about it. Holman and his chief assistant, William Aronwald, himself an assistant district attorney in Hogan's office before moving on to the strike force, showed up the next day in Goldstock's office and listened while he and Vetrano went over what had been discovered. When they finished, Holman and Aronwald rose, shook their heads, said it had been a pleasant meeting, but that they were not really interested. They had bigger things to do, more important people to go after than a couple of small-time hoods in New York and Nevada. So, Hogan's office was still on its own. The Rizzo-Marion extortion lead had to be put to one side, and the detectives in the plant had to look for something closer to home that they could deal with. They could only keep watching and waiting and listening to see what happened next. What happened next was totally unexpected, totally bewildering. Shortly after noon on February 11th, 3 days after the plant went into operation, Rizzo picked up the phone in Jimmy's lounge and called Lufthansa Airline. "I want to make a reservation on a plane to Munich, Germany on the 26th, he said. "That's in 2 weeks, 2 weeks tomorrow." "We do have a flight that day, Flight 409, leaving John F. Kennedy Airport at 5:45 in the evening." "Yeah, that sounds okay." "Will that be one way or round trip?" "Round trip. I want to come back in like a week, what would that be? March 4th? You got anything then?" "Yes, sir. We can confirm you on Flight 408, leaving Munich at 11 in the morning on March 4th. "Okay, that sounds good." "Will that be first class or tourist?" "You got a package or something? Plane, hotel, the whole thing?" "Yes, sir. We have a package deal that would give you a week in Munich at the Palace Hotel." "What kind of hotel is that?" "It's a new hotel, sir, overlooking the site where the Olympic Games will be held this summer." "How much is it going to cost me?" $220, the Lufthansa clerk replied. "Would you like me to confirm your reservations now?" "Yeah, I want to make the reservations now. Name is Rizzo, V." Rizzo had made his first mistake. It was a major one, but natural to him, born of his cheapness, of his eternal search for a bargain. For, listening to that conversation in the plant, Joe Coffey knew not only that Rizzo was intending to go to Germany, and when he was going and returning, but where he would be staying while in Munich. Coffey rushed back to Leonard Street, into Vetrano's office. "You won't believe this," he said, "but Rizzo's going to Munich, Germany." Vetrano stared at him. "You know that for sure?" "He just called Lufthansa, made a reservation, plane, hotel, the whole deal." "What's he going to Germany for?" "Inspector," Coffey said. "That's beyond my comprehension. But I can tell you what he's not going for, and that's for skiing in the Alps. The only skiing that guy's ever done is on the sidewalks of New York, and you can bet he didn't have boards on his feet." "Agreed. Then why do you think he's going?" "That's the trouble. I haven't got the slightest idea. But I'm sure it's got to be something big. Rizzo's not the kind of guy to take a trip like that unless it's really big, and I think we ought to go with him." Vetrano laughed sarcastically. "You got rocks in your head." "I'm not kidding," Coffey said. "Look, this investigation has really taken off. Everything we've done so far has paid off good. We tailed the guy around and look what we came up with. We've had the tap on Jimmy's for 3 days and we've made a dozen cases already. Now, all of a sudden, Rizzo's doing something totally unexpected. I don't think we can just drop him and let him run by himself. We've got to go with him." "Look, Joe," Vetrano said, "as it happens, I agree with you. I think you're absolutely right. But I can tell you right now that the chances of your getting on a plane and flying off to Europe are absolutely zero. First of all, you tell anybody you want to go to Europe to tail Rizzo, they're going to be sure what you really want is to set up a big party, have an all-expenses-paid vacation on Hogan, and chase a few Fraulines. Maybe we could get around that, but the main thing is that you're up against department policy, and you know it as well as I do. You know the last time a New York cop went out of the country on an official investigation? In 1909. That was Petrosino, and you know what happened to him. He got knocked off in Sicily. No cop's been sent out of the country since then on an investigation. That's a hard and fast rule. No exceptions. Maybe, Coffey said, after more than 60 years, it's time somebody changed a few rules, or at least made an exception. Besides, Hogan's not bound by that, and we all know it. If he wants to send somebody, nobody's going to say no. Okay, Joe, Vetrano conceded. I think you're right, and because I think you're right, I'll see what I can do. But I don't want to go into the boss and tell him you want to go because you've got some kind of wild hunch. We have to give him something solid. Take a little time, do some thinking. See if you can come up with something that will make Hogan go for it. For the next several hours, Coffey hung around the office, went out a couple of times for coffee, tried to come up with an idea that would not be too far-fetched, that would be logical enough so that Hogan would believe it, and agreed that the time had come to break that ancient police department rule. He pulled out all the reports on Rizzo, went over them, looking through the files for something. And then he found it. This was the time, he remembers, when the troubles between the IRA and the Protestants were really blowing up in Northern Ireland. Not that they've ever stopped, of course, but the situation was really bad then, people getting killed all over the place, practically a real war going on. Now, I know that Hogan's an Irish Catholic, just like me, and, to put it mildly, he doesn't like what's going on over there. And I know, and we can show it to him, that Rizzo had been a gun runner, that had been one of his rackets. So suddenly, this real bullshit story comes to me, and it looks pretty good. We'll tell Hogan that it looks like the reason Rizzo is going to Munich is to make contact with the people at Krupp over there and arrange to buy guns which he's going to ship to the Protestants in Northern Ireland to use against the Catholics. I figure if Hogan's going to buy anything, it'll be something like that. Coffey went back to Vetrano with the story. Vetrano listened, started to grin, laughed out loud. "That's pretty good, Joe," he said. "It just might work. Anyway, let me give it a shot. I'll go in and see the boss and lay it out for him." Coffey waited near Vetrano's office with mounting anticipation while Vetrano went in to talk to Hogan. Vetrano reappeared about 15 minutes later, grinned at Coffey. He didn't say yes, the inspector said, but then he didn't say no. He said he'd think about it over the weekend and give us an answer on Monday. You're still in business. But Monday was a long way off, and a lot could happen over the weekend. Coffey knew he could not rush Hogan, that he would have to wait those days. But still, he wondered if perhaps his chances might improve, become more solid, if he could enlist additional support to put more pressure on the district attorney. He sought out Frank Rogers, an assistant district attorney, the chief administrator of the office, a man very close to Hogan and someone Coffey had come to know well and respect. Late that Friday afternoon, he asked Rogers to have a drink with him. Over a couple of martinis, he explained exactly what he wanted to do and why. He told him the story he had invented for Hogan's benefit and the reason for it, and stressed how his intuition had so far been right, and there was no reason to think it would turn out sour this time. "Now, you have the whole thing, Frank," he said. "I would appreciate your help in getting the okay from Hogan." Rogers nodded slowly. "I think you've got your teeth into something, Joe," he said. "I'll talk to the boss. I'll do whatever I can to help." Coffey wandered through the weekend, edgy, nervous, the waiting pressing in like a restricting garment, making it hard to eat or breathe or sleep. He took offense at even the mildest remark, from Pat or the kids, found himself snapping and snarling at them. All he wanted was for Monday to arrive, for Hogan to say yes. Monday morning, within an hour after they arrived at the office, Coffey skipped an early appearance at the plant for a change. Coffey and Vetrano were summoned by Hogan. The district attorney told them to sit down, stared at them silently, his expression blank, unreadable. "I've thought about it," he said when the waiting became unbearable. "I've come to a decision." He looked from one to the other, leaned forward. I agreed that that man, Rizzo, must be followed to Munich. I agree that we must send someone to find out exactly what he's up to. If he's trying to send arms to Ireland, we have to stop it. But I'm only going to approve sending one man. That's all we can afford. That one man is going to be you, Joe Coffey, nobody else. Joe, we'll give you $1,000 to cover all your expenses, and let me tell you, that's more than we can really afford. But let me warn you right now, you better come back with results, or you can start looking for a job as a night watchman. Coffey floated out of Hogan's office. Since, unlike Rizzo, he would not be traveling on a special package deal, would be paying the full freight all the way, the plane fare alone was going to cost $852 round trip. That would leave him less than the $150 for the hotel and all the rest of his expenses. That didn't bother him at all. I was so enthusiastic about this that I didn't care if they told me they were only going to give me $200. I wanted to go. I had to go. Part 2. Operation Fräulein. 6. Rizzo would leave for Munich on Saturday, February 26th, and arrive in Germany on Sunday morning. Hogan's approval of Coffey's pursuit had come on Monday, February 14th, and it was Coffey's intention to leave for Munich 2 days before Rizzo, so he'd have time to set everything in motion in advance. Thus, even working over the weekend, he had fewer than 10 days to get his passport, make the arrangements, and do the 1,000 things that had to be done if the trip were to prove as meaningful as he hoped. It was obvious that the one sure way of learning what Rizzo was about was through electronic surveillance. The German laws on wiretapping and bugging then had to be researched to find out just what was possible. Coffey reached out to a friend at Interpol, Kenneth Genelise, and after a few days, Genelise sent back news that was both good and bad. The good: the German eavesdropping laws were nearly identical with the American ones, with a single exception. In the United States, a court order could be obtained to wiretap the suspected criminal, but not his intended victim. In Germany, the court could order wiretaps and bugs on both criminal and victim. The bad: the law had been on the books since the birth of the Federal Republic of Germany in 1949, but it had never been used. The dark shadow of the Hitler years, when no German citizen was safe from the brutal arm of the Gestapo, hung over that law and anything aimed at intruding into a citizen's private affairs. A liberal press maintained a posture as watchdog, prepared to raise the alarm when and if any of those relics of the Hitler years made a reappearance. As a result, the highly sensitive German authorities had allowed the law to languish unused, only words in the book of statutes. Perhaps, Coffey and Vitrano tried to persuade themselves, if a New York detective arrived with strong enough evidence, the Germans could be brought around to dusting off those books and putting the statutes to work. But what evidence would be strong enough to win over those suspicious Germans? All that had been turned up so far had related to crimes in the United States. That would have little relevance for authorities in another country. The news that a member of the American Mafia, no matter how highly placed or dangerous, was about to pay a visit to Munich would not be enough. What was needed was something directly connected with the potential commission of a crime on German soil, something solid enough so the Germans could not ignore it and would realize that the only way to confirm and possibly prevent it was through electronic surveillance. A few days before Coffey's planned departure, the wiretap on Jimmy's lounge came up with what they needed. Rizzo was on the phone with a swindler named Harry Hesche Lebensfeld. He and Rizzo had worked together on a few deals, and Lebensfeld owed Rizzo some money. Rizzo said they had to get together to talk about that debt. Lebensfeld said he couldn't do it right then because he was leaving for Germany within a few days. Maybe when he got back, they could meet and settle things. Rizzo said they could do it in Germany. He was going to Munich on Saturday himself. As long as Lebensfeld was also going to be there, then they certainly should meet and work things out. The sooner it was done, the better it would be for everyone. If there was a certain vagueness to the conversation, still, it had a menacing undertone. Given Rizzo's reputation, It was possible to read into it that Rizzo was extorting money from Lebensfeld, intended to try to collect it while both were in Munich, and would not hesitate at murdering Lebensfeld if his demands were not satisfied. That, at least, was the imputation Coffey was going to put on it. He would show the transcript of that phone call to his German counterparts, together with a copy of Judge Burns's order, so they would know that it had been obtained legally, and then would give them his reading of its meaning. That ought to be enough, he thought, to turn them from their reluctance to use bugs and taps. The days between Hogan's approval of the mission and Coffey's departure fled too quickly. Coffey rushed through those days, convinced there was always something more to do, something that could not be ignored. Was there something he had forgotten to ask Gentilese? Was there something essential he had not checked out thoroughly with Vetrano or Goldstock or even Hogan? Should he take sophisticated wiretap and bugging devices with him? He talked about that with Vetrano and Goldstock. They told him to forget it. After all, the Germans were electronics experts. They were certain to have everything he needed and more, and what they had would undoubtedly be better than anything he could find in New York. So why load himself down with unnecessary impedimenta? And of course, there was the plant in Stuyvesant Town. He was drawn to it, unable to stay away. He was convinced that he had to make sure everything was running smoothly and would continue to do so while he was away. Though he was only another detective, no different in rank from the others assigned to the case, he considered it his personal enterprise. He had originated it, had done the initial work on it alone, had a deep and all-absorbing preoccupation with it. So total was his commitment that almost everyone else had come to agree that this was Coffey's case, that he was the man in charge. Now that he was about to go to Germany, some wag in the district attorney's office had begun to refer to the investigation as Operation Fräulein, which, it was then said archly, was what Coffey would actually be doing while he was in Munich. The name had been picked up with a certain glee, and within a matter of weeks, Operation Fräulein had become the official code name for the case, with all its multiplying ramifications. Before he realized it, it was time to leave. My wife and 3 kids drove me to Kennedy to say goodbye. I'm not ashamed to admit that when they left and I was alone and ready to get on the plane, I was scared shitless. First of all, I was going out on a limb with this thing, and my reputation and my career were on the line. And second of all, I'd been told I'd better come back with something or don't come back at all. And third of all, I didn't speak any German, not enough to get along, and I didn't know Munich from Tokyo. And fourth of all, I'm not a big fan of flying. So all these things combined made me a nervous wreck. I had about 5 martinis, and then I got on the plane, and I was on it for about 11 hours before we got to Munich. I couldn't sleep a wink the whole time. When I finally got there, I was exhausted. No sleep, jet lag, the whole bit. All I wanted was to go to bed. But there was no way that was going to happen. Rizzo would be coming in 2 days, and there was too much to do before he got there. When the plane landed, it was noon, Munich time, and the Bavarian police were waiting for him. They greeted him warmly, if a little suspiciously, and drove him straight to the police presidium in the center of the city, where he met with Klaus Peter, the detective assigned to work with him, and other police officials. Coffey had to win them over, convince them to cooperate. They listened without comment or commitment while he went over the documents he had brought with him, explained what he would need from them. It took about an hour for him to discover some other bad news that Gentilese had not given him, probably because there was no way Gentilese or anybody else could have known about it. The Munich police, Peter told him, were ready to assign 16 of their detectives to work with him, to keep constant watch over Rizzo from the moment he arrived until he departed. They were ready to give Coffey interpreters, access to their files and records and their personal knowledge, take him around the city and show him whatever he felt he wanted to see. They'd arranged for him to have a room 2 floors above the one they had managed to have assigned to Rizzo, and they had reserved a room 2 doors away from Rizzo's for use as a command post. They were prepared to give Coffey everything he needed, except one thing. They were not prepared to go along with his desire to wiretap and bug Rizzo's room at the Palace Hotel. Over here in the States, Coffey says, the cops want to tap and bug everything. The minute they get even a hint of something, they want to put a tap on it immediately. And then it takes days and weeks to convince the prosecutor and the judge that there's a legitimate reason for going that way. You practically have to argue yourself hoarse before they agree that's the only way to go. Over there in Germany, it's exactly the opposite. Because they'd never used the wiretap law, they were not very anxious to do it then. In fact, it was about the last thing they wanted to do. From noon until 10 that night, haggard and beyond simple exhaustion, at the end, barely able to make sense to himself, Coffey argued, entreated, did everything he could think of to convince the German police that Rizzo's room at the palace had to be tapped and bugged. He went over all the evidence and all the reasons with Klaus Peter in his group, went over it again for hours with those on the next level of the police hierarchy. Finally, by evening, he was ushered into the offices of Reinhard Ruprecht, the director of the Munich Police Department's Criminal Division, second man in the entire department, and later that year to be in charge of security at the Olympics. It was he who finally directed the attack against the Arab terrorists who held hostage and murdered the Israeli athletes. Fluent in English, Ruprecht heard Coffey's tale, gradually warmed, finally agreed. The police, he said, would go along. Coffey's concern now was that if the police had been so reluctant to use the electronic surveillance law, then the resistance of the prosecutor and the judge would probably be even greater. Before he got the order and got the equipment in place, if he ever did, Rizzo would have come and gone and all would be lost. Escorted by Ruprecht and Peter, Coffey was taken to a meeting with the prosecutor and the judge, and all his fears evaporated. Ruprecht gave them a cursory summary of Coffey's evidence and arguments. Few questions were asked. Within 10 minutes, the order was signed. Peter drove Coffey to the palace, took him up to his room. Coffey collapsed into bed. In the morning, with 24 hours to go before Rizzo's arrival, Coffey got the next piece of bad news. He had the legal order to put an electronic watch on Rizzo's room, but there was no way to do it. The Germans had no equipment. Since they had never before needed any, they had never seen any reason to develop or stock any. Even without sophisticated gear, the wiretap was no trouble. It was only necessary to hook a tape recorder onto the telephone switchboard in the hotel, though any time anybody in the hotel made a phone call, it would activate the recorder. Still, that was not an unmanageable problem, and Rizzo's incoming and outgoing calls could be recorded. The bug was a different matter. Captain Rudolf Pescher of the Munich Police Criminal Division came up with a solution. He had contacts within the American Central Intelligence Agency community in Germany. They were sure to have something, and if an immediate meeting could be arranged, perhaps their help could be enlisted. Coffey, Pescher, and Peter had lunch that day with several CIA officials at the United States Army Officers Club in Munich. There was some amused grins as Coffey spelled out the bind. The CIA, the officials said, was willing to step in, would even assign an agent technician to install and service the bug. And the bug needed plenty of servicing. Coffey saw, as soon as he was given a look at the devices, that what the CIA was using in Germany was nowhere near as advanced or sensitive as the bugs used by the police in New York, bugs Coffey might have brought with him had he been forewarned. The radius of the CIA bugs was limited, which was not a great problem in a hotel room, but, and most important, the bugs worked off batteries with a limited life, batteries that had to be changed every 24 hours. That meant once a day, the CIA technician would have to gain access to Rizzo's room. When Rizzo arrived at noon on Sunday, February 27th, Coffey was waiting for him at the airport with the first of the German surveillance teams that would cling to him throughout his stay. They tailed him to the Palace Hotel, watched as he checked in, as he was assigned to room 354. An hour before, the bug had been planted in the massage unit on the bed in that room. 2 rooms away, in room 350, German detectives and interpreters fluent in German, English, and Italian waited, hovered over tape recorders and monitors, listening for the first sign. Rizzo entered his room. Through the monitors came the sounds of movement, of a suitcase being opened and closed, of drawers and closet doors opening and closing. Rizzo picked up the phone, dialed a Munich number. The clicks clattered onto the tape. Hello? Hello, Al? Hello, is this Al? Fred? Bitte? I must have dialed the wrong number. He tried again. This time there was no answer. He called the hotel operator, gave her the number he was trying to reach, asked her to try it for him. There was no answer. But it was a Sunday night, and he was calling a business telephone. The number was that of a Swiss company called Interpromotions Corporation. Its director for German affairs, who was in charge of the Munich office, was a man named Alfred Barg. Rizzo tried another Munich number. Hello? Hello, could I speak to Ensa, please? Bitte? There is no Ensa. He recited the number he had dialed. Ja, that is the number. I'm sorry, ma'am. Somebody gave me this number in the United States, and they told me to call up and ask for Ensa. He's a friend of mine, and there is no Ensa here. Oh, okay. Thank you. I must have dialed the wrong number. 2 rooms away, the German cops checked the Munich telephone directory, found a Winfried Ensa listed, whose number was close enough to be the one Rizzo had called, to assure them that this was the number that he had been trying to reach. A call to the police presidium turned up the information that Winfried Ensa was a businessman of uncertain reputation. He had been questioned by the police about his link to the sale in Brussels 18 months before of a stolen $100,000 United States Treasury certificate. He was also suspected of being deeply involved in spreading stolen stocks and bonds around Europe. Not enough conclusive evidence had been gathered to indict or try him, but there was enough so that his passport had been temporarily revoked. Rizzo gave up and went to bed. In the morning, he was up by 8:30 and went down to the coffee shop for breakfast. That gave the CIA technician plenty of time to get into his room, change the batteries on the bug, check to make certain that everything was operating properly. He was gone by the time Rizzo returned, and once more began making phone calls. He tried, without success, to reach a used car dealer in Augsburg, an American named Jack Calvel. Klaus Peter looked at Coffee, smiled knowingly, and nodded. Calvel was the object of an investigation by the German police and Interpol. He was considered an important member of a ring that sold stolen cars at cut rates to American soldiers stationed in Germany. Rizzo also tried several times to reach Alfred Barg. He was told by a secretary at Interpromotions that Barg was out, would not be back until late in the afternoon. About 3 that afternoon, Rizzo finally got through. Herr Barg, please. Just a moment, the secretary said. Hello? Herr Barg. Ja? Hello, Fred. Vincent. I am sorry, Barg said, and it was apparent that he was not fluent in English, that he had to struggle and speak slowly to come up with the right words. He has not called me yet, Barg said. Okay, I'll call you back later. An hour later, Rizzo was on the phone with Barg again. Hello, Fred, he said. All right. How long are you going to stay there? How long are you going to stay in your office? I do not know. Well, Fred, you have to stay there till we see Ensa. Do you understand? Nein, Barg said. I am not certain. Well, you'd better talk to Ensa. I will talk to him. We have to meet. I will talk to Ensa. Rizzo hung up, tried to call a number in Amsterdam, but could not get through. He tried to call Ensa, but nobody answered. It was starting to get dark when he suddenly strode out of his room, out of the hotel, and got into a cab. He led his German stalkers to Tengstrasse 38, where Interpromotions maintained its German offices. The German surveillance team could do nothing but wait outside, knowing only that Rizzo had taken the elevator to the floor where Interpromotions was located. Rizzo strode into the office of Interpromotions, shoved his way past a protesting secretary, burst into Barg's private office. You've been giving me the runaround, he said without preliminaries. Barg, startled, stared at him without comprehension. I do not know you. You better know me, Rizzo said. The way Rizzo said that caused a wave of fear to surge through the German. I'm the guy who's come to collect the money you owe, 350 grand. I want it now. No more alibis. I want it. That's why I'm here. I do not know you, Barg repeated, struggling. How can I pay to somebody I do not know? Call Billy Benjamin in Philadelphia, Rizzo said. Tell him you just saw Vincent Rizzo, and Rizzo says you're to pay the money to him. Understand? Benjamin will give you the word. You make that call, and then you pay up. I want the dough in my hotel room tomorrow morning. Understand? I will call Benjamin, Barg said. Rizzo turned, stalked out of the office, led the surveillance team back to the hotel. He tried Ensa again. No answer. He gave up, went down to dinner, returned to his room, and went to bed early. Though they had no idea yet what was going on, it was apparent to Coffey and the German detectives working with him that something important was soon to happen, that Rizzo was trying to arrange a meeting and it could take place at any time. What they hoped was that when it did, it would happen in his room so they could hear it all. The CIA technician arrived early on Tuesday morning with his equipment, ready to dart into Rizzo's room and change the batteries in the bug as soon as the American went down for breakfast. Through the bug, they heard the sounds of Rizzo stirring, rising, washing, and dressing. He picked up the telephone, asked for room service. This is room 354, he said. I want to order breakfast. What? Oh, orange juice, fried eggs, bacon, toast, coffee. Deliver it as soon as you can. Coffey looked at the technician, at the German detectives. Oh, shit, he said. That's what you'll get, shit, nothing, the CIA man said, unless I can get in there pretty soon and change the batteries. Rizzo did not leave, and the sounds coming from the bug began to fade. The waiter arrived, and Rizzo's words to him were less audible. Coffey paced room 350, sweating, growing more agitated, trying to figure out some way to lure Rizzo from the room. If something happened in that room and the batteries had not been changed, the whole enterprise would die with a dead bug. At 11, the phone in Rizzo's room rang. He picked it up. At least the tap was still working. Hello, he said. This is Ensa. Where you been? I've been trying to reach you for 2 days. I did not know you were coming. Nobody told me you were coming to Germany. Yeah, well, I'm here and we gotta meet. Yes. Now, no more delays. You get Fred and you get over here. Now. Yes, I will get him. We will be there at 12:30. On the dot, it will be 12:45. You just get here. I'll be waiting. Now it was obvious that something vital was going to happen. A call was made to the police presidium, and within minutes the room began to fill with detectives and interpreters. Still, Rizzo did not leave his room, and the sounds from it over the monitor were growing fainter. Unless they could manage to get him out long enough for the technician to get in and change the batteries, they would be locked out, unable to pick up anything when Ensa and Barg arrived, never to know what was going on in there. They tried frantically to come up with an idea. Could they stage a fire, an alarm, anything to get Rizzo out? If they did that, maybe he would not return, would hold his meeting somewhere else. A little after 12, Rizzo picked up the phone again, called the front desk. This is Mr. Rizzo in room 354. I'm expecting 2 visitors pretty soon, a Mr. Ensa and a Mr. Barg. When they show up, will you have me paged? I'll be in the bar. Thanks. The phone went back into the cradle. Rizzo's door opened and closed. He padded along the carpet toward the elevator. In room 350 there was no movement, no noise until the sound of the elevator door opening and closing could be heard in the hallway. Then there was a frenzy of activity. One German detective, carrying a walkie-talkie and a stopwatch, raced for the elevator, timed its descent, then stationed himself in the lobby nearby to alert those above the moment Rizzo started to return. They would have, he whispered through the walkie-talkie, exactly 20 seconds from the time Rizzo got onto the elevator. Carrying his tools, the CIA technician started out the door in the direction of Rizzo's room. He stopped abruptly. The maid was just opening the door to room 354. He stepped back, looked toward Coffee. "What do we do now?" Coffee looked around desperately. The door to the tiled bathroom was open. If something happened in that bathroom, he suddenly thought, they could call for the maid to clean it up. That would give the technician the necessary time. Coffee picked up a glass, started to drop it, realized he would need more than that. If he dropped the glass, the shards would be in a small area, could be cleaned up quickly. He pulled back his arm, heaved the glass at the tiled wall. It exploded in a thundering echo, spraying fragments all over the bathroom. He rushed to the hall door. "Maid!" he yelled. The maid appeared in the doorway of Rizzo's room. "Bitte?" "We've had an accident in here," Coffee said. "Could you come in and clean it up?" "Bitte?" She looked at him blankly. She spoke no English. One of the German detectives spoke to her. She understood him only a little better. She was from Italy, spoke and understood only Italian. One of the interpreters spoke to her in Italian. She understood, nodded, smiled, grabbed her bucket, broom, scrub brushes, cloths, entered the room, went to the bathroom, and began to clean the shattered glass. As she bent over her work, the CIA technician grabbed his kit, raced into Rizzo's room, unscrewed the cover from the massager, changed the batteries, checked them and the connections, hurried out. It took him less than a minute. "We're back at business," he told Coffee. The maid finished in the bathroom, smiled at the men in room 350, went back to Rizzo's room, cleaned it, made it up. She was just leaving when the walkie-talkie sputtered to life. Rizzo's 2 visitors had arrived. The 3 men had just gotten onto the elevator. The door to Rizzo's room opened. The switches on the tape recorder and the monitor were flipped on. The reels began to spin. For the next hour and a half, everyone in room 350 was gathered around the recorder and monitor, straining not to miss a word, an intonation, anything. 7. "You want something to drink?" Rizzo's voice came through the monitor, clear, distinct. In room 350, there was a deep breath of relief. "Scotch. I drink scotch," Barg said. "Okay, any particular kind? Chivas okay?" He picked up the phone, called room service. "Send up a bottle of Chivas Regal Scotch. Oh, and some ice and water. This is room 354. There was silence, broken by the sound of bodies moving, shifting, weight settling into chairs. "Now," Rizzo began. "I have to tell you," Ensa interrupted hurriedly. "But tell me first, what is this Benjamin thing? What has transpired?" "He had a little problem," Rizzo said. "So what happened? Ricky had to go to Philadelphia because his brother was sick, and they let him out. They made him call up Maurice while I was there. And he told Maurice, release the money to Benjamin. The $200,000 and the $150,000 that he had coming." 2 rooms away, Coffee nodded to himself over the notebook in which he had begun furiously scribbling notes, jotting down the names as they were mentioned. The reference to Benjamin clicked. It had to be William Benjamin, the Philadelphia forger who often worked with Rizzo. And Coffee knew just what Benjamin's problem was. He had been picked up by federal agents in mid-December while carrying a package of stolen securities. "Now," Ensa said, "you belong to the people which—" Rizzo cut him off. "No, I got the money coming." "I must tell you something," Ensa said. "When Ricky was here, we only had to deal with Ricky. And then when Mr. Jacobs, he was ill, he sent his son. And after then came Benjamin. And then at the moment when he came and Benjamin was here, I got a call from the people over there and they said, 'Well, you don't have anything to discuss with Benjamin.' And I said, 'Benjamin, come here, listen. They say I don't have anything to discuss with you. You are out of this deal.' 'Okay,' he said. 'Well, I got to get back. Please help me. Give me the money I need here.' And you gave him 3,500 marks, something like that," Rizzo said. "I gave him a little bit more. Doesn't matter," Ensa said. "And then he said, 'Okay, but first I come back. I see you soon, and you get the news, and you get a letter from me, or I come back myself.' He didn't come because he got arrested," Rizzo said. Ricky came in from California, got him out of jail for 3 or 4 or 5 days or whatever it was. They had a meeting. I was there. That's when I said we have to resolve this thing. They says Evelyn called up Maurice and says to Maurice not to release any money. So Ricky said, I don't know whether you know the whole story from the beginning on, Ensa interrupted. You can't know. I know, Rizzo said with an edge. I'll tell you what I know. We were supposed to get the money October 15th. Then it's October 30th. Then in November. He called up Fred 20, 30 times, right? Correct, Ensa agreed. Oh, you are right. Now, Rizzo said, I had a friend of mine call up a couple of times because he's a partner with me. I tell him, call up and see what it's all about. Maybe he doesn't speak English at all. Maybe the only one that spoke English is Ensa. He says, well, I didn't see Ensa. And I said, we'll get together and try to resolve things. Well, that's all. I got to come over here, first of all, to get some money. Second of all, to make an arrangement. The arrangement that you originally were hoping to make with Jerry, Ricky's son. That was open an account in Switzerland. Correct? That's right. And putting the money. I'll do that now. They were interrupted by a knock at the door. Rizzo opened it. It was the waiter. Yeah? Rizzo said. Oh, put the stuff on the table right here. Here. Danke. The door closed. The only sound for a moment was of ice and glasses and the pouring of the scotch. The sounds would be repeated often over the next 90 minutes. Barg did most of the drinking, Rizzo and Ensa only a little. But Barg was an alcoholic. He said later that he drank so much as a way of finding relief from the migraines he suffered, an affliction that came from the air and the winds that blow down over Munich from the Bavarian Alps. Listen, Ensa said once the drinks had been passed around. I tell you the story from the beginning on. The first time I met Ricky before. I know, Rizzo said. I was involved in that too. Oh, I see, Ensa said, and he sounded a little uncertain, a little surprised. Well, the first time when I met Benjamin before in London, before we started this deal. You mean with Ricky and Tony? Yes, Tony, Ricky, Benjamin, some people else I don't know them, Maurice and me. The first man I met there was called Dr. Ladle, and this guy was a friend of Ricky. Right. And he couldn't speak to Ricky because Ricky doesn't speak any German and he doesn't speak any English. And Ricky said to me, please ask him what he does want. What does he want for his friends in Rome? So I learned they had a deal in Rome. This deal would be made with his people in the Vatican, and Dr. Ladle said, okay, I need this merchandise. Yeah, in counterfeit. Ensa kept talking as though he had not heard, as though it was essential that he explained as much as possible before Rizzo stopped him. And Ricky asked me, not 1 or 2 or 3 times, 20 times. Ask him again. Is he quite sure that the people in Rome and the Vatican, his friends, that they want counterfeit? And Dr. Ladle says, they want all I can get. I can only say, yes, that's what they want. In the meantime, Ricky went away. These words sounded louder than they really were, clearer, more distinct, as they came over the monitor and struck the ears of the listeners. Coffey and the German detective stared at the monitor in disbelief, stared at each other in shock. Except for the CIA technician, they were all Catholics. Even those who understood no English caught the word Vatican, so similar in all languages. Impossible, someone whispered. It can't be true. Be quiet. The words, a sharp exclamation, were in order. We must hear it all. They pressed forward, straining, determined not to miss a syllable. But unlike those detectives, Rizzo seemed to have less than an overwhelming interest in the Vatican and those counterfeits. He lost his appeal, Rizzo said casually. He had to go in. Yes, Ensa agreed. That's what I mean. So he sent his son and the son grabbed $5,000 from you, Rizzo said. Am I right? Something in the way he said that convinced the listening Coffey that he was checking, testing, perhaps both Ensa and Ricky's son. Much more, Ensa said, much more. I'd like to know how much, Rizzo said. I know, but I want to know. Ensa and Barg held a whispered conversation in German. Ensa said to Rizzo. He told me 70,000 marks. Rizzo said, He said the kid got 70,000 marks? Something registered in Coffey's memory. 70,000 Deutschmarks was something more than $25,000. That was the amount Rizzo had told Izzy Marion the guy in California owed him. Rizzo obviously wanted to pursue that line for the moment. To the relief of the listeners, however, Ensa was more anxious to go on with his story of the Vatican and the counterfeits. This is not the thing we have to discuss, he said. I must tell you the story, that you know everything from the beginning on. I know, Rizzo said, and again it was apparent that he had little desire to hear something he already knew. But Ensa ignored him, rushed on. Tony, Jerry, and Dr. Ladle and Maurice and me and two other German people, I sent them by car to Rome. I had to pay for everybody, of course, and Dr. Ladle was expecting us in Rome, and from this moment we had only 2 days. We were waiting in Rome, and the only word that Dr. Ladle and his Italian friends, they were negotiating and doing something. We couldn't check what they did. And after 2 weeks I said, Okay, friends, we must go back. I cannot stay any longer here in Rome because the money is finished and we must go back. And Dr. Ladle said, Everything is okay. Only a few more days and we get the money. How? I don't know because I could not attend the deals. I don't know what they did. I have everyone waiting there, and Jerry was waiting there, and so we go back to Munich. And I think 3 or 4 weeks later, Jerry called me from the States and he said to me, Ensa, we saw in the newspaper, in the New York Herald Tribune, that something happened in Rome with our merchandise. Well, I said, I don't know. Our newspapers, I didn't read something like that. And he said, well, believe me, it is quite clear that's our merchandise. In the meantime, Maurice was in Rome. So I said to Jerry, Jerry, wait, I'll call you. I must first speak to Maurice. He must know something about this case, and I must ask him. Nothing had happened. I am in contact with those people every day. I am here, and everything is okay. So I said to Jerry, I can't find out what happened, but they say everything is okay. Nothing was okay. What he read in the newspaper, that was absolutely right. That was accurate. And they didn't inform us what happened. And then the Italian people, they said, well, we couldn't know that the rules applied. And then they said, well, the merchandise is lost. So I said to Jerry, I cannot help you. That is a matter of Ricky's and your matter. He is not my friend, Dr. Ladle. I don't know him. He said, please check everything as far as possible and then call Dr. Ladle. That's all. That's the only thing you can do. Okay. In room 350, that outpouring was heard with total concentration, with fascination, and with a considerable lack of comprehension. There was a thirst for more, a prayer that Ensa, and maybe Rizzo too, would follow this path, would spell out the details slowly, so that understanding would finally emerge. Without warning, Ensa was off in another direction. The other merchandise which he got, Ensa asked, it was worth $900,000? It took a few moments before anyone realized that the he Ensa was talking about was not Jerry or Dr. Ladle, but Barg, and that the subject was a totally different deal from the Vatican. Whatever it was, Rizzo said, and his voice was hard, an undertone of menace coloring it. I only want to make one point clear. I'm not interested in how much merchandise was involved. I'm only interested in the money that's coming to these people. There's $200,000, Ensa, coming to these people. To which people? Ensa asked. To whoever supplied whatever you got, Rizzo said with impatience. They got to get $200,000 and $150,000. Where do you know this from? Where do I know this from? Rizzo laughed, but there was no humor in the sound. From Ricky. Where do I know this from? From Bill, from him. Bill went and asked him, do you owe this money? And he says yes. Wait, Ensa said quickly. You are speaking about the merchandise which was lost in Italy, or only this one? Only this one, Rizzo said. Yes, only this one. Maurice is a different chapter. You are not responsible for Maurice. Maurice goofed. We'll take care of Maurice ourselves, in our own way. I'm only here for one reason. From the moment they had walked into that room, Ensa had been looking desperately for an opening, something that would permit him to take the play away from Rizzo, launch a counterattack, and so put Rizzo on the defensive. He knew why Rizzo was in Munich, to collect $350,000 from him and Barg. If he had had any doubts, the American had made that clear to him, and to the listeners 2 rooms away, within minutes after the conversation began. He had tried to divert Rizzo with talk about the Vatican, but Rizzo would not be diverted. Now he tried another ploy. Ricky, he said, had assured him that the $900,000 package of merchandise, and he put a name to that merchandise, Coca-Cola Bottling Company of Los Angeles, was qualified merchandise. But Ensa pressed on. "Are you quite sure? It's very important for me to know." "That isn't counterfeit?" Rizzo asked. "I will call up when I get back and verify it there." Then his voice hardened. "But what has this got to do with this right now?" Ensa went into a long, rambling, and confusing explanation, confusing at least to those listening in, if not to Rizzo, about a friend of Dr. Ladle named Dr. Amato from Milan, who had taken possession of the merchandise and then had not paid for it because, he said, it was bad merchandise. This was causing a lot of trouble for Ensa and Maurice, and they couldn't get their money until they were able to tell Dr. Amato that this merchandise is absolutely okay. Ricky had assured him that the merchandise, the Coca-Cola bottling, was okay, was qualified. But now Ensa was very troubled, especially since another friend, whom Rizzo knew, named Jacques Soussan from Amsterdam, had also told him, and not 2 weeks before, that the Coca-Cola was not okay. Rizzo dismissed all that, said, "All the stuff I got was good." The only thing he was interested in was getting what he had come for. "We'll arrange something between ourselves," he said, "and put it on paper. Ricky's involved in it, and Bill. I told Ricky whatever I do with Jacques, he gets something out of it. Whatever I do with anybody here that I represent. What I want is this, Ensa. I have to check this situation with Fred, because I have to bring these people back the money, and an answer, and a commitment. Because there's a lot of money laying out over there." Ensa did not want to talk about that. He wanted to talk about the merchandise, whether it was qualified or not, whether they might have to get it back from Dr. Amato, which might cost him about 50,000 marks. Rizzo vented a deep sigh, decided to turn to something else for the moment. "May I ask you a question?" he said. "When you cashed that bond, Ricky gave you 3? "Yes," Ensa said. "You mean the treasury bills?" "Yes," Rizzo said. "Why couldn't you cash the other 2? "That was Ricky," Ensa explained. "He took the other 2 back with him." "How much did you get?" Rizzo asked. "Me?" Ensa said. 4,000. Me for my part." "For your part," Rizzo said. "And what did Ricky get? He told me he only got 30. Ensa emitted a loud laugh. "Oh, very good." Rizzo was not amused. "What happened to the other money? That's what I wanted to find out. He says that he got beat." "Well," Ensa said, "if he would wait 8-10 days longer, I could have given him all that money because we were in Brussels, and when he came back from there," Rizzo said, "I met him in Munich. I met him in the Bayerischer Hof. It was November 1970. "He made 2 mistakes," Ensa said. "When I was in Brussels together with him, he said, 'Ensa, I am in a hurry. I must go.' And so my friend in Brussels gave him a check, a German check. The check he brought back several days later, and he said, 'I cannot cash this goddamn check because—' "Yeah," Rizzo said. "He wanted to give us the check. I told him to stick it up his ass." "The check was good," Ensa insisted. "I wanted cash," Rizzo said. "I don't care if it's in, what's that Jewish money? It's called pounds. Pounds, yeah. I don't care if it's in pounds. I don't want no check." "The check," Ensa said, "was very good." "I don't want no check," Rizzo said sharply. "Well, all right," Ensa soothed. "We took the next plane. We went to Frankfurt. He was very worried because it was a lot of money, and the banker said to me, 'Please, let us go down into the cellar. There you get the money.' So I left the lobby of the bank, and Ricky was observing the main floor. He saw me going in, not going out, and then I came out, then I put all the money in the bag, and then he took the next plane and went away. He went to Munich, Rizzo said, and for some reason both he and Ensa found that amusing. Both laughed loudly. Then Rizzo became serious again. All right, let's get back to what kind of arrangements are we going to make with this money? Ensa and Barg spoke briefly in German then, and Ensa said to Rizzo, Is it correct when he asked me, what is your position in the deal? And I said to him, I get all the money, Rizzo said. All the money I get. Ricky's money, Bill's money, Evelyn's money. I get it all. I had to come and get it, you see. All their money. Yes, of course, Ensa agreed quickly. And is it right when I say that you are the man who's supplied the merchandise to the people? Is that not right? No, that's not right, Rizzo said sharply. I'm just an errand boy, Ensa. Whatever my capacity is, it's immaterial. I'll tell you one thing. Anything we talk, in other words, this is one subject. Any subject we talk about, you can talk to me about. I know about it. You do not object to me when I say, that's the boss. You're not mad at me when I say, I am the boss. Rizzo gave a short laugh. See, he said, them people. The money don't belong to Ricky. The $150,000 belong to him. Well, now we talk about the $200,000. It don't belong to Ricky. It don't belong to Bill, Jerry, Evelyn, Maurice, Jacques, you name them. It don't belong. It belongs to the people where the thing came from, and they want their money. Now, I'm the person who's supposed to give them their money. Now I guaranteed Ricky and Bill and the others, and you guaranteed, yes, I guaranteed them, and let me tell you this. This is important. When I had the conversation with Ricky, I says, I'm not interested in your money. I'm interested in this money that you loaned because of this particular item. And I says, I'm not going to go. I'm no collection man for you to collect your money. I said, you do whatever the fuck you want with your money. Let your son collect it, your wife, whoever's around. So when he called up Maurice, he said, look, do you want to collect my money? If they got it, you get money too. I says, all right, but money comes first. The $200,000 I got to get to pay off whatever I have to pay off. And then after the $200,000, the next $150,000 on the end, that's your money. Then you get your money. So then he says, all right. So I says, how much does Fred owe? And he says, $350,000. I says, okay. Then this was before Bill was here. That's why I got very upset. Because Bill says, I met Maurice, Ensa, and Fred at the Bayerischer Hof, and Maurice says he's got no money coming. So I says, Bill, why don't you pick up a chair and break Maurice's head when you know your life is on the stake over there for this money? There's too much involved. How the fuck does this guy get off saying you have no money? Go call immediately. Call up Evelyn and let Evelyn get in touch with Ricky because she goes to see him every week. And you stay. You stay in Germany till you resolve it. The next time he came into New York, and he almost got a heart attack because I started hollering at him. I says, you went there. You got to resolve this thing. Billy says, right, Ricky's coming out. He's coming out because his brother's sick, and he'll be in Philadelphia. He says, I swear, Evelyn didn't call up Maurice. Maurice did this on his own. I says, all right, Maurice did this on his own. He says, look out for your own welfare. Let's call up Maurice. So we called up Maurice. I says, leave the money at Benjamin's. The money they have coming and the money I have coming. Let Benjamin or his associates collect this money too. Ensa heard it all, and, with a slight tremor in his voice, he tried to turn Rizzo back to the question of whether the Coca-Cola Bottling Company of Los Angeles is okay or not okay. Ensa, Rizzo said, you're off the train of thought I'm talking about. I'm talking about the money that Fred owes. Fred owes money. He bought some property in Spain or France or something, and the property was going to be sold for houses. This is the story they tell me. The money was going to be placed in a bank, see? Stop, Ensa shouted. The story is true. He elaborated. As Rizzo knew, Barg was a very important man with a big company whose main offices were in Switzerland. In order to make his position stronger, he put this merchandise in envelopes, and the notary makes a stamp on it, and the check. I have checked this. This is okay. So nobody could check this merchandise because nobody was interested because nobody would sell this merchandise. It was only security. The merchandise was then put in a bank for safekeeping. Then Ricky and Jerry and Benjamin started demanding money. I know all that, Rizzo said. And Jerry was supposed to go with you or Fred to Switzerland to open his account. Right, Ensa agreed. But he never did. That's right. I know all this, Rizzo said. You tell me, Ensa, what has transpired as of now? It's about a year now. What has transpired? The deal that you was going to do with Jerry, I want you to do with me now. Okay, Ensa agreed with alacrity. Now let me tell you. Let me finish this first, Rizzo said. I don't expect him to come up with the $350,000 at one time. I know. It's very improbable. But I want to set up something, have some of this money before I go back, set up an account. This way I go to these people and they say, Vincent, did you do it? Did you set it up? Did you? We're going to get our money? I say, yeah, I set it up. Your money's being returned. Ensa explained Rizzo's demand to Barg in German, telling him this is something we must do. He turned back to Rizzo and started through his explanation to Barg. What I said to Freddie was, now you are only responsible to the people which supplied the merchandise a year ago, and they want to know, they want their money, Rizzo said tersely. What price? Ensa asked. How many marks for you each month that you can say when you go back? The same as he was going to do with Jerry, Rizzo said. He says, October 15th. He called up. He says something about, do you have the money? I think it was $35,000 or $40,000. He says, yeah, I have the money. Then it came to $125,000. He says, oh, I'll have that much money. This is what they tell me over there. I don't know, because this is the first time I spoke to him. Ensa spoke rapidly in German to Barg, turned back to Rizzo, and told him it would not be difficult to open an account into which money would be deposited every month to clear up the debt. Then he returned to an old refrain, insisting that he must know whether the merchandise was good or bad. Rizzo was running out of patience about that. Now, he said, it's immaterial whether it's good or bad. Let me tell you why. Suppose it isn't good. Whatever you need, I can get you. So what's the difference? But Ensa was not satisfied with Rizzo's assurance. He continued to worry that point for several minutes. And then suddenly there was something new, and the listeners 2 rooms away stared at each other in bewilderment, trying to make sense of it, wondering how much more was going to come out before this meeting ended. Maurice, he said, gave merchandise to his Italian friends in Milano. Sure, Rizzo said, but he gave them bills of exchange. Remember them? From the nuns and the saints of the bush and all that. Yes, I've heard, Ensa said. This bills of exchange. Wait a minute. Rosario, something like that. Right. I said to Ricky, I'm a German. I'm not an Italian. But I know the Italians much better than you. You come from the States. Are you so sure that the people in Italy, you can trust them? I must tell you something about the Italian people of Europe. But you can trust Maurice, Rizzo said. Absolutely, Ensa agreed. But he is a fool, this Maurice. He is very, very stupid. He makes mistakes in a lot of places. But he is absolutely true and a man you can trust. He is French. But I never trust Italian people. I never trust them. What about me? Rizzo asked softly. Ensa either did not hear that or decided not to pick up on it. I was there in the wartime, he said. I was in Italy 2 years. I know them so good. I speak their language a little bit. I don't like their language, only when they're singing. I don't trust them. I can't stand those people. When they open their mouths, they lie. They have stories. They're very, very beautiful and very, very nice, but you can never finish a deal on this thing or that. They always look for a way to get you, and they get you. Why? Rizzo asked blandly. Because we cannot do it. I mean, you and I are different. You are a stranger. You cannot do anything. And this is what I said to Ricky in London. You check and we take our half and bring it to Italy. We don't know what has happened there. Believe me, I know him. I was in the car of Dr. Ladle. You cannot imagine the situation there. And I saw he is not a doctor, really. He's in prison now. Rizzo barked a laugh. Yes, Ensa said. Believe me, in prison. You know that he only had 3 fingers? He lost 2 fingers. And in Germany, the people say, well, when you don't trust someone, you cannot give him your hand because you lose your fingers. You must count your fingers. Ensa, Rizzo interrupted sharply. Now I'm serious. But Ensa would not be interrupted. He had started a story, and he was intent on finishing it. You know what he said to me? You cannot give him your hand. You cannot trust him because you'll lose your fingers. And so Ensa, that's me, has no fingers. And I said, well, you must count them before you give him your hand. And now, I think 2 months ago, in the newspaper, what is this? He kills animals. His profession is a butcher. He makes meat. Yeah, Rizzo laughed. A rabbi. Yes? Ensa asked uncertainly. A rabbi, Rizzo repeated. That is his profession, Ensa agreed, not a doctor. Well, Rizzo said, a doctor in prison is a rabbi. Oh, Ensa said. And this was the man Ricky sent to me. Maurice was in Rome. I was in Rome. I was there too, Rizzo said matter-of-factly. Yes? Ensa was startled. If you know me, Rizzo said, I was sitting in the other half of the Excelsior. I was watching all of you. Yes? Yeah, Rizzo said, and he laughed. They told me, do you want to meet him? I says, I don't want to meet him. I just want my money. What do I want to meet anybody for? You know what I mean, Fred? I don't want to meet anybody. I came over here to get my money, and I want to make more money. I mean, we have nothing else in common, just to make money over here. Something in the way Rizzo said that obviously upset Ensa. He searched for something new, asked, Do you know Tony? Tony? I hear he's a nice guy. Very nice. He's a nice guy. The only thing I'm very sad about is that Jerry told you so many lies. Jerry, Rizzo said, an edge to his voice, is a son of a bitch. You know what a son of a bitch is? I know, Ensa said. That's what he is. And when I saw his father, I told his father that. But, Ensa said, Ricky is responsible for, he says, I'm responsible for my son. I says, all right, your son's out of it. Push him out. If you want to be responsible for your son, you stay responsible. That's all. That's right, Ensa said. There was a long pause before he finally said, Okay, what can we do that we must? I'll tell you what we gotta do, Rizzo said. We gotta make some kind of agreement. Yes, between Fred and myself. Barg apparently understood that because he suddenly spoke in his hesitant English. If only we could postpone, we'll do it tomorrow, Rizzo said. I won't be here, Barg said. He has to go to Frankfurt tomorrow, Ensa explained. But tomorrow, after 5 o'clock, I come to the hotel and we prepare something. And when Fred comes back from Frankfurt, then we discuss it between us and we reach an agreement. All right? Yeah. If they were about to reach an agreement on this old outstanding matter, perhaps, Barg suggested, Rizzo might like to discuss the possibility of doing additional business with them. It would be very easy to make a deal, Ensa interjected, when we get treasury notes. I got 'em, Rizzo said. Now, I got 2 kinds. I got the ones that are hot, then the cold. Take the cold or the ones that are hot. They're cheap, very cheap. Yes, but you must know something, Ensa said. When I go to the bank in Germany or in Berlin or in France or in Italy, they do the same thing. They only check whether it is good or not. They look on the list. If it is not there, then it's okay. How much can you get rid of? Rizzo asked. $500,000, Ensa said, but not in one piece. What's the least you could pay at the beginning? Rizzo asked. I don't know what arrangements you had with Ricky, but we cannot do that to him, Ensa protested. You come and you stay, well, you don't have to stay any longer than 8 to 10 days, then you get the money. You stay a week and you take the money. You take the first. What arrangements did you have with Ricky? Rizzo said. I mean, those arrangements are one thing. With me, it's another thing. There's the cost of the thing, the original cost of it, the expense of bringing it over here. And then, how do you want to pay? How much cost to bring it here or in Brussels? Ensa asked. I gave the man $2,500 for bringing it over here, Rizzo says. He brings it over in 50s. He brings it in 100s. He brings it in 10s. And I promised him some money. I'd pay all his expenses. And he had $5,000 coming. Yes, Ensa said. Of course, the cost of the cost will run between 22 and 25%. Right now, we're getting 30%, which is 70% left over. I see, Ensa said. That would be 100%. Of course, we get the money, and we have only one partner more in the operation. Then you can take care of my aunt, Rizzo laughed. You know what I mean? Certainly. All right, Rizzo said. The first one I'll be giving you will be 120 days, then 90 days, 80 days, right down the line. All right, Ensa said. Then this merchandise is very fresh? Yeah, oh yeah. You'll get the money in 8 days. You'll stay with me and take the money. Yeah, good. I'm going to give you a name now, and that's the fellow who will be bringing whatever it is. He'll be working to bring something over here, and then we'll give him your number because... 9! Ensa shouted in alarm. I show you something. That's why I'm always so in a bad mood when somebody comes from the States and I have an appointment with Ricky and Jerry. This, the second part of this, is a 5 mark. It's in his hands, and I said to him, when you send me somebody, give him the other part of this. No, never. Everybody I ask, no, I don't have it. This is so easy. I tell you the truth. Yesterday, when Fred said to me, well, somebody from the States got that call, well, I don't know who they sent. I said to him, well, I am in so bad position in Germany here after what happened in Brussels. I cannot call the man and say, hello, my friend, how are you? That is impossible for you. If you send somebody, I must be sure that he's a friend. Yes, don't worry about it. When you send somebody, Ensa said, give him this when you send him. Then he's okay. Now the telephone number I'm going to tell him to call when he gets here will be Fred's number. Yes, Ensa said, only Fred's number. Where will you be? I don't know. If he's coming here, you'll have to go very fast. Sure, Ensa said, because it costs a lot of money, of course. No, Rizzo said. You see, he comes in here Friday. He stays 1 week. Sure. Next Friday, Saturday night, the man's on the plane. Yes. The deal. Yes. You see him Sunday morning. Yes. By Monday, you go to the bank. 6 days, good. You know what I mean? And if it is possible, Ensa said, call the office of Fred and only say a friend comes. A friend comes on Monday or Friday, whatever. Then we are informed that somebody comes. Yeah, Rizzo said. Well, what I'll do is even better than that. When the man is going to come, he'll call you up when he gets here. But if I call you, call the office and say, calling for Vincent. You know, when you call and collect for Vincent, you'll say he isn't here. That means that somebody's coming. You know what I mean? That's all right, Ensa agreed. Oh, Rizzo said, another thing. Yes? The amount. The first amount I'm going to send down here is $50,000. Okay. You know why? This way everybody's satisfied, Ensa said. That's right. That's it, all right. Okay, Ensa said. No bullshit, Rizzo said. Then the next is 100, then 105 times. Okay, Ensa said. But make it clear to the people over there, I don't think we have more possibilities to do this here more than 4 times. Okay, 4 times. I think then you're finished. You can do it as long as you want, Rizzo said. What's the most you want at one time? 50 to 100, Ensa said. Now, Rizzo said, when the man comes, you take care of him. Sure, Ensa agreed. I'm just going to send him over here with that, and I'll give him the hotel. As a matter of fact, he'll stay at the Bayerischer Hof, and that's it. As far as anything else, you'll take care of it. You know, Ensa said, when I did the deal with Ricky, the first deal, he didn't know me, and he gave me the treasury bills in my hand, and I said to him, okay, Ricky, I go to Brussels, and I call you from Brussels. I went to Brussels, and then I called him. He was in the Bayerischer Hof, and I said, Ricky, it takes 7 or 8 days. And then he made the biggest mistake. He came to Brussels, and he said, I come to the same hotel you are. And then he came to the same hotel, and one of the Belgian people saw Ricky the whole time in the lobby of this hotel. He saw Ricky with me, and he said to the bank, I saw this American guy. He was in the same hotel, and he was always in the same suit. He only had one suit with him. He must have come over from England, Rizzo said. It was not necessary, Ensa complained. A big mistake. Forget it, Rizzo said. See whatever you want, like you mentioned. You want the thing, you have to tell me exactly what you want. I can always do something with notepaper, Ensa said. Well, Rizzo said, if you want a loan, I can get a loan for you, but you have to tell me exactly what you want. Ensa repeated that to Barg, who said in his slow, effortful English, I think we must discuss this very good. You see, I make very much mistake. I don't know the business. I must speak to a German friend of mine. He was in the States, Christmas, because of his daughter. She works there. She has a job in New York. He told me, what is the famous hotel in New York? I don't know, Rizzo said. The Plaza? No, Barg said. The Waldorf Astoria? No, it was, the Pierre? No. In New York City? In New York City, yes, Barg said. The Hilton? No. The Barclay? No, it was a very good hotel. And then Barg went into a long story about how his friend had made an appointment to meet his daughter for lunch at a hotel restaurant, had waited in the restaurant nearly an hour for her to appear. He was still waiting when a waiter came to him and said that a young lady was sitting outside in the lobby. Barg's friend asked the waiter to show her to the table. I'm sorry, the waiter said. It's only for men, a special restaurant only for men. The interesting thing is, Ensa said when Barg finished his narrative,
Let and Apos. Pause the words for a moment and give your mind a gentle rest. Coming up is a soothing melody for your relaxation. Take a deep breath, relax your body, and enjoy this peaceful interlude before we continue with our story.
She could give you a New York information. You need something? She is of the consideration. I know her name. I have her telephone number. It is easy to make an appointment with somebody of your people and her in New York. Yeah, Rizzo said, as long as it's small, very, very small. Okay, Ensa said. Then I may phone you? You want me to get together with you and then we'll find a place for setting up some kind of schedule for paying back this money, Rizzo said. I want to know how much money I'm getting now. I want to go back Friday, Saturday. Okay, Ensa said. You get the 100 tomorrow. All right, Rizzo said. There was the sound of paper rustling. Now, Ensa said, that we have the papers, we must have a name. It's Vincent, Rizzo said. Vincent, Ensa said. Vincent, Rizzo said a little more distinctly. Vincent, Ensa repeated. Vince. Wince, Ensa agreed. Vince. Wince. V-I-N-C, Ensa said. V, Rizzo said sharply. Oui, Ensa said. V as in Victor. Yes, Ensa said. Oui as in Victor. I-N-C. Vincent. Shit, Rizzo said. Okay, Ensa said. And now I must go now. But suddenly he remembered something else, something he wanted to clear up. a final thing that might, at last, put Rizzo on the defensive. He had cashed a check for Heshy Lebensfeld, but when he had deposited it in his bank, the check had been returned. It had bounced. "Okay," Rizzo said without much interest. "Give it to me so I can put it in his mouth when I see him. You know what I did to the Fink? How much money was it for? 450? "Everything is clear," Ensa said. "And now I must go. I meet you tomorrow after 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock sharp, or 5:30? Rizzo asked. No, a little after," Ensa said. "You know one thing, Ensa?" "What?" "You don't talk like a German. When you say 5 o'clock, do you mean 5 o'clock or 6? "It is impossible to make it quite sure for 5, Ensa said apologetically, "because it's rush hour." "All right," Rizzo said. "So make it for 6. "Okay," Ensa agreed. 6 o'clock sharp." "That's why, my friend," Rizzo began. "What?" "When he calls up your office, he says, 'I can speak to a German 'cause he's a German.' He said, he was telling me about 10, 11. He says, you got to be precise. It's either 10 o'clock or 11. "If you are at a hotel downtown, it is easy," Ensa explained. "Yeah," Rizzo said. "I figured this was good. This is away from everybody. I don't want to go down there." "You must stay in the palace?" "Why not? Take a chance for a change." "Oh, it's very good there. Very, very good." "All right," Rizzo said. "Look, Vincent," Ensa said. And there was the sound of chairs moving, bodies rising. "I must go now, Vincent. I am glad to meet you." "Yeah," Rizzo said. "Get you tomorrow." "Tomorrow? Okay. So long, Vince." 8. There was silence then, for as long as it took to draw the first deep, exhausted breaths, to wipe away the sweat that had dripped for 90 minutes, for someone to move soundlessly across the carpeted floor, open the door a crack, and watch as Rizzo escorted Ensa and Barg down the corridor to the elevator, got into the elevator with them, disappeared behind the closing doors. A sign was given. Klaus Peter raced for the telephone, dialed, began a babble of rapid, frantic German. Coffee dashed for the door, sprinted down the corridor, up 2 flights of stairs to his room on the 5th floor, perched tensely on the edge of the bed, reached for the phone. He halted, his hand in midair. He had to calm himself, had to order the impressions, ideas, hunches that filled his mind, that overflowed so he could barely contain them. He knew then that his intuition had been right that night when Rizzo and Crespino conversed so intently in the freezing rain, had been more right than he could have imagined. He no longer had to worry about the warnings of Hogan and the others. He had stumbled onto something so big he was not sure he could truly grasp it all. But what he knew without question was that he had found gold. Sitting there, staring at the phone, staring at the scribbled notes he had made, he tried to make some sense of it all, tried to make himself understand at least enough of it so that when he made that call across the ocean, he would be able to report with some accuracy. He read over the notes. There were all those names. There was Rizzo, of course, and the 2 Germans, Alfred Barg and Winfried Ensa. Coffee had not yet gotten a look at them, had no idea what they looked like, could not describe them. There was somebody named Ricky, whose last name might be Jacobs, though of that he was not completely certain since the name Jacobs had been mentioned only once, very near the beginning of that conversation. There was Ricky's son, Jerry, whom Rizzo thought was a son of a bitch, and a woman named Evelyn, who was probably Ricky's wife. It was more than likely that all of them were from California and that Ricky had been and might still be in prison. There was Billy Benjamin, the Philadelphia forger and dealer in stolen and counterfeit securities and money. There was Heshy Lebensfeld, though whether he had played any part in all of this except to give Ensa a worthless check for $450, Coffee had no idea. There were those unnamed people in New York, and probably elsewhere in the United States, whom Rizzo said he had represented, and whose money he was in Munich to collect. Coffee was sure that among those unnamed people was Marty de Lorenzo. There was a Frenchman named Maurice, who was stupid and who made mistakes, but was a man to be trusted. There was somebody named Tony who had been in London and who everyone agreed was a nice guy. There was an Italian named Dr. Amato who was in Milan. There was a Dr. Ladle, who was not really a doctor but a butcher, who was probably German, since that was the language he spoke, who had contacts in the Vatican, and who was in prison somewhere for some unnamed crime. There was Jacques Sousson from Amsterdam. There were the nuns of the bush, and something or somebody called Rosario. There were people in the Vatican who were working with Ladle and others, who wanted counterfeit securities, though whether they were clerics or laymen was uncertain. Whatever they were, that they were in the Vatican was almost unbelievable, and there were certainly a lot of others whose names had not been mentioned. How much money was involved? There was no way Coffey could calculate that, but it certainly ran way up in the millions. There had been references several times to $900,000, and that was only one deal. There had been talk of $100,000 here and another $100,000 there, and several $100,000 someplace else. There was no way of putting a figure on the counterfeits that had been discussed. There had been at least 3 stolen United States Treasury certificates that Ricky had given Ensa, who had cashed one of them in Brussels. There was a lot of stolen stock, most particularly shares of Coca-Cola Bottling Company of Los Angeles. There were counterfeit securities that were supposed to have gone, may actually have gone, might still be going, to the Vatican. There was merchandise. It was impossible to say whether from the Vatican package or another that had been recovered in Rome. There seemed to be so many stock deals, stocks that were stolen or counterfeit, deals already consummated or in the process, that it was impossible to keep track of them. And from the references to hundreds, 50s, 20s, and 10s, it seemed likely there was also something in the works about counterfeit money. There was the money owed to Rizzo and his people in New York that he had come to Munich to collect from Barg and Ensa, $200,000 due Rizzo, and another $150,000 due Ricky. There was apparently money owing on the sale of the Treasury certificate, and perhaps Ricky and Jerry had cheated Rizzo of his share. There was at least $25,000 that had been turned over to Jerry during a trip to Munich, probably part payment from Barg, and Jerry had not paid Rizzo his portion. There was an unspecified amount due on an Italian deal, which might or might not relate to the Vatican. There was obviously a lot more money that was owed, or soon would be, on a number of other securities deals, all of which seemed to originate with Rizzo. An agreement was being drawn between Rizzo, Barg, and Ensa to provide a means for the Germans to pay what they owed and to set up a bank account for Rizzo into which payments would be made regularly. And, without a doubt, there were things that would come to light only after a close and intense scrutiny of the transcript of that conversation, though there were probably things in it that would remain cloudy and indecipherable until the investigation had gone a lot further. Coffey took a deep breath, picked up the phone, asked for the overseas operator, and put in a call to Inspector Vetrano. It was evening in New York by then, but Coffey knew that nobody in the district attorney's office kept regular hours. Vetrano would certainly be at his desk, and this could not wait. "Inspector Vetrano," he said when the connection was finally made. "This is Joe Coffey, calling from Munich. Are you sitting down?" "Why?" "Well, hold on to your hat. You're not going to believe this." The story began to pour out of Coffey as he tried to get it all in at one breath. "Wait," Vetrano shouted before Coffey had spoken a dozen words. "You just sit there. I'm going to get Ron Goldstock in here to listen to this, and I want to put the whole thing on tape. Get it organized in your mind, and then call me back in half an hour. We'll have everything set by then." An hour later, Coffey went through it slowly, trying to omit nothing, trying to give not just the facts, but the feel of those moments, trying, too, to add his impressions and intuitions, and his knowledge of people and things when he had that. Vetrano and Goldstock listened intently. The recapitulation was complete enough so that when Coffey finished, they had a few questions to ask. "Good work, Joe," Vetrano said. "Where do we go with it now?" Coffey asked. "You sit on Rizzo until he leaves," Vetrano said. "Ron and I will get to the strike force. There's no way they're not going to want to come in on this with us now." Within moments after Coffey hung up, Goldstock was on the telephone to Dan Holman, head of the strike force in New York. Did Holman remember that conversation they'd had a few weeks before, when they had given Holman a tip and he turned them down, saying he wasn't interested? Holman remembered. He still felt the same way about it. Well, Goldstock said, something new had just come up, something so hot, so unbelievable, so vast that the district attorney's office could not possibly handle it alone. In fact, it went far beyond Hogan's jurisdiction, maybe even beyond the jurisdiction of the Organized Crime Task Force. Holman began to show a little interest. What was Goldstock talking about? Goldstock would not tell him over the phone. If Holman came to Leonard Street first thing in the morning, he'd find out. The next morning, Holman and his assistant, William Aronwald, appeared. Goldstock and Vetrano led them into a conference room. Vetrano started the tape of Coffey's report. Holman and Aronwald leaned forward, listening, straining, began to look at each other and at Goldstock and Vetrano. Coffey was later told, "We didn't even get halfway through that tape before one of them reached over and turned the machine off. They were practically jumping through the hoops. They said, 'We'll buy it, we're in.' They reached for the checkbooks and they said, 'What do you need? How much do you want? You need cars? You got them. You need money? Just tell us how much and it's yours. You need men? We'll assign them. Whatever you need, you've got it. We're in this together now. We work together from now on. Share everything.'" If Coffey had been shocked and fascinated by the references to the Vatican, for the moment he was almost alone. The federal agency seemed uninterested. Two other things had sold the strike force so quickly that morning, had made Holman, Aronwald, and the Justice Department so eager to join forces with the district attorney's office that they were willing to pay any price, go to any lengths. One was the mention of Coca-Cola Bottling Company of Los Angeles. The rapidly escalating trade in stolen and counterfeit securities had become a major preoccupation of the department and the FBI. While no one was certain just how vast it was, a congressional subcommittee estimated that there were more than $50 billion worth of such securities loose around the world, and that figure was growing all the time. What was certain was that it had become a potential peril to the economic well-being of corporations and of nations, that it had become a major element in the empire of organized crime, and that efforts to stop it had, at best, achieved only minor success. Of some concern had been the stock of Coca-Cola Bottling Company of Los Angeles. A large block of those securities had disappeared from the United States mail somewhere between Los Angeles and New York in the fall of 1970, and had turned up later in Panama and then in various parts of Europe. Wherever the stock had turned up, there were indications that it had been a cornerstone in huge swindles, though just who had been doing the swindling and how successful they had been was not known. Though a few of those shares had been recovered along the way, most were still missing. So it appeared to Holman and Aronwald that a key might well lie in that conversation in the Palace Hotel in Munich. The other attraction for the feds was the mention of one name, Ricky Jacobs. For a considerable time, he had been at the center of that ever-widening investigation into the hot securities racket. Born in Philadelphia in 1917, or 1918 or 1919, the date depended on whom he was giving it to at the time, Manuel Richard Jacobs, a short, fat man with an open, winning expression and an ingenious manner that seemed to inspire confidence and trust, was one of the most accomplished American swindlers and confidence men of the time. He had early developed a passion for gambling, and even as a teenager was running card games, usually crooked ones, in his native city, and supplementing his income through robberies and burglaries. By the time he was 30, he realized that the climate in Philadelphia did not completely suit him, and that he ought to seek his fortunes somewhere else, preferably far away, especially since the Philadelphia police were very anxious then to ask him some embarrassing questions about several burglaries. He packed his belongings, and with his first wife, Evelyn, who divorced him a few years later, at which time he promptly married another woman named Evelyn, and their small son, Jerry Mark, headed for the sunshine of Southern California. No sooner had he settled down, though, than the Santa Monica police took him in to ask him about a string of burglaries there. And while his answers did not fully satisfy them, the charges were eventually dismissed. It did not take long for Jacobs to become a ubiquitous figure in the Los Angeles sporting world. His name began to appear regularly on the police blotters for gambling and bookmaking. At the same time, he was making a lot of important friends in both the underworld and the upper world, and was being invited into some of the better homes in Beverly Hills and into some of the best clubs. The name Ricky Jacobs first brushed the edges of public awareness in 1965, when the scandal at the Friars Club in Beverly Hills erupted. Jacobs, along with several close friends, including John Roselli, one of the leaders of the Los Angeles Syndicate, and the man who had been recruited together with Chicago's Sam Giancana by the federal government to develop a plan to assassinate Cuba's Fidel Castro, had taken fellow members of the Friars Club, Hollywood celebrities, sports figures, and prominent businessmen for more than $500,000 by rigging supposedly friendly card games. They had concealed mirrors in the ceiling, had positioned spotters to peer through peepholes strategically bored over card tables, and flashed signals electronically to Jacobs, Roselli, and others. Even after those disclosures, even after Jacobs was convicted 3 years later on federal conspiracy charges growing out of that scandal and sentenced to 4 years in prison, even after the revelations that he had bought supposedly secret federal grand jury transcripts, there were still plenty of people in Los Angeles who refused to believe that Ricky Jacobs could really have done anything reprehensible. He was, they said, so disarming, so mild-mannered, such a gentleman, that it all had to be some kind of mistake. Jacobs managed for some time to keep the prison gates from closing behind him through a series of other complicated legal maneuvers that kept putting his surrender to serve his term off into the future. Meanwhile, there were more than a few prominent people who continued to open their homes to him and continued to sit in on card games he arranged at other houses in Beverly Hills, which he rented for just that purpose. These people refused to believe that the games could be crooked, no matter how much they lost, refused to believe that they had as much chance of winning in a Jacobs Run poker game as a swimmer has of surviving in a tank filled with hungry sharks. By then, though, Jacobs was much more than just a crooked gambler with a winning manner. He had emerged as one of the major American dealers, first on the West Coast and soon around the country and across the world, of stolen and counterfeit securities. He had learned all the angles, and he knew everyone. Through his friend John Roselli, he had met, become close to, and was working with the leaders of the syndicate, Miami's Dominic Mantell, Detroit's Joe Zerilli, and a lot of others, and he had developed a series of contacts and outlets in Europe, Asia, and Latin America. There were rumors that he was on friendly terms with several high officials in the American government. When there were securities to be dealt, Ricky Jacobs had become the man to see. Even with prison hanging over him after his conviction in 1968, Jacobs continued to ply these waters as though he had nothing to fear from the law. And even after he finally went to a minimum security prison in California early in July 1971, his dealing did not end. His wife, Evelyn, carried messages and orders to and from him on her weekly visits, and somehow he managed to persuade the prison authorities on several occasions to give him furloughs because of family problems, a sick brother in Philadelphia, for instance, to whose side he had to rush. And there was, too, his son, Jerry Mark, who served as his proxy when it was impossible for him to deal personally and directly. By early 1972, the Justice Department and the FBI were sure that Ricky Jacobs was the man behind several $1 million worth of stolen and counterfeit blue-chip American corporate and government securities that had been turning up all over the United States and around the world. The trouble was, they could not prove it, could not find the evidence, had only suspicions. So when his name came up so often in that conversation in Munich between Rizzo, Barg, and Enza, came up in conjunction with both stolen Treasury bills and Coca-Cola Bottling Company stock, it looked as though that evidence might at last be found. 9. In Munich, all Coffey knew was that Holman and Ehrenwald had listened with such fascination and excitement to the tape he had made that they bought their way into his case, and already the first steps were being taken to merge the investigations by Hogan's office and the FBI. But he had his own concerns during those days. There was no assurance that Rizzo's only reason for making the trip was to meet with Ensa and Barg, and so Coffey had to stay until Rizzo left in case something else occurred. And there was a mountain of reports and documents to be interpreted with the aid of the Munich police. Possibly they could help clear away some of the mystery and confusion that so overwhelmed him at the moment. He had plenty of time for all that. Rizzo did little of any interest. He stayed close to the hotel the day after the meeting, wandered through the neighborhood window shopping, observing the construction at the nearby site of the forthcoming Summer Olympic Games. By 5:30, he was back in his room, waiting for the arrival of Ensa. The German called a few minutes later. Rizzo, assuming he was in the lobby, told him to get on the elevator and come up to the room. But Ensa was not in the hotel. He was, he said, at the Excelsior. He had been delayed by several urgent appointments, and it would be impossible for him to keep the date that afternoon. But he wanted to assure the American that everything was progressing as Rizzo desired. Barg was still in Frankfurt, but one of the things he was doing there was trying to arrange for some letters of credit so that when he returned the following morning they could all go to the bank, open an account for Rizzo, and settle matters to everyone's satisfaction. Rizzo should just be patient. Ensa would call him about noon with word of the final plans. Indeed, at noon the next day, Thursday, Ensa called as he had promised and asked Rizzo to meet him at 4 o'clock at Barg's office at Tengstrasse 38. Rizzo trusted the Germans no more than they trusted him. He decided to put a little extra pressure on them to make certain they were not giving him the runaround. He placed an overseas call to William Benjamin in Philadelphia within minutes after Ensa had rung off. "Bill," he said when he reached Benjamin, "there's something you got to do." "Anything you say, Vince," Benjamin replied. He told Benjamin of the pending meeting at Barg's office. "I want you to call them 15 minutes before I get there," he said. "You tell them they'd better do the right thing and give me the money they owe. You tell them I got to get at least $50,000, that it'd be better if they gave me $100,000 to take back to New York right away, or there's going to be trouble all over. You tell them they better get it right away, even if they have to borrow it. You tell them I've got to make some notes good and I want that money. And you tell them that I'm only an errand boy and there are guys behind me who don't like to be put off. Understand?" "Don't worry, Vince," Benjamin assured him. "I'll do just like you say." At precisely 4 o'clock that afternoon, Rizzo walked into Barg's office. The surveillance team of German detectives could only wait outside in the street in frustration. Ensa and Barg were waiting. It became apparent to Rizzo with the first words that these two were indeed trying to stall, trying to find a way to avoid paying up. Both Ensa and Barg would later say that they had tried to explain to Rizzo that there was no way they could possibly come up with the amount of money Rizzo was demanding at that moment. They simply did not have it and had no way of getting it on short notice. Rizzo was enraged. His voice rose, became harsh and threatening, and the threats he uttered, Barg and Ensa were convinced, were no idle ones. They were not sure that Rizzo would not turn to physical violence against them if they did not find some way to placate him. They played their one remaining card. Barg told Rizzo that arrangements had been made to set up a bank account in his name in Munich, and the following day they would go to the bank and complete the transaction. Rizzo had heard too many empty promises already. He wanted more than the word of Barg and Ensa. With Rizzo standing over him and watching, Barg dictated a letter that Ensa translated into English, a secretary typed, and Barg signed. "Dear Mr. Rizzo, referring to our last meeting, we herewith confirm that the following sums agreed upon will be deposited next week in your account, number 3745, at the Otto Dirks & Company Bank. This is to say that 10,000 Deutschmarks will be deposited in cash and Swiss francs, 46,000 in obligations of FINAG. The remainder will be paid on a percentage basis on the sale of the real estate in Bel Air. Details will be negotiated in a separate contract, showing the possibilities of a write-off for the purposes of taxes in France and questions concerning your problem of taxes in the United States. Yours sincerely, Interpromotions Limited. Alfred Barg, signature. The next afternoon, the formalities were taken care of. The account for Rizzo opened at the Otto Dirks Bank, the deposit made. Outside the bank, the three men talked briefly, then went their separate ways. Rizzo back to the Palace Hotel for dinner and a quiet evening. Within 24 hours, on Saturday afternoon, he was on his Lufthansa flight heading back to New York. He did not know it, but when he got off that plane at Kennedy Airport, FBI agents and detectives from Hogan's office were waiting. From that moment on, he would be tracked, and he would rarely be out of the sight or the hearing of his pursuers. Coffey stayed on in Munich for another day to finish his own business, the cementing of contacts and friendships with Klaus Peter and the other German cops, reviewing with them the events of the previous week, and steeping himself in the papers they fed him and the theories they exchanged with him, trying to learn all he could about the international market in hot securities. He could not have picked a better place to gain that education. Munich was the center of the pond into which were tossed the pebbles, stolen and counterfeit securities from all over the world, but most importantly from the United States, that spread in ever-widening circles across the continent. If there was a center to this center, it was in the newly renovated Regina Hotel on Maximilianplatz, an establishment not quite on the level of the Super Deluxe Palace or Bayerischer Hof, but no seedy fleabag either. According to the Munich police, more than $1 million worth of hot securities were likely to be stashed in rooms at the Regina at any one time. The cops were not only sure of that, they were also sure they knew exactly who had control of those securities, who was spreading them out to a waiting throng of customers across Europe. It was a combine of German swindlers and Americans who had once served in the military, stationed in Germany, or who were frequent travelers in and out of Munich. And they knew just how the ring operated. They could explain to Coffey the discernible pattern of the illegal securities market, from the source of supply to the uses to which the ultimate customers put the merchandise. For all its secrecy, duplicity, and illegality, the business is governed no less than any other by the classical economic dictates of supply and demand. There is, of course, almost no limit to the potential supply of those ornately engraved pieces of parchment, their value guaranteed by the might and stability of corporations and governments, the binding obligations to shareholders and creditors, which are among the foundations of Western capitalism. The securities can be counterfeited, providing a major font for those who deal in them. But counterfeits are only one source. There are the real ones, too. They rest in the vaults of banks and brokerage houses, in safes in private homes, in the pouches of messengers carrying them through the streets from one place to another, in registered parcels sent through the mails, in the sealed rooms of official printers and engravers, in the repositories of pension funds, in 100 other places. Theoretically, they ought to be safe, but in fact, they are prey to thieves, some in the pay of the organized underworld, some freelancers hoping to make a living for themselves, some dishonest employees of the firms that hold them. All have developed the means to break the supposedly unbreakable security systems, to make away with what they want almost at will. Even the pension funds are not secure. Avaricious trustees are sometimes willing to sell what they hold to friends in organized syndicates, and then replace them with syndicate-supplied counterfeits, confident that the theft will never be discovered so long as the funds continue to collect their dividends and no one tries to sell the stocks, either the real ones or the counterfeits. If the sources of supply are legion, the demand through other than legitimate channels is insatiable. For the certificates are bought at a discount and sold for close to their face value if the holder acts before the theft has been discovered, and the securities can be listed on the hot sheets distributed to banks and brokers around the world. And even after they've been listed, they will have a considerable value, though not as great perhaps as when they were fresh. Shady brokers can still market them to unwary customers or to those who have a special use for the paper that does not depend on whether they are on the hot sheet. They can be used as collateral for bank loans. They can be used to inflate a corporate balance sheet. Listed as assets, they make the corporation look a lot healthier, and so may enable it to win contracts, float debentures, attract new investors, broaden lines of credit, and so on. The uses are endless, and those who swim in these waters are constantly finding new ripples, and so the demand constantly swells. For those in the middle, those like De Lorenzo and Rizzo and their associates in the United States and their sometime partners in Munich, like Enza or the Regina Ring, those who hold the stocks and so control the distribution, the potential for profit is mind-boggling. The securities cost them almost nothing if their own people have come up with them. At most, 25% of the market value if they buy them from freelancers. But they can sell them for whatever the market will bear, 50% or more of the going price, and they can rent them out to those who need them for only a limited time for some special purpose, at a third of the market price, then reclaim them at the end of the lease and rent them again and again and again. In Munich, the Regina Group was a major mover of those securities. Winfried Enza was not part of that organization. He operated on a more elevated stratum. His hangouts, the Bayerischer Hof and the Excelsior, his friends, men of considerable standing. But despite his guise of respectability, Enza was not completely unknown to the German police. At 47, the son of a prosperous and respected physician in pre-war Berlin, he had lived since the end of the war, having served with the German army in Italy, in that shadowy gray area along the borders between legality and illegality. Except for an arrest for smuggling right after the war, he had moved in that shifting world with some impunity, had gone his way with little official notice. He maintained a surface of probity and standing as the owner of two small but apparently fairly profitable concerns. F. Babinger of Munich, an importer of sanitary equipment from Italy, and Winfried Enza House of Confections, a lingerie and textile house in Sindelfingen. It was only later, when Enza came to the attention of more authorities, that they began to suspect that those two companies were no more than covers for his real business. The German police had taken their first close look into his affairs when he had a friend cash a stolen $100,000 United States Treasury bill in Brussels for Ricky Jacobs. They interrogated him several times and twice searched his house for evidence, which they did not find. Though he escaped them with only the temporary loss of his passport, the episode was enough to make him the subject of considerable local interest. And the closer the police looked at him and his affairs, the more they became convinced that Winfried Enza was actually a rather accomplished swindler and dealer in stolen securities, a funnel through which these securities were spreading throughout Europe on a loftier and grander plane than the one occupied by the Regina Group. The Munich police in particular were watching him, trying, though without much success, to trap him and bring him to trial. The conversation in the Palace Hotel was, for them, vital, for it was the first solid evidence they had tying Enza to the securities racket. It also put a light for the first time on Alfred Barg. Until then, except for his excessive drinking, Barg's image had been that of the prototypical hard-working German businessman and entrepreneur, always on the verge of a major success, and while often falling just a little short, still an honest man, a good family man. He was 38 when this new and darker side of him was suddenly revealed, and it seemed a shocking revelation, for his fortunes were on the rise as never before. He was doing well enough to own an extensive home in a wooded estate on the outskirts of Munich, to drive a big Mercedes sedan, to dress in custom-tailored clothes. He owned a large and profitable warehouse in Offenburg that was used by a number of foreign companies to store merchandise they planned to market in the Federal Republic. More important for his career, he was managing director for German affairs of Interpromotions Limited and of its parent company, Feneg Aktiengesellschaft of Rathausgasse, Glarus, Switzerland. With $20 million in assets, a president, Jules Landolt, who was district governor of Glarus, and an attorney who had been Attorney General of Switzerland, FINAG was a rapidly growing industrial and investment firm whose interests and holdings were expanding across Europe. One of its wholly owned subsidiaries, Ferenstadt Bel-Air, of which Barg was a major officer, as he was of other FINAG subsidiaries, owned more than 1.5 million acres of land near Montpellier in southern France, on which it was building more than 5,000 expensive vacation homes, some for sale and others for rent. One of Barg's functions through Interpromotions was to find and negotiate with suppliers, contractors, and others on the Bel-Air project. The more Coffey learned in those days in Munich about Barg, his background, and his position, the more confused he became as to why a man with such credentials and such promise of even greater success would ever get mixed up with a swindler like Ensa, and through Ensa, Rizzo. Just what had driven Barg into the stolen securities market? Coffey turned to Peter and his German hosts for help, but they were just as bewildered. Ensa they could understand, and so, too, the gang that operated out of the Regina Hotel. But Barg was something else. It would take months and more digging before the explanation came to the surface. Coffey, during his 10 days in Munich, learned enough about the international market in stolen and counterfeit securities to know that, when he boarded his Pan-American flight for the return to New York, he'd been given a searching glimpse into a world he had hardly realized existed, and a world in which, over the next years, he would come to move with increasing confidence and knowledge, would come to know and understand as well as any man, and better than most. Part 3. Taps and Bugs. 10. When he had departed for Munich, his wife and children had been the only ones to see him off. Now on his return, a limousine was waiting for Coffey at the airport to speed him without delay into Manhattan to the eagerly awaiting FBI agents, strike force attorneys, and his friends in the district attorney's office. For the next 2 days, with only a few hours out for a reunion with his family, he answered 1,000 questions, went over again and again in excruciating detail all that had taken place in Munich, his reading of those events, the interpretation of the German authorities. What he reported began to give a direction to what, until then, had been essentially an amorphous and unfocused investigation. Now, after Munich and the Palace Hotel, the skin was being peeled away, and they were seeing the core and its magnitude. They were being given a look into the multi-billion-dollar trade in stolen and counterfeit securities. We're seeing how it spread across oceans and around the world. We're learning that languages and borders were no barriers to those who traveled through that world. It was huge enough and dangerous enough, physically dangerous and economically perilous, to have united the Manhattan District Attorney's Office and the Justice Department in an all-out campaign to stop it. Indeed, the FBI had thrown its arsenal into the hunt, its vast store of men, equipment, and money. What Hogan had wanted to do and could not was now being done. The FBI computers were whirling away, developing patterns, spewing out information, cross-checking, cataloging. In a dozen cities across the country, agents were taking that information, developing new leads, feeding what they learned back into the computer banks. Attorneys went to court seeking the right to wiretap any and all suspicious phones, including those at William Benjamin's home and office in Philadelphia, at the Columbia Civic League Club, at Rizzo's home, and at his L&S coffee shop. When investigators discovered that the phone at the coffee shop was about to be cut off for non-payment of the outstanding bill, they paid the bill and arranged with the telephone company for the order to be quashed, and a notice sent to Rizzo explaining that the threatened termination of service had been a mistake. A major breakthrough had grown from Coffey's hunch and from the work he and others in Hogan's office had been doing, and now there seemed little the FBI was not willing to do to make certain the investigations melted and that cooperation was total. An agent was offered to work with Coffey as a partner, and Coffey was asked if he had any particular agent he preferred. He did. A few years before, he had worked on another joint investigation with Richard Tamaro, an agent about his own age and physical size. But in many ways, they were antithetical. Coffee had grown up on the streets of New York, was intuitive, willing to act on hunches and bend or break the rules if he had to. Tamaro was Rhode Island born and bred, a straight-laced FBI agent in the mold stamped out by J. Edgar Hoover, a mold from which it had never occurred to him to deviate. But he was a superb researcher, at home with papers, able to read reports and make sense out of obscurities, able to take a plethora of information and turn it into a coherent memorandum. And he was willing to bow in the field to the streetwise Coffee. He wasn't too sharp when it came to street knowledge, Coffee says, but then that's true of most FBI guys who haven't grown up in a big city. When it came to taking papers and a dictaphone and a computer and the rest of the office-type stuff and putting things together, though, he was very competent, very sharp. In that area, he was able to generate a hell of a lot. I liked Tamaro, and we worked pretty well together. But really the reason I asked for him, the reason we actually got in touch with him ourselves when they offered us an agent, was because we knew him, and we figured we might as well have somebody we knew as some 8-ball they might hand us who'd fuck everything up. We figured we could probably handle Tamaro, at least to some extent. Making all the arrangements for the future of the investigation took days, and it was in the middle of the week following his return from Munich before Coffee could get back where he wanted to be, in the field and into the middle of the accelerating chase. He showed up as soon as he could at the Stuyvesant Town plant, eager to go over the logs, read transcripts, listen to the tapes, find out what had gone on while he was away. The other detectives were waiting for him. When he came through the door, the first thing he saw were photographs of himself taped to the walls, all labeled with messages. God is back. Jesus has returned. He could laugh at that, recognizing the levity in it, knowing that he was a hard taskmaster, a ball-breaker, who constantly demanded work and more work from those working with and under him. But there was something he could not laugh at. The logs for the time he had been gone were empty, the tapes blank. "What gives?" he demanded. "Nothing," somebody said. "You were off in Europe with Rizzo, Joe, having a good time with the Frauleins. What could have been going on?" Coffee could hardly believe what he was being told. "What do you mean, what could have been going on?" he said. "You bastards have been goofing off, that's what. You've been having a big party all the time I was away, that's what's been going on. Do you guys realize you could have screwed up this whole investigation? Rizzo's not the only one who uses that phone. Tortora uses it. Jerry De Lorenzo uses it. Tartaglia uses it, and so do a lot of other wise guys. But you decided, screw that. Do you realize that Rizzo could have called in from an outside phone in Munich, and because you decided to have a party and fuck off, we'll never know it?" He turned to one of the detectives, a veteran of years on Hogan's staff, who had been charged with running the plant in Coffee's absence. "I want to talk to you," Coffee said. "I'm going to take you out to dinner tonight. Let's go down to Mulberry Street and have Italian." The restaurant was a favorite of the detectives, and when they entered, they were welcomed warmly, given a table in the rear where they could have a little privacy. Coffee ordered martinis for both of them, and when they had finished, ordered another round. They chatted casually about inconsequentials over their drinks and through dinner. Coffee waited until steaming cups of coffee were poured and placed in front of them. Then he leaned back, stared hard at the other detective, said, "Hey, fuck up. I want you to tell me exactly what you did while I was gone." The older detective looked at him and grinned. "Screw you, Joe," he said. "You're not my boss, so what's the big deal?" Coffee glared. "No?" he said. "Well, I'll tell you exactly what you did. You didn't do one damn thing. You sat around on your ass and you told those other guys, fuck him, he's only a detective like the rest of us. He's not here anyway. He's over in Germany having a good time. How's he ever going to find out? You fed them all that shit, and they listened. Well, you're older. You're more experienced. They listened to you. You're the guy who was supposed to keep things going while I was away. That was your responsibility, and you fucked it up. So I'm going to tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to lock you up." "What are you going to lock me up for?" the older detective said, aghast. "I'm going to lock you up for nonfeasance. How's that for a start?" Jesus, Joe. Don't Jesus me, you bastard. You could have blown this whole case. It went on for 10, 15 more minutes, Coffee growing angrier, his voice more determined and convincing, cowing his companion. But the rage and the threats had their effect on both of them. Coffee rid himself of the frustration and fury that had been building since he had first walked into the plant. By the time they left the restaurant, they had come to terms, declared a temporary truce. The older detective would go back to work, would shape up, and for the moment, Coffee would watch, see how things developed, do nothing untoward. Actually, Coffee says, from then on he worked as hard as anybody, so maybe it all turned out for the best. But I was really pissed off that day, and I wasn't going to let anything like that happen again. He would never know what, if anything, had been lost because he had been gone. He was, though, always certain that there was something, perhaps even something vital. Now that he was back, he was determined there would be no future lapses. He instilled his own passion into the others, not least because, with the entrance into the hunt of the FBI, the reality of his hunch was confirmed, and everyone began to see potential gain for himself. This was turning into the biggest thing the office had had in 25 years, and they knew it, Coffee said, and they knew that they would be able to heap glory on themselves if they did it right. There'd be promotions and all the rest. Everybody got to thinking that, so there wasn't any more goofing off after that. Once more, the tapes began to roll. Once more, the monitors began to emit the sound of voices confident that nobody was listening. Torrents poured forth. Evidence of crimes of every sort mounted higher and higher. Vincent Tortora answered the phone. It was Izzy Marion calling from Las Vegas. "Popo," he said, "I got something I'd like you to do for me." "Name it," Tortora said. "There's a guy over in Jersey named Capasso. You know him?" "I've heard of him. Owns 7-8 garbage trucks over in Lodi." "Yeah? I want you to mess up those trucks." "How bad?" "Just the transmissions, whatever you can do. I don't want nothing done to Capasso or his people personally, just the trucks, that's all." "I got you," Tortora said. "I got to meet some people over in Belleville tomorrow. I'll talk to them. They'll do anything I ask. They owe me a million favors as it is." "Whatever it costs," Marion said, "you let me know. It'll be fair because it's good people involved." "Okay," Tortora said. "Before I do anything, I'll call you back at the salon to let you know what it's going to cost." The next day, detectives and FBI agents followed Tortora to Belleville, New Jersey, saw him meet with several New Jersey hoodlums, although they did not hear what was said. A few days later, Capasso's garbage trucks were immobilized. What was behind it became clear within a week, when Marion called Tortora to tell him that he was on his way to Syracuse. Marion had been trying to muscle his way into a New Jersey company called Scientific Incineration Devices, Incorporated, which had developed some products along the guidelines laid down by the Environmental Protection Agency to reduce toxic odors and pollutants during the disposal of waste. The company was trying to market those devices throughout the Northeast. One of Sid's directors was Frank Capasso, and apparently he had been resisting Marion's efforts to become a partner. The attack on Capasso's trucks was designed to change his mind and demonstrate that Marion could be a very valuable partner. Apparently it worked. When Marion arrived in Syracuse and checked into the Holiday Inn, he was not alone. With him were Ray Neal, a major syndicate figure in Oregon and the Pacific Northwest, and Michael Riccardelli, a director and leading figure of scientific incineration devices. On the hotel register, Marion identified himself as a sales representative for the company. Marion, Neal, and Riccardelli were in Syracuse for 3 days, with a side trip one evening down the New York Thruway to Utica. Watching their every move were 2 of Hogan's detectives, who had rushed upstate as soon as Marion's travel plans were known, and several FBI agents attached to the Syracuse office of the Bureau. Those 3 days were a time of constant meetings. Marion, Neal, and Riccardelli went into conference with nearly every major figure in organized crime in upstate New York. They met with elected officials of Syracuse, and after those meetings, Marion was heard to boast, "We sold them an incinerator." They had a long dinner session with Utica's mayor, Michael Caruso, and when dinner was over, they went on to visit with the man who controlled all the bookmaking in central New York. And throughout those days, they were in constant contact with Sergeant Jack Denaro of the Syracuse Police Department and head of that department's Patrolmen's Benevolent Association. Several times a day, he called Marion at the Holiday Inn, and Marion called him. It was during those days that the FBI came perilously close to blowing the investigation. As Coffey explains it, we don't operate the way they do. We prefer to stay under cover as long as we can. We don't come out in the open until we absolutely have to, and we never interview people until we've made our case. Their philosophy is that if they come right out up front and flash those magic credentials, they're going to get information. People are just going to open up and spill everything at the sight of those wallets flashing open in front of them. But by doing that, they can wreck the whole operation, which they nearly did in Syracuse and half a dozen other times. Near the end of Marion's stay, 2 local FBI agents approached the desk clerk at the Holiday Inn, flashed their credentials, and asked to see the telephone records for Marion's room. The desk clerk produced the records. He also did something else. He called Sergeant Denaro at Syracuse Police Headquarters and told him of the appearance of the FBI agents. Denaro passed the word on to Marion. Marion must have made some kind of connection, become convinced that one of the numbers he had been calling was tapped, and that was what had put the FBI onto him in Syracuse. He rushed from his room to a payphone, dialed long distance. In Jimmy's lounge in New York, the phone rang. In the Stuyvesant town plant, the tape recorder began to spin, the monitor to give out the sound of Marion's voice. Coffey, standing nearby, heard it all. "Is Popo there?" "Just a minute." "Popo, phone for you." "Yeah." "Popo, yeah." "Do you know who this is?" "Yeah, I recognize the voice." "Don't say my name." "What? Why?" "Just listen to me. I'll give you a number. You go to another phone and call me right back. I gotta talk to you." "You can talk," Tortora said. "This is my safe phone. There ain't nothing to worry about. Listen to me, Popo, and do like I tell you. I'm telling you, take a walk, go to a public phone, any place, and call me back." "You nuts?" Tortora said. "We can talk now. Nothing's wrong here." For more than 10 minutes they argued. Realizing that Marion was adamant, Tortora finally agreed. 100 feet from where he stood in Jimmy's lounge, out on the street corner, there was a public phone. It would have taken Tortora 30 seconds to get to it and make that call. But Tortora was so certain his phone was secure, he would not make that 100-foot walk. He merely waited 5 minutes, then picked up his own phone and dialed the number in Syracuse that Marion had given him. "Okay, Izzy," he said. "You want another phone?" Marion demanded. "Sure, just like you said. I'm calling from outside." In the block and a half away, Coffey and the other detectives stared at the monitor and at each other in disbelief, could barely hear what was being said as they erupted with laughter. "Okay," Marion said. "So what's the big deal?" Tortora asked. "I think your phone's tapped." "You nuts or something?" Tortora said. "How could it be tapped? We're paying off enough guys. We're checking all the time. So if it was tapped, we'd sure as hell know." "Yeah?" Marion said. "Well, Jack just tipped me. The feds have been asking some questions. They was here looking up the phone records for my room. One of the numbers they got to come up with is yours." "So what?" Tortora said. "You've been calling a lot of places, right?" "Yeah." "So what are you worried about? What makes you think they'd figure there was something special about this one?" "I just got a hunch." "Forget it." "Yeah? Well, tell me. How'd they know I was here?" "Who knows? A dozen ways. It don't mean nothing. Forget it. Look, you coming down?" "Yeah, as soon as we finish up here. I'll call you when we get in." It had been a near thing. For a long time afterward, Coffey worried that Tortora might begin to have some second thoughts. And if he did, the phone in Jimmy's lounge that had been paying such high dividends in so many areas, and all the other tapped phones as well, might suddenly go silent. He waited, and then he began to breathe easier. Neither Tortora nor Rizzo nor any of the others who used all those phones so often and so openly grew suspicious until it was far too late. Even Marion's fears were calmed. Within another day, he was back on that line, speaking as freely as ever. But Coffey did not forget. He went back to the office in a rage. I told the boss that the FBI was a bunch of fuck-ups who were going to blow this whole investigation unless he did something. We had a meeting and we sat down with the feds and said, this has got to stop, unless you want this thing to collapse right around your feet. Well, they agreed to play it cool, and except for one or two other times down the road when they went back to their old tricks, they did just that. So, no harm was done, but it sure could have been. Their business in upstate New York finished, Marion and Neil boarded a flight on a Sunday afternoon in late March for LaGuardia Airport. Coffey, other detectives, and FBI agents were waiting for them when they landed. But it was dusk on Sunday, and traffic into the city from Long Island was very heavy. By the time they crossed the Triborough Bridge into Manhattan, they had lost sight of the car containing Marion and Neil. There was one hope of picking them up again. Marion had told Tortora he would call once he was in the city. Coffey raced back to the Stuyvesant town plant, hung anxiously over the monitor for the next few hours, waiting for that call. It finally came in the evening. He and Neil, Marion informed Tortora, were in rooms 706 and 707 at the Delmonico Hotel on Park Avenue. There was a rush to Leonard Street. Orders for wiretaps and bugs were drafted, a judge was roused to sign them, and then it was back into the cars to speed uptown to the hotel. The Delmonico's manager, Charles Gray, was informed just who the guests were in rooms 706 and 707. When he heard that, when he saw the official wiretap and bugging orders, he offered to do anything he could to help, assigned the detectives a room just down the hall for Marion. It quickly filled with Hogan's men, FBI agents, and technicians lugging in their load of listening devices. Then they could only wait and hope that Marion and Neil would leave so they could gain access and install the taps, plant the bugs. The wait was a short one. Within an hour, Marion and Neil left, got into a cab in front of the hotel, and headed for the Separate Tables, a restaurant on 3rd Avenue favored by people well placed in the entertainment world, politics, and the rackets. Close behind Marion and Neil were cars filled with FBI agents. Their job, observe what was going on, and, more important, let Coffey and the technicians at the Delmonico know if and when either Marion or Neil left the restaurant and started back. Other agents and detectives were stationed downstairs in the hotel lobby to keep watch just in case either managed to slip past those observing the restaurant. The technicians moved in. The phones were tapped, a sophisticated bug, far superior and more sensitive than the one provided by the CIA in Munich, was planted. The technicians returned to Coffey's room, did a check on the bug. Something was wrong. The tap was working fine, but the bug was picking up nothing. They would have to return to the suite and try to figure out what was wrong. They needed time. Coffey got in touch with the FBI agents watching the Separate Tables. Everything okay? Everything's fine, no sweat. They're still there, inside. Nice and cozy. Couple of people are with them. Who? You recognize them? One of them's Popo Tortora. Couple of other guys we don't know. 2 dames. Okay, let us know if they move. Don't worry, we've got them staked down. Nobody's going to get past us. Assured, Coffey sent the technicians on their return mission. They went over the installation, slowly and carefully, made a few repairs on what seemed like possible trouble points, returned to their room and went through the tests once more. Something was still not right. The bug refused to function. They would have to get back into Marion's suite once more, and it was growing late. Coffey reached the FBI surveillance team again. Are they still there? Sure, we told you we'd let you know if they move. You're positive? Yes. Because we're having some trouble here, we need more time. Don't worry, we're sitting on them. Nobody's left the place. If somebody does, we'll let you know. Coffey took a deep breath, nodded to the technicians. It's still clear. One more time. Only for Christ's sake, get it right this time. The 2 wiremen, both dressed in shabby work clothes, moved down the hall one more time, picked the lock on the door of the suite one more time, pulled the door open, and started in. Ray Neal was sitting on the bed. He was naked. Next to him was a .45 caliber pistol. Marion might still be at the separates table, but somehow Neil had managed to leave without being spotted, had managed to return to the Delmonico, pass through the lobby, ride up the elevator, and get into his suite without being observed by any of the watchers. He looked up at the sound of the door opening, saw two men standing in the doorway, one holding a set of lockpicks. He stared at them in surprise for only a moment, then leaped from the bed and rushed for them. They slammed the door in his face. He grabbed the inside knob and tried to pull it open. They held the outside knob tightly to keep it closed. The tug-of-war went on and on, the wireman holding tightly from the outside, Neil pulling and shouting from the inside. It was a stalemate that could not last. Neil's grip relaxed. The wireman let go, turned and started to race down the corridor, seeking escape. Behind them, they heard a door open. They glanced back. Neil was coming out the door, still without any clothes, but now holding on to his .45, waving it and shouting. They turned a corner. They were trapped. They had come against a cul-de-sac, and there was no way to turn. Neil came around the corner. He saw them, stared, raised his pistol, and started to aim. Suddenly, he stopped. It was as though he had just realized that he was standing in a public hallway in a hotel, holding a pistol, completely naked. He spun, raced back toward his room. Coffee and the other detective who had remained with him heard the commotion but had no idea what was happening until Neil called the front desk. Through the wiretap, they heard him say that two guys had been trying to break into his room, and he had chased them down the corridor, had them trapped. He demanded that the cops be called immediately. That worried Coffee. Gray was gone for the evening. Nobody else on duty except the switchboard operator knew what was going on. The precinct cops would soon be on the scene, and they would be joined by the burglary squad and by units from all over Midtown and the East Side. The hotel was about to become the arena for a massive manhunt, certainly a room search on the 7th floor. Coffee was sure of that. Not long ago, the Pierre Hotel had been the scene of a major jewel robbery. The thieves had not yet been caught, and there was some fear that another major hotel burglary or robbery was going to take place at any time. The police had been alerted for any sign of a repetition at other luxury Midtown hotels. If the cops entered the room during their search, they would certainly have Neil with them to identify the men who had broken into his room. They would not only spot and identify the two wiremen, but they would also see the electronic hardware, and then the game would be over. Neil and Marion would have been warned. The whole investigation might then be set back. Coffee rushed out into the hall, grabbed the two wiremen, and pulled them back into the room. Even through the sealed windows, they could hear the sirens of the police cars pulling up in front of the hotel, could see through the windows the flashing lights of at least 20 radio cars jamming the streets, could see scores of cops and detectives pouring into the hotel. The room phone rang. It was the switchboard operator. The cops, she said, were just coming through the door. What should she do? Coffee had a sudden inspiration. One of the wiremen, Pete DeCastle, was about 50 years old, but with his gray hair and seamed face, he looked a lot older. Coffee told the woman on the switchboard to tell the cops that DeCastle was an old man who rented the room on a permanent basis and lived there with his grown son. Then the electronic gear was shoved under the beds and into the closet. The second wireman and Coffee's partner hid in the closet as well, the door locked behind them. The room was straightened. DeCastle got undressed and climbed into bed. Coffee stripped, jumped into the shower, and turned the water on. There was a pounding on the door. Coffee turned off the water, wrapped a towel around his middle, went to the door. DeCastle sat up in bed looking as though he had just awakened. Coffee opened the door a crack. "Yes?" "There's been a report of a burglary on this floor," a cop in uniform said, "a couple of rooms away. Have you heard or seen anything suspicious?" Coffee shook his head. Neil stood just behind the cop, trying to peer into the room, seeing only the shape of DeCastle in bed, not his face. Other cops filled the hall. "No, we haven't, officer," Coffee said. "There's just my father and me in here. He went to bed a while ago, and I've been in the shower. We haven't heard a thing." The cop looked around the room from the doorway. He did not enter. He could see nothing out of the ordinary, only an older man in bed, half awake, and a younger man, obviously young enough to be the son, standing just inside the room, a towel wrapped around his middle, obviously just out of the shower. "Okay," the cop said. "If you do happen to hear anything suspicious, call downstairs. We'll be here for a while." It was some time before the hotel finally quieted and the cops left, having found nothing despite their search. The situation was still tenuous, though. The bug in Neil and Marion's room still needed to be repaired. The problems would have to be corrected before Marion returned, or the project would turn out to be useless. Some means had to be found to get Neil away from the hotel long enough for the wireman to get back to that room and do what had to be done. Coffee pulled a two-way radio out from under the bed, called Robert Nicholson, a sergeant in Hogan's office who was down on the street, and asked him to come up to the room. "Look," he said when Nicholson came through the door, "we've got to get that guy out. Why don't you knock on his door and tell him you're from the burglary squad and you want him to go down to the station with you and go over some mugshots to see if he can pick out the two guys. That way you can keep him away while we find out what's wrong with the bug." "I've got a better idea," Nicholson said. "He could go through the mugshots in less than an hour, so what I'll do is this. I'll take him around to the bars in Midtown, tell him we've got an idea the guys may be hanging out in one of them, and we want to see if he can spot them. That way you can have as long as you need. We'll find some way to keep Marion away, too. I'll call you every half hour or so, and you can let me know how you're doing." Nicholson did just what he said. And this time, it took the technicians only a few minutes to trace the trouble and get the bug working. Then it was wait and see what came through. But what came through that bug was hardly worth the trouble. In the early hours of the morning, both Neil and Marion had returned to the suite. Neil told Marion the story of the evening's excitement. Marion played tough guy, informing Neil that he should have shot the two burglars where they stood, instead of worrying about the fact that he didn't have any clothes on. The wiretap, however, did pay off. Marion phoned his partner in scientific incineration devices, Mike Riccardelli. "I want you to call up Gabe Piemonte in Boston on Monday," he ordered. "You know who he is. He's the deputy mayor up there. You tell him you're with Izzy Marion. He can do a lot for us up in Boston with the incinerators." And Marion took another step along the path he had first trod more than a month before, a path that had its twistings toward Munich and the Palace Hotel. He talked to Vincent Rizzo. "The guy in L.A. is ducking me," he said. "I want your okay to get heavy with him." "Okay," Rizzo said. "You got it. I want to go in and crack him up." "Okay," Rizzo said. "You think maybe he's going to yell cop?" "I don't know," Rizzo said. "He might." "Then maybe we ought to send somebody else in to give him a whack first, so he don't recognize me right away." "If you want." "What do we do if we still don't get satisfaction?" Marion asked. "We go the ultimate," Rizzo said. The satisfaction that Rizzo demanded was not forthcoming. Marion contacted a friend in Las Vegas, a thug named William Robertazzi, ordered him to pay a call on the recalcitrant debtor in Los Angeles. "Find that guy," Marion said, "and tell him the next visit won't be a friendly one." Coffee was by then convinced that the debtor had to be Jerry Mark Jacobs, convinced, too, that the debt grew from money Ensa and Barg had paid Jacobs and which he had not turned over to Rizzo. On the first point, he was right. On the second, and for one of the few times in this investigation, he was wrong. The money was the price Rizzo was demanding for $100,000 worth of United States Treasury E-bonds that Rizzo had given to Jerry Jacobs to sell and which had been seized in Canada from an associate of Jacobs before the sale could be consummated. Rizzo had informed Jacobs that, as far as he was concerned, he didn't care what had happened to the bonds after Jacobs had taken possession of them. That was Jacobs's problem. And it was Jacobs's responsibility to pay Rizzo the agreed price of $25,000. Jacobs maintained that since the bonds had been lost, everybody was out his profits, and so Rizzo could really expect nothing. That was not acceptable to Rizzo, and he let Jacobs know during a confrontation in a bar in Arcadia, California, when he slapped the younger man that if he didn't get his money, Jerry Jacobs would be a very sorry young man. Acting on Marion's instructions, Robert Tozzi hurried to Los Angeles, met Jerry Jacobs at a Rexall drugstore on La Cienega Boulevard. He dismissed Jacobs' explanations, grabbed him by the collar, lifted him off the ground, nearly strangling him, and shouted, loud enough for other customers in the store to stare with alarm and back away, "I don't want to hear none of that crap. I come here to get the 25 grand you owe, and I ain't leaving until I get it. You understand? Don't think you can run away because you can't. No matter where you go, we'll find you. So you better have the dough, or else." Jacobs gasped that he didn't have the money with him, and there was no way he could get it. Robert Tozzi dragged him into a phone booth, dialed a long-distance number, said something, then shoved the phone against Jacobs' ear. Izzy Marion was on the other end. "I'm a friend of Vince Rizzo," Marion said, "and I'm the guy who sent the guy you're with to collect what you owe. Now, I want you to understand something. You think the guy you're with is bad? Well, I'm mean and rotten, and if you don't come up with it, something is going to happen to you. I don't want to hear no more bullshit. I want that dough, and I want it quick." Marion hung up. Robert Tozzi yanked Jacobs out of the booth, slammed him against a nearby wall, told him that nobody was kidding around, that it was pay up or push up daisies. 11. A stranger stumbling into the dingy secret basement room in Stuyvesant Town in the spring of 1972 and remaining an hour would have gone away with an education in the workings of organized crime. The tape recorders and monitors and other electronic devices were rarely silent. Rizzo or Tortora or somebody else always seemed to be on the phone. If Izzy Marion in Las Vegas had communicated his own suspicions that somebody might be listening in, they ignored him and continued to discuss their business with absolute confidence. Jimmy Heimerly and Freddie Mayo, the syndicate travel agents, were kept very busy during those months. Hardly a day passed when they were not given orders to dip into their bottomless barrel of airline tickets and credit cards, run them through their stolen validating machines, and book flights to Florida and California, to Hawaii and Tokyo, to Hong Kong and Buenos Aires, to London and Munich. If one thing was certain, it was that those trips were being made neither as vacations nor for sightseeing. Knowing Rizzo, Tortora, and the others, and now armed with all that had been uncovered since this investigation had begun, Coffey and Dick Tamaro and the others in the district attorney's office and the FBI could easily speculate about the purpose of these trips. The movement of narcotics seemed a sure thing, and so too did the movement of stolen and counterfeit securities. But speculation, even conviction, was not absolute knowledge, and the only way to get that was to move in at a crucial moment and make an arrest. That they did not want to do. It would tip their hand before they were ready, before they had unraveled all the threads and found all the answers. So they let most of those trips take place undisturbed, though those who made them had company. And every once in a while, when they were sure it would not hurt anything, they passed the word to the airlines that somebody was flying for free, then sat back and listened with no little pleasure to the results. "Popo, listen," a frantic caller cried over the phone early one evening from Miami. "Everybody got pinched with those things." "Who?" Tortora demanded. "The two kids. You're kidding me. They're pinched." "Oh, my God," Tortora said. "When did it happen?" "Today." Yeah. How come? How'd it happen?" "Possession of stolen property." "Where are they, in Florida?" "Yeah, the two kids are in Florida. The other ones, they let them go because he's a bondsman and he bought them from a guy in the Bronx. Now, Popo, how the fuck am I going to get home?" Rizzo's loan sharking business was flourishing. The conversations over the phone confirmed that. He had money out all over the city and was reaping an interest of 10% and more each week, and most who owed him money paid without a complaint. Rizzo's customers had learned long before that when a Rizzo collector showed up, excuses were not accepted, only money. John Calamaris, though, was having a little trouble. His Blue Seas restaurant on 3rd Avenue was not doing well. He was into Rizzo for several $1,000s, and he couldn't make his payments. When Patty Marino called in to tell Rizzo that, Rizzo told him to reach into the till and grab whatever was there. He had already done that, Marino said. The problem was there was only $17 in the cash register. "Take it," Rizzo ordered, "and tell Calamaris he's got to come up with another $300 right away. Tell him he is taking advantage and we can't be good no more." But Calamaris had no way to come up with any more money. Rizzo ordered Marino to camp out in the restaurant, sit behind the cash register, and pocket everything that came in. It was still not enough to satisfy Rizzo. Calamaris was taken to the dark place and given a lesson in what happened to those who failed to meet Rizzo's demands, then was sent back to work at the Blue Seas, no longer for himself, but thereafter for the new and secret owner, Vincent Rizzo. Calls like those were incriminating enough and proof of felonies, so that the judge had no hesitation in regularly renewing the applications for continuance of the taps. And what came over the phones was logged, transcribed, filed, put through the computers, and correlated. When the time came, it would be presented to grand juries and to courts. But those calls were, for the most part, about side issues. What the investigators thirsted to hear was more about the flow of hot securities in and out of the United States, about the transaction in the Vatican that had been mentioned for the first time by Winfried Ensa in Munich, about all the other deals that lay at the real center of this hunt. But the Vatican was never mentioned, and conversations about securities were inevitably guarded and elliptical, so that those who heard them had to have some prior knowledge, had to know how to strip away the covering. Thus, Rizzo called William Benjamin in Philadelphia, collect, as were all his long-distance calls, and asked for a sample. It did not have to be an original, he said. A day later, he called collect again, apologizing for not calling earlier, and asked, "How'd you make out with that thing, all right?" "I'm going to get a hold of him today," Benjamin replied. "Right," Rizzo said. "But those papers are all right?" "As far as I'm concerned, he hasn't even started. But he says don't worry about it. I'll have to bug him." Rizzo called Marty De Lorenzo and said he needed to collect some mortgage money. Uncle Marty said he understood the problem, and as soon as he heard from Sally, he would be down to see Rizzo. Coffee, Tamaro, and the others who were listening understood that Rizzo and De Lorenzo were talking about Sam Sally, a syndicate leader in Buffalo and notorious as a major source of counterfeit money. Thus, Rizzo's mortgage money had to be counterfeit bills. Marty De Lorenzo showed up at Jimmy's Lounge one afternoon, availed himself of that telephone, and made 3 calls to George Adamo, Joe Verone, and Tobias Teddy Cohen. According to an informant, the 3 were De Lorenzo's partners in the theft and distribution of more than $4.5 million in Treasury notes. But unless someone knew that, there were few clues in those conversations. They were filled with, "You know what I mean," and "You know what I'm trying to say," and "As soon as I get word, I'll call you," and a number of elliptical references. It became so frustrating that it seemed the only way to penetrate the cover and get to the center was to put somebody inside Jimmy's Lounge. The man chosen for the job was an undercover detective named Jimmy Rodriguez. Putting on old work clothes, Rodriguez dropped into the bar, ordered a drink, sat around for hours. He repeated this performance daily until he became a regular, was accepted as one of the standard features, if not one of Rizzo's people, still only a harmless neighborhood wino. Rodriguez was good at his job, managed to pick up odd bits that filled in corners of the growing picture, as those habitués of the bar were soon talking easily around him, though rarely directly to him, and he observed meetings in the back room of Jimmy's Lounge between Rizzo, De Lorenzo, and many other important syndicate leaders. But the back room was off limits. He could see those conferences, but he could never get close enough to hear what was being said. If Rodriguez was picking up some important hints, nevertheless there was considerable concern for his safety. If his true identity was revealed, there was no doubt what his fate would be. Jimmy's Lounge was not Ponte's. It did not have the kind of clientele that might serve as a shield against violence and give him time to escape. Indeed, there had already been a demonstration of what could happen to unwelcome outsiders who happened into Jimmy's Lounge, and that unwelcome outsider was not even an undercover cop. Late in March, a Puerto Rican named Jose Brocero walked in off the street, went up to the bar, and ordered a glass of beer. Rizzo strode across the room, shoved him away from the bar, spinning him around. "Get out of here, you fucking spick," he ordered. "We don't serve spicks in this place." Brocero gave him an argument, insisting that he had a right to have a beer any place he wanted as long as he had the money to pay. Rizzo turned, picked up a pool cue, went after Brocero, left him on the floor in a pool of blood. Brocero was dragged out of the bar and dumped into a nearby hallway. It was later that evening that Rizzo, during a casual phone conversation, mentioned that there had been a little trouble in the bar earlier, that he had personally taken care of it. The detectives in the Stuyvesant town plant got worried, made an anonymous phone call to the local precinct. All the first cops to reach Jimmy's Lounge discovered was a broken window, though nobody in the place seemed to know how that had happened. But at 6:30 the next morning, one of the precinct cops accidentally came upon Brocero in that dark hallway where he had been deposited. One look convinced him that he had found a murder victim. He summoned an ambulance to take the body away. When the medics arrived, however, they discovered that Brocero was not dead, though he was just barely alive. He had a fractured leg, several fractures of the skull, cuts and bruises all over his body. His body temperature was down to 84 degrees, and he was in a coma. It was several days before he regained consciousness and was able to talk to the cops. But he would only say that he had been attacked from behind on a street corner by a group of men he did not know and could not identify. Though Coffey and others in Hogan's office were certain they knew precisely what had happened, they had no way then of persuading Brocero to tell it to them or a grand jury. What had happened to Brocero then hovered like a grim shadow over Jimmy Rodriguez all the time he was in the bar. That and the fact that he was developing only a little more information than was coming over the wiretaps seemed to necessitate another kind of infiltration. Remembering the success of the electronic surveillance in Munich and successes in other places in other cases, Assistant District Attorney Goldstock went back to court to obtain an order that would permit the planting of a bug in that back room of Jimmy's Lounge. The order came down, and now it was necessary to gain entry. That was not easy. The bar was open 7 days a week, on 6 of those days from 10 in the morning until 4 the next morning, and sometimes even later. When it was closed, there were always people wandering the nearby streets. Given that, there was just one time when it might be possible to get inside. Jimmy's Lounge closed early Sunday night, by 2 or 3 in the morning. It was dark and empty, and the streets, too, were usually deserted. The judge handed down the order for the legal bug on Monday. It was good for 30 days, and the time clock began to run the moment it was signed. Coffey fretted. 6 of those 30 days would pass before they could get into the bar and plant the bug. Sunday night came. 2 trucks were borrowed from Consolidated Edison Company. The detectives, the expert who had picked the locks to open the doors, and the wireman, all dressed in Con Ed uniforms. They waited until nearly 3 in the morning to make sure that everything was deserted, that there was no chance of discovery. They drove the trucks to the front of the bar, parked, opened a manhole, set up barricades and lights, pretended to be servicing the gas and electric lines beneath the street. The pickman went to work on the lock. For 2 hours he worked, shielded from the view of any chance passerby by the bulk of the Con Ed trucks and the barricades. He struggled. He could not master the locks. They were different from any he had ever worked on before. No matter how delicately and expertly he inserted his picks and tried to maneuver them, he had no success. The locks refused to yield. Coffey grew more anxious. At any moment, somebody might show up, somebody they did not want to meet. The sky in the east was starting to grow light. "For Christ's sakes," he said several times, "can't you move it? Time's running out." "Don't worry," the pickman kept assuring him. "I'm the best. If anybody can pick this lock, I'm the guy. I just need a little more time and I'll have it." But time was something they didn't have. "Look," Coffey said finally, "if you can't do it, say so. If you can't do it right now, let's call this whole thing off and we'll get the feds to give us one of their guys." That made the pickman furious. All he needed was a couple of more minutes and they'd be in. Coffee watched him, knew he would never succeed without a stick of dynamite. "Let's pack up and get out of here," he said. "All we can do is try again next week." The pickman argued, began to shout. Coffee was in no mood to listen. He gave orders. The equipment was packed back into the trucks. Jimmy's lounge was left as pristine as it had been when they arrived. A week later, they were back, this time with one Con Ed truck. Coffee was once more in command, and with him were Detective Larry Mullins and a couple of others from Hogan's office, 2 wiremen and a pickman lent to them by the FBI. He turns up, Coffee remembers, like he'd seen too many commando movies. He was dressed all in black clothes, black watch cap, black gloves. Even his face was colored with black stuff. But he was the best. We didn't know it then, but he was the guy from the White House plumbers, the guy who picked the lock of Daniel Ellsberg's psychiatrist's office. Once more, they enacted the charade in front of Jimmy's lounge. The barricades and work lights were put up, the manhole cover was opened, the detectives in their Con Ed uniforms clambered down and pretended to work, climbed out, and lounged against the barriers and the walls of nearby buildings, drinking coffee as though on a brink. The pickman, fading into the night in his black uniform, went to his desk. He had something Coffee had never seen before, a pick gun, an instrument that was placed against the lock, the trigger fired gently, the picks inserted into the lock to catch and work the inner mechanism. In order to conceal what he was about, the pickman placed the gun against the lock, then turned so that his back was to the door, and he was working the pick gun with his hands behind him. If anyone caught a glimpse, it would look as if he were merely leaning idly against the door. Just as he started to work, Coffee saw trouble approaching. Ruthie was walking her dogs. She was the neighborhood punch board, he says. "I knew her back when I was in uniform working the 9th Precinct. Ruthie used to give us low-level information on street narcotics, things like that. But the thing about her was that she had 100 dogs. If you went into her apartment, you needed a gas mask because of the stink. The first time I met her, I was introduced by another cop, and she took us up to that apartment to give us a little information. We got in there, and the first thing she did was close the door and take off the doorknob. I looked at her, and I thought, what the hell is she doing that for? Maybe she's afraid of junkies breaking in. Well, that's her business. She gave us the information we were interested in, and then we were ready to leave. 'Ruthie, where's the knob for the door?' She looked at us, and she said, 'You're cops. You find it.' We said, 'Ruthie, we've got to get out of here.' She said, 'Hey, you're sharp guys. You find the knob and you can get out of here.' It took us half an hour before we found it. She was a real cuckoo clock. Now, this night, we were standing there pretending we were Con Ed guys on a coffee break, watching the pickman fiddling with a lock, when I saw Ruthie coming along the street with her dogs right at us. Coffee turned to the other cops and said, 'You're not going to believe what's coming down the street,' and quickly told him. Ruthie walked directly up to him, surrounded him with the yapping dogs. He was momentarily trapped. She stared into his face. It was obvious she did not recognize him. She let go of the skein of leashes, reached out and grabbed his crotch, squeezing. He slapped her hand away. She laughed. She looked around, noticed the pickman leaning against the front door of Jimmy's lounge. She grinned, walked toward him, reached out and grabbed him by the balls, squeezed hard. He let out a scream of pain. The pick gun with all its delicate picks flew from his hand, out of the lock, the picks scattering across the sidewalk. "Get this fucking broad away from me!" he hollered in pain, trying to fend her off, to twist away from her. Coffee gestured to one of the cops. "Grab her," he ordered. "Get her out of here. Go buy her a cup of coffee, anything, but get her away from here fast." Ruthie was removed, laughing loudly, the pack of dogs racing on ahead. When she was down the street, the pickman gathered his equipment and went back to work. Within moments, he had the door open. Coffee and the wireman rushed into Jimmy's lounge, racing to the back room, planting the bug. Coffee looked around, saw the pickman lying on the floor under the bar. He had removed the locks from the door, was working on them with a file and a tiny flashlight. In the 20 minutes it took to plant the bug, check it, and make sure it was working, The pickman made a set of duplicate keys to the locks, handed the keys to Coffee, replaced the locks in the door, and disappeared into the night. It was close to 5:30 on a freezing Monday morning in April by the time they had sealed the doors of the bar, making sure that everything was as it had been, so that nobody would suspect they had been there, had packed up the barricades, lights, and other paraphernalia, and stowed everything in the rear of the Con Ed truck. Coffee switched on the ignition. Nothing happened. He swore under his breath, tried again. The motor coughed feebly and died. He tried several more times, but the engine refused to start. The battery was dead. And by then, the first of the early morning pedestrians were beginning to appear, glancing at them curiously. Coffee looked at Larry Mullins on the seat beside him. "The damn thing's dead," he said. "I know what we'll do. My car's parked a couple of blocks away. You sit behind the wheel and I'll go get it, and then we'll jump the battery." Coffee was back within minutes, his old Volvo parked beside the Con Ed truck, the hood raised. He took the jump cables from his trunk, tossed them to Mullins. "Okay," he said. "Hook them to the battery and I'll try to start this thing." Coffee got behind the wheel of the truck, ready to try the starter once Mullins had made the connections. Mullins attached the cables to the truck's battery, ran them to the Volvo. He clamped on a terminal. As he fastened the second cable, the battery exploded, metal and acid flying everywhere. He'd attached them to the wrong terminals. Mullins was lucky. He had been leaning away from the engine compartment of the car as he was affixing the cables, and so was uninjured. But now they were stranded. The truck and the Volvo were disabled. "We knew we couldn't call the local precinct," Coffee says, "so we did what we should have done in the first place. We called Con Ed, and they came and towed the truck and my car away. But while we were waiting for them, more and more people were out on the streets, and we were sitting out there in the open. I kept wondering whether Rizzo or Popo or one of the barmaids would show up and make us. Fortunately, they didn't, and we got away from there without anybody the wiser. But it was a near thing." Coffee did not go home. He went directly to the plant. He wanted to be there the moment the bar opened, to hear the first voices come over the bug. The two barmaids, Lorraine and Tootsie, entered Jimmy's lounge. Their voices were clear, precise, every word distinct. Coffee and the other detectives in the plant nodded with satisfaction. And then the music started. The jukebox began to play, its volume turned up as loud as it would go. All that day and all that night, through every day and night, the jukebox blared. They played the same goddamn tunes over and over again until we knew them by heart, until we were practically dancing in the plant. That's all we ever got over the bug, just that damn music. Except one time, and maybe that one time made it all worthwhile. There had been a retirement party several blocks away for one of the local precinct detectives. When the party broke up that evening, a few of the plainclothes cops from the precinct wandered into Jimmy's lounge for a nightcap. As usual, Jimmy Rodriguez was at the door, drinking, listening, observing, and acting his role of the neighborhood idler. One of the detectives from the precinct knew Rodriguez. When he saw him at the bar as he came through the doors, he froze. It took him only seconds to understand what was going on. He continued into the bar, nodded as he reached the undercover cop, said, "Hello, Jimmy," and went on down the bar and across the room to a table where Vincent Rizzo sat. "Vinny," he said, "you know who that little guy at the bar is?" Rizzo shrugged. "Shit," he said. "He's just one of the locals. He's in here all the time." "That's how much you know," the detective said. "His name happens to be Jimmy Rodriguez, and he's an undercover cop from the DA's squad." For once, the jukebox was not spewing out its deafening din. And so a block and a half away, those words came through the monitors and into the ears of the listening detectives. Coffee jumped out of his chair, shouted at Les Frank, one of the other detectives. "Les, get into that fucking bar as fast as you can and get Jimmy out of there, right this minute. He's blown. You know what Rizzo's likely to do." Frank raced out of the Stuyvesant town basement, across the street and into the bar. Rodriguez was still there, talking to the bartender, playing with his half-empty glass of whiskey. Jimmy's lounge was silent. Rizzo was standing beside his table, staring at Rodriguez. Frank edged up to the undercover man. "Jimmy," he whispered, "get the fuck out of here." Rodriguez grinned, shook his head. "No, man," he said. "I'm having a good time. I'm staying right where I am." "Jimmy," Frank said urgently, "you don't understand. You're blown. Get the fuck out of here." "No, man," Rodriguez repeated. "I'm staying in." He had not understood what Frank was trying to tell him, and nothing Frank said seemed to penetrate. Frank hurried out of the bar and back to the plant, told Coffee, "Jimmy won't leave." "I know," Coffee said. "We heard it over the bug." "What are we going to do?" "You're going back there," Coffee said, "and you're going to get him out. I don't care how you do it. I don't give a fuck if you have to drag him out by the neck. You just have to get him out of there right now. They know who he is." Frank raced back, tried again to get Rodriguez to leave. Rodriguez still would not listen, and Rizzo was watching. It was obvious to Frank that the only thing that was restraining Rizzo from going after Rodriguez was the presence of the precinct detectives. If Rodriguez was still there when they left, Rodriguez would not leave alive. Frank grabbed Rodriguez by the arm. "No more shit, Jimmy," he said. "I'm taking you out of here." He hauled Rodriguez away from the bar, ignoring his protests, pushed him out into the street, and led him back to the plant. That was all anybody ever got out of the bug that had been planted with such difficulty in Jimmy's lounge. But nobody ever doubted that it had been worth the trouble. It had, after all, saved a cop's life. 12. There was never a doubt that the success of the investigation would ultimately hinge on turning somebody. Coffee's hunch had begun it, but it had been only an intuition that had panned out. The wiretaps and the bugs had provided details and evidence and given direction, but much of what had come over them was cloudy and enigmatic. The computers and the tedious paperwork and physical surveillance had turned up links and patterns, but it was not enough. If they were to ever know all the trails, understand them well enough to follow them to their endings, and so amass the evidence that would stand up in court, they would have to turn somebody on the inside. It would not be De Lorenzo or Rizzo or Tortora or anybody high up in the conspiracy. No matter what, there was no hope that any of them would talk, reluctantly or willingly. The first turning would have to be someone near the bottom, trapped so tightly in a net that he had no hope of escape or exculpation. Faced with the certainty of long years in prison, he would be given the choice: take the fall or become an informer and perhaps go free or even enter the witness protection program and begin a new life under the aegis of the government. He would obviously have to be a weak link, taken at the moment of his utmost peril. Someone whose fear of prison was so great that it outweighed his fear of the deadly revenge of Rizzo and the syndicate. That first turning was the essential one, for even if the pigeon could give little himself, he would surely lead them to others even higher in the chain until all the pieces would come together. As the investigators listened to those taps, as they observed those in Rizzo's circle, as they pieced together the computer printouts, the target seemed apparent: Freddie Mayo. All you had to do was take one look at him, listen to him whine about his troubles over the phone, look at his yellow sheet, Coffee says, and you knew that prison wasn't in his plans for a lifestyle. In the years between 1969 and 1972 alone, the 41-year-old Mayo had been arrested 11 times, almost all as a result of his dealings in stolen and forged credit cards and airline tickets. He was under indictment, was awaiting trial, and he was terrified at the thought that he would be convicted and sent away. Mayo would certainly crumble if he were picked up once more, and especially if the bust were for something even more serious than possession of stolen and counterfeit instruments and theft of service, something like narcotics. By himself, Mayo might be minor, but he would be the first card in the house of cards, would start the inevitable fall. They would watch and pick their moment, and in the spring of 1972 they were in no hurry, were content to pile up what they could from the taps and bugs and other sources, hoping to at least make a start down every major avenue. Then the moment picked them. Near the end of April, Rizzo answered the phone in Jimmy's lounge and heard a voice with a British accent ask, "Vincent?" "When did you get in?" Rizzo asked. "We've been trying to get a hold of you all day." "Noon," the Englishman said. "Is there any news yet?" "Not yet," Rizzo said. "Benjamin had to go back to Philly a little while ago. He'll be back tomorrow. We ought to know something then, maybe the next day, but we gotta meet. You come down here tomorrow and we'll get together." The next morning, soon after Rizzo arrived at Jimmy's lounge, Marty DeLorenzo drove up, got out of his car, went inside, joined Rizzo in the back room. A few minutes later, Benjamin turned up, followed almost immediately by a nattily dressed, slim, elderly little man. The four huddled in that back room. What they said was drowned out by the blaring jukebox. The conference lasted about an hour. The little man was the first to leave, hailing a cab outside the bar and heading toward Midtown Manhattan. Across the street, Coffee and Tamaro were waiting in Coffee's car, which had been repaired. They tailed the little man to the Diplomat Hotel. A glance at the guest register produced the identification. Tony Grant of 2 Sherwood Court, London, England. The name meant nothing. Coffee and Tamaro decided it must be a phony, but to be sure, they asked Interpol whether the International Police Agency had any information about an Englishman named Tony Grant. The reply came back the next day. Tony Grant, Interpol said, was a name often used by a 62-year-old native of Liverpool, whose true name was Hyman Grant. He had several other aliases, including Hyman Klebanoff. At times he claimed to be a self-employed jeweler, and he was, as it happened, very familiar with precious gems. He also represented himself as a master tailor, and it was apparent from the care he took with his dress that he knew a lot about good clothing. But his main occupation was as a swindler, confidence man, and forger who operated on an international scale. He was known to authorities throughout the civilized world and had a criminal record dating back to 1934. It would be impossible to recount all the deals with stolen and counterfeit securities and currency that Grant had worked, Interpol reported. And while in recent years, centering his operations out of Argentina, he had managed to avoid arrest, he was wanted by Portuguese authorities for swindling a gullible couple out of a hoard of valuable jewels with payment of $20,000 in counterfeit United States currency. As Coffee read that dossier, he had a gnawing sense that he had come across Tony Grant before. The name Grant meant nothing to him. It was the first name, Tony, and the combination of Tony and England, Tony as an Englishman. But the connection kept eluding him the harder he tried to establish it. He put it aside, went on to other things, and then, in an idle moment, a certain conversation came back to him. He rushed to Leonard Street, dug up the transcript of Rizzo's meeting with Ensa and Barg in Munich. Ensa: "Well, the first time when I met Benjamin before in London, before we started this deal." Rizzo: "You mean with Ricky and Tony?" Ensa: "Yes, Tony, Ricky, Benjamin. Some people else, I don't know them. Maurice and me. The first man I met there was called Dr. Ladle, and this guy was a friend of Ricky." Rizzo: "Right." Ensa: "And couldn't speak to Ricky because Ricky doesn't speak any German and he doesn't speak any English. And Ricky said to me, 'Please, ask him what does he want? What does he want for his friends in Rome?' So I learned that they had a deal in Rome. This deal would be made with his people in the Vatican. And Dr. Ladle said, 'Okay, I need this merchandise.' Tony, Jerry, and Dr. Ladle, and Maurice, and me, and 2 other German people. I sent them by car to Rome." Could this be that same Tony? Coffee's intuition said he was. And if that was so, then maybe what he was doing in New York had something to do with that still mysterious deal in the Vatican, and even with other deals with Benjamin, Ricky Jacobs, with the Germans, with Rizzo, and even with things they knew nothing about. What was certain was that Grant was in New York about something big, perhaps something on an international scale. Otherwise, there would have been no reason for Marty DeLorenzo to have been present at that morning meeting in Jimmy's lounge. They would stick to Grant and see where he would lead them. But in Tony Grant, they were dealing with a man who had been in the game a long time, a man who rarely took chances unless the payoff was more than worth the risk, and even then, only with caution. No sooner had Coffee and Tamaro placed him in the Diplomat Hotel than he moved to another hotel, shifted residences constantly every few days, never staying in one place long enough for a tap or a bug to be planted, until, in early May, he paused, checked into the Commodore Hotel, and remained. Events started to accelerate in what at first seemed unconnected directions. Rizzo called Sam Sally, the Buffalo mafioso who was a prime supplier of counterfeit currency, turning it out with his own printers and engravers, as well as importing it from Canada. "Sam," Rizzo said, "I'm calling for Uncle Marty." "Yeah," Sally said. "We need some merchandise." "Sure," Sally said. "How much?" "2 packages," Rizzo said. "One for 80, one for 600. "You got 'em," Sally said. "The usual price, 1 for 10. "No argument," Rizzo said. "Only they gotta be good." "All my stuff is good," Sally said. "You know that." "Not the last batch," Rizzo said. "I had somebody take a look. They said all they was good for was to wipe your ass. Uncle Marty was very upset. This has got to be good." "Believe me," Sally said, "I'll get you the best. I'll even deliver it personal." "How soon? We need the merchandise fast." "A couple of days," Sally said. "I'll let you know when I'm coming down." For those familiar with Sam Sally, there was little mystery in that conversation. Rizzo wanted 2 packages of counterfeit money, one for $80,000, the other for $600,000. He had no objection to paying Sally's asking price of 10% of the face value, or $68,000. A few days later, Sally made the trip into New York from Buffalo, met Rizzo in a room at the Hotel Piccadilly in the Times Square area. The exchange was made out of sight and hearing of Rizzo's trackers. Though they knew what was going on in that hotel room, and though they knew that the briefcase Rizzo carried away with him contained $680,000 in counterfeit bills, they made no move to intercept him and seize that money. It was more important to find out what those bills were going to be used for. What that transaction did accomplish, however, was to bring new forces into the chase. The Secret Service, charged not merely with protecting the president and other high government officials, but also with protecting United States currency and investigating any suspicion of counterfeiting, was notified. Its resources and agents joined those of the FBI and the Manhattan District Attorney. While he was awaiting Sally's arrival, Rizzo had some orders for Freddie Mayo and Jimmy Heimerle, though when he gave them, there was no hint that there was a connection. He told the 2 travel agents to book flights to San Francisco and to Miami, using their stolen credit cards, airline tickets, and validating machines. It was just another example of Rizzo's willingness to take unnecessary risks if he could save a penny in the process. There were to be 2 reservations to San Francisco and 3 to Miami, separated by several days. And then the seemingly unrelated elements began to merge. Mayo and Heimerle themselves boarded the plane for San Francisco. They were going, it was learned later, as couriers for De Lorenzo and Rizzo, and they were carrying with them a package of $600,000 in counterfeit bills. When they arrived in San Francisco, they immediately got in touch with 2 of the city's leading mobsters, Joseph Calise and William Mizono, who picked them up and escorted them to the Mark Hopkins Hotel. A Japanese businessman was waiting for them in a suite. The counterfeit package was turned over to him. The next day, the businessman was on his way back to the Far East to spread those bills around on the black markets in Tokyo and Hong Kong. Mayo had hardly returned from that mission to the West Coast before he was off again, this time heading south to Miami. With him were Rizzo and the Englishman, Tony Grant, and with them, concealed in a suitcase, was $80,000 in counterfeit money. They went directly from the airport to the Deauville Hotel in Miami Beach. Grant checked into a room on a high floor overlooking the ocean. Rizzo and Mayo checked into another a few floors below. They had been tailed all the way by 2 of Hogan's detectives, joined in Miami by local FBI agents and Secret Service men. But everything was happening too fast. There was no time to get a court order and plant bugs and tap phones. They could only wait and watch from the lobby and wonder what was happening in those rooms on the floors above. Even from that isolation, though, the little they saw led them to strongly suspect that narcotics were involved. They would learn the details months later. That afternoon, a South American walked into the Deauville, stopped at the desk, asked for Mr. Grant's room, spoke briefly over the house phone before riding up in the elevator. He was an Argentinian named Carlos Canonico, a stranger to Rizzo and Mayo, but not to Grant. Canonico was a very close associate of Adolf Sabaski, another Argentinian Grant had come to know very well during his frequent trips to and from Buenos Aires, and especially during his residence there in the late 1960s. Sabaski just happened to be the biggest South American source for cocaine, and anyone who wanted to import large quantities of the drugs into the United States had to deal with him. Canonico was in Grant's room for 15 or 20 minutes. Then Grant took him down the few floors to meet Rizzo. The introductions made, Canonico reached into his pocket and pulled out a package of Marlboros, dropped it on the bed. Rizzo retrieved it, tore it open. It was filled with a white powder. Rizzo sniffed the powder, then handed the pack carefully to Mayo and ordered him to sample it and give his opinion. Mayo took a taste, tentatively. "Well," he said from limited experience, for narcotics were not his thing, "it tastes like cocaine to me." "It is," Canonico said. "It is pure." Rizzo was satisfied. He opened the suitcase and took out the package of $80,000 in counterfeit money and tossed it to Canonico. It was payment for 1 kilogram of pure cocaine. The arrangements had been made by Grant with Sabaski. For Rizzo, this was a bargain. Perhaps Sabaski and Canonico could distribute those counterfeits in Latin America and elsewhere for close to their face value. But Rizzo had paid Sally only $8,000 for them, while a kilo of pure cocaine was going on the New York market for $66,000. And that hardly touched its true value, for that kilo could be cut 12 times before it was finally sold on the street. Thus, nearly $850,000 could be realized from the sale of that single kilo of cocaine. Rizzo, however, did not deal in small things like a single kilo of narcotics, and so what was happening in that hotel room at the Deauville in Miami Beach was merely a sampling session, an opening to bigger things. Rizzo was about to make a major move into the cocaine market. If he was satisfied with the quality of the merchandise Canonico showed him, then he was prepared to use Sabaski as his source for some very large shipments, and he was satisfied. Before Canonico left the room, arrangements had been made for the immediate purchase of 8 more kilos of pure cocaine, to be paid for partly in counterfeit money and partly in real bills, and to be delivered in New York within 10 days. And a second and larger deal was set in motion, one that, because of its size, would take longer to complete and would require some intricate logistics. Rizzo ordered from Sabaski 82 kilos of pure cocaine. Street value, about $70 million. If the aroma of narcotics was now fragrant, still those on the outside, the investigators, only got the scent, knew none of the details. But they were convinced a major delivery was imminent. Why else would Grant remain at the Deauville while Rizzo and Mayo returned to New York? Why else would Rizzo call Grant every day asking for news? Then, as the week was drawing to a close, the phone rang in Jimmy's lounge. It was Grant calling from Miami Beach. Contact had been made, he told Rizzo, and so he and his South American friends were about to drive north and would like to meet Rizzo on Saturday to bring things to a satisfactory conclusion. Saturday morning, Hogan's men were ready. If they did not yet know where the meeting would take place, they were sure it would not be hard to find out. Coffee parked his car across the street from Rizzo's home and waited, prepared to tail him wherever he went, and then get word to Sergeant Bob Nicholson and the other detectives. Patty Marino drove up in Rizzo's Mercedes. Rizzo appeared, got in beside Marino, and the Mercedes started north. Coffee moved after it, keeping a block behind. It took him only a few minutes to realize that Rizzo was wary, was on the alert for a tail. The Mercedes made sharp turns, squared blocks, veered in and out of traffic lanes. Coffee could see Rizzo's head turning, watching through the rear window to see if they had a tail, if they had shaken it. At that moment, he was glad he was alone. 2 men in a car would have been a sure sign to Rizzo that he was being followed. The Mercedes accelerated, screeched around a corner onto 31st Street. As Coffey turned the corner, he saw the Mercedes come to a sudden stop at the end of the block. He braked, pulled into an empty space at the curb a few hundred feet behind. Rizzo got out of his car and started to walk slowly back along the block. Coffey slumped down behind the wheel, trying to make himself invisible while still being able to peer over it. Rizzo kept walking toward him, getting closer. About 25 feet from Coffey's car, he stopped, stared at it, squinting to peer through the front window. Coffey slumped lower. Rizzo saw no one. Apparently reassured, he turned and headed back to the Mercedes, got in, and the car started up. Coffey waited until it had turned the corner before starting his own car and taking off in pursuit. He spotted the Mercedes again heading north and kept pace with it. The Mercedes had finally pulled into the parking lot at the Americana Hotel on 7th Avenue. Marino took the parking stub, and he and Rizzo went into the hotel. Coffey followed. From a phone in the lobby, he called the waiting Nicholson, and within 15 minutes the hotel lobby was filled with Hogan's detectives. Rizzo and Marino had been the first to arrive. They went into the French Quarter restaurant off the lobby and took a large table. They did not have long to wait. Tony Grant appeared, accompanied by 2 Argentinians, Raul Crotty and Andres Puchat, agents for Adolf Sabaski. There were greetings, introductions, the ordering of lunch. There was some intense conversation. No detective was close enough to overhear. Most were in the lobby, a few at other tables around the restaurant, watching. They saw only one thing that seemed significant. Crotty took a piece of cardboard from his pocket, a parking stub, and handed it surreptitiously to Marino, who shoved it into his own pocket. The lunch went on and on. Coffey started to grow concerned. The hotel had so many exits that it might be possible for somebody to slip away unnoticed. He went to Nicholson. "Look, Bob," he said, "I'm going to go and sit on the Mercedes just in case." He went to the parking lot, got into his own car, and waited. Suddenly, Rizzo appeared, alone, got into the Mercedes and drove off. Coffey had no time to alert those still watching the table in the Americana. He had to move with Rizzo, and Rizzo took him on a weaving, twisting, circuitous half-hour ride downtown to 14th Street and 3rd Avenue, to the Blue Seas restaurant. Rizzo parked and went inside. Coffey parked across the street, rushed to a payphone. He called Dick Tamaro at home, told him what was happening, and Tamaro said he would be there as soon as he could. Then Coffey called the Americana. "I had made no arrangements to let them know I would be calling," he said, "but Bob Nicholson is a pretty sharp guy. He's got a brother who's a doctor, so I had the hotel page at Dr. Nicholson. He picked up the phone and I told him the story. I said when the rest of them leave, in case you lose them, they're probably coming here to the Blue Seas." A half hour later, Tamaro, now with him in the car, Coffey saw a cab arrive at the Blue Seas. Grant, Crotty, Puchat, and Marino got out and went inside. A little while later, Nicholson and the other detectives appeared. "We lost them," Nicholson said. "Did they show?" "Yeah," Coffey said. "They're all inside." "Should they move in?" "We wanted to go in there and find out what was going on," Coffey says. "With the South Americans, we knew they must be dealing big in narcotics. But we couldn't do it. We couldn't afford to make a move that would blow the whole thing. We had to lay back, watch, pick up what we could, and add it to everything else." They would learn later that what they had been watching were the details of the delivery of the 8 kilos of cocaine and the payment for it. The money, in real bills and counterfeits, had been stashed at the Blue Seas, and Crotty and Puchat had made the cab trip there to pick it up and deliver it later to Sabaski. The cocaine was in the trunk of a rented car that Crotty had parked at the Americana, the parking stub for which he had handed to Marino. Sometime that evening, Marino returned to the hotel, picked up the car, managed to elude his trackers as he drove away with the cocaine. While Marino was weaving through Manhattan traffic that Saturday night with his load of cocaine, Grant was back in his room at the Commodore, making a phone call. He reached Freddie Mayo and asked if Mayo could get him a ticket on a Braniff flight leaving for Buenos Aires the next morning. Over one of the taps, the listeners heard Mayo confirm the order and say that the ticket would be delivered to Grant before he left for the airport. The district attorney's office was immediately informed, and Inspector Vetrano sent out a hurried call for Coffee. "Joe," he said when Coffee arrived, "pack your bags. You're leaving for Argentina in the morning." The trip to Munich in February had shattered forever the ancient code. No longer would there be any hesitation about sending a New York cop out of the country on a case. But Coffee did not want to go to South America. It was not that he spoke no Spanish. His lack of German had not hindered him in Munich. It was that something else was happening that might necessitate another sudden trip to Europe. Rizzo had been growing increasingly perturbed about the behavior of his German friends over the previous several weeks. When Leslie Lebensfeld told him that he was on his way back to Europe, Rizzo asked him to stop in Munich, see Alfred Barg, and ask him how much money did he put in my account in the Otto Dirks and Company Bank. And Harry, he had added, have him give you the deposit slip for what he put in. But Barg had deposited no money after that initial payment into Rizzo's account, and Rizzo wanted to know why. Several times he ordered William Benjamin to call Barg in Munich, tell him to stop playing around and do what he agreed to do, or something unpleasant was likely to happen to him. Benjamin reported back that he had tried several times, had been unable to reach Barg. The German was always someplace else, one day in France, another out of the office, never near a telephone. "I can't get through," Benjamin complained. "Now there's only one thing has to be. Someone has got to go out and lay the law down and make a procedure which has to be followed every week. And if they don't do it, then you got to take action about it, 'cause I'm fed up with the bullshit. Every fucking day I'm making telephone calls." There was obviously only one person who could lay down the law and be heeded, and that was Vincent Rizzo himself. Rizzo began to give indications that he was about to do just that. And then he indicated that he was going to bring in even bigger guns to force the issue. He called Marty De Lorenzo and urged him to accompany him to Germany, saying that maybe De Lorenzo's presence and his position would make the difference and get them what was coming to them. Thus, Coffee was convinced that at any moment Rizzo and De Lorenzo would be on their way to Munich. If they were to go, then he wanted to go with them. That was a side of the case, or cases, with which he was now expert, and he had established a rapport with his German counterparts that would take someone else time to pick up. Vetrano and Goldstock agreed. Coffee should wait, prepare himself for that flight to Munich. But somebody had to tail Grant to Argentina. If he was involved in major narcotics, they wanted to know about it. "Send Jimmy Rodriguez," Coffee said. "When it comes to undercover work, there's nobody better, and he speaks Spanish." On the morning of Mother's Day, 1972, Rodriguez and Larry Mullins were in their seats on a Braniff flight to Argentina, just down the aisle from Tony Grant. In Buenos Aires, they were met by local agents of the Bureau of Narcotics and Dangerous Drugs. With the indications that a major narcotics deal was in the works, that federal agency had also been brought into the hunt. Rodriguez and Mullins were in Buenos Aires for a week, working closely with the BNDD agents. They received only minimal assistance from Argentine authorities. They followed Grant everywhere, and he was a busy man indeed, meeting regularly with people they could not identify and seeing Adolf Sabaski very often. But there were few clues as to what those gatherings were about. It was only a little later that they learned the details. Grant and Sabaski were making the arrangements for the purchase of those 82 kilos of cocaine and setting up the means to get them into the United States. They found a way. Sabaski purchased a house trailer, secreted it in the jungle along the border between Paraguay and Chile. With the connivance of the former head of the Chilean Narcotics Enforcement Bureau, the cocaine was smuggled across the border into Paraguay and then hidden inside the trailer. The intention was for the trailer to make an innocent journey up through South and Central America and cross unmolested into the southern United States. Those secret arrangements made, Grant returned to New York. Rodriguez and Mullins, uncertain as to what, if anything, they had actually witnessed or learned, followed on the same plane. Coffey was not there to greet them. He was in Munich. 2 days after Grant had left New York for Buenos Aires, Rizzo called Lufthansa and made reservations for himself and De Lorenzo on a flight to Germany scheduled to leave the following day. The instant those plans were known, Coffey, pausing only long enough to pack his suitcase, was on his way. This time, he had company. Mario Trapani, the detective he had worked with undercover at Ponte's restaurant. The FBI had been asked to send Dick Tamaro along, too, since Tamaro was the agent most deeply involved and so most knowledgeable. But the FBI, like the New York police before Coffey's initial trip, had an inviolate policy of refusing to send its agents outside the country. They relied instead on the agents in place, those assigned to embassies and missions overseas, even though they might know nothing about the investigation. Permission for Tamaro to go along was denied. The Munich police, Coffey's friends now, were waiting, and this time there was no need to persuade them of anything. Rizzo and De Lorenzo were booked into the Bayerischer Hof Hotel. The phones in their suite were tapped. In the bedroom, a bug was planted in the lamp on the table between their beds. Within minutes after they arrived, Rizzo called Barg and Ensa, demanded that they appear at the hotel immediately, told them there were things that had to be settled, and he would brook no more delays. Rizzo's tone was enough to win prompt acquiescence. Coffey and the German detectives gathered around the monitors in their room down the hall, expecting a replay of the scene at the Palace Hotel in February, with, perhaps, more revelations. They got nothing. The bug had been planted in the bedroom. The conversations took place in the living room. But Barg, Ensa, Rizzo, and De Lorenzo did not stay in the suite long. Using all his charm, Barg insisted that they be his guests for dinner at the Excelsior Hotel. Barg was nervous, shaking, terrified. Through that dinner, Rizzo rarely smiled and generally behaved in such a manner as to give Barg good reason for his terror. De Lorenzo merely sat and ate and looked on, smiling benignly, nodding now and again. But his presence added weight to Rizzo's demands. During that dinner, Hesche Lebensfeld suddenly appeared, saw them, joined them for coffee, and then took De Lorenzo off with him, leaving Barg, Ensa, and Rizzo alone. Barg had a suggestion. Perhaps Rizzo would agree to drive with them out to Barg's home in Grunwald, a Munich suburb, meet his family, and in the privacy of his study, try to find a solution to their problems. The hour in his own study was hardly a pleasant or reassuring time for Alfred Barg, nor for his friend Winfried Ensa. Rizzo told them bluntly that he had run out of patience. He would tolerate no more delays in settling accounts. Why, he demanded, had Barg put only a few Deutschmarks into the account that had been opened in early March? Why had Barg not made the payments he had agreed to make? Now, Rizzo said, he had brought with him a very important man, the man they had had dinner with. This was a man who enjoyed his own home and surroundings, who would travel long distances only in cases of extreme need. And this was the man to whom the money was owed. The only thing that would save Barg and Ensa from more trouble than they could possibly imagine was the immediate payment of the $350,000 that was long overdue. Barg stammered that, unfortunately, he was not in a position to pay that kind of money then. Perhaps Rizzo would accept some valuable jewelry he had in his safe as part payment. Rizzo refused. He was not interested in jewels. He was interested in money. Period. Barg had another proposal. Perhaps Rizzo and De Lorenzo would accept a binding letter that would guarantee them a share in the profits of the Bel Air Vacation Homes project in Montpellier. Since the homes were just then being built and only the first ones had been sold, it might be a little time before the profits would begin to flow. But, from the projections that had been made and from all indications, Bel Air was going to be an extremely profitable venture, and the Rizzo De Lorenzo share would earn them at least $1 million within the next 5 years. And to demonstrate his good faith, Barg offered 14,000 Deutschmarks, about $6,000, to pay for their expenses on this trip to Germany and for their trouble. If the offer was legitimate, and prospects as real as Barg said they were, and the papers he showed Rizzo seemed to indicate that, this counterproposal was enticing indeed, especially since there seemed little hope of wringing $350,000 in cash out of Barg and Ensa at that moment. Rizzo, however, did not commit himself immediately. He said he would discuss the proposition with De Lorenzo and get back to Barg with an answer. But Rizzo's reaction was enough to convince Barg that he had won at least a temporary reprieve. He and Ensa drove Rizzo back to Munich, took him to a favorite cafe for a nightcap, and then dropped him off at the Bayerischer Hof. When Rizzo put Barg's offer to De Lorenzo, Uncle Marty bought it. The next morning, both appeared at Barg's office on the third floor of Tengstrasse 38, and when they departed, it was with a contract in the form of a letter cutting them in on the profits of Bel Air. It must have seemed a satisfactory solution to everyone at the moment, for over the next few days, Rizzo and De Lorenzo did little but enjoy themselves, taking in the sights, the restaurants, the nightlife. And coffee stewed. It was all happening in secret, out of his sight and hearing. Nothing was coming over the bug except those late-night reflections by De Lorenzo. Further, something important was about to take place in New York. During one of his regular calls to Vetrano, he learned that Hogan's office had received a tip from an informant, and the tip had been confirmed by a guarded telephone conversation overheard in the Stuyvesant town plant, that Mayo and Grant were about to take part in a large narcotics exchange. On Saturday, May 20th, they intended to drive to Philadelphia, pick up a shipment from Benjamin, and carry it back to New York. The decision had been made to intercept them. Trapped with narcotics, Mayo would certainly turn, and with luck, they might also be able to turn Grant, and that might open more doors than they dared speculate about. Coffee was not about to miss that. He told Trapani to stay in Munich, keep watch over Rizzo and De Lorenzo just in case they did something else, while he made the first available flight home. Reaching New York late on Friday, Coffee rushed to Leonard Street, spent the rest of that night and most of the next day going over the plans for the bust. Early Saturday morning, Mayo and Grant set out for Philadelphia, met Benjamin, turned, and started back for New York. They were tailed all the way. Word of their movements radioed back regularly. When they turned off the New Jersey Turnpike to take the Goethals Bridge to Staten Island, Coffee and the other detectives made their move. In two unmarked cars, they sped to Staten Island, intercepted Mayo and Grant on the expressway crossing the island. Mayo turned the car off the expressway onto the Staten Island streets, desperately trying to lose them. The two unmarked cars stayed with him, came up on him on a narrow, dark street, forced his car over. The detectives leaped out of their cars, surrounded their target, threw open the doors, and ordered Mayo and Grant out. Mayo took one look at the threatening men around his car, was convinced they were hijackers come to seize the narcotics he had supposedly picked up in Philadelphia and then kill him and Grant. He started to whimper, to shake uncontrollably. He began to plead. He was so terrified he wet his pants, a dark, wet stain spreading across the front and down his legs. When the shields were flashed at him and he was told he was under arrest, he started to laugh with hysterical relief. All the time, Grant merely stood to one side, silently, calmly, stoically, ready to accept his fate without a murmur. Mayo and Grant were searched and handcuffed. No narcotics were found on them. The car was searched thoroughly. Still, no narcotics. The pickup in Philadelphia had been aborted, Benjamin telling them he had heard there might be some trouble, and so the delivery was being called off for the time being. Still, the evidence that had come from the wiretap and from the informant's tip was enough to permit an arrest on charges of narcotics conspiracy. The two were put in separate cars and driven to Leonard Street, kept apart and questioned. Coffee and another detectives went to work on Mayo, sure this weak link would collapse without any sweat on their part. They were right. Faced now with the certainty of long years in prison, Mayo buckled, leaped eagerly at the idea that he might be able to make a deal, might even, if he told all he knew, find shelter in the Federal Protected Witness Program, and so be able to disappear beyond Rizzo's reach. In an unbroken monologue, he spilled all he knew about the stolen and counterfeit airline tickets and credit cards. He talked about his trip to San Francisco with Heimerle, his meeting with Calise and Mizono, and the passing of the counterfeit bills to the Japanese businessman at the Mark Hopkins. He talked about his trip with Rizzo and Grant to Miami, the session at the Deauville with Canonico, the deals that Rizzo had made for the importing of cocaine from Soboski in South America. He talked about Heimerle, Patty Marino, about everything and everyone he knew. But when the questioning turned to Europe, to Munich and Rome, to securities, Mayo could only shake his head. "I don't know nothing about that," he said. "I wasn't part of that, and they didn't tell me nothing about that. All I did was fix the tickets and get the flights." So, even though Mayo provided solid evidence in a dozen areas, he still left an essential area empty. But, as they had thought, he was that essential first card in the stack. It was time to run to Grant, to put pressure on him, for there was no doubt that he knew much more than Mayo about many things. Grant was lodged in the Tombs, and every day Larry Mullins or another of Hogan's detectives went to see him to try to persuade or force him to talk. But Tony Grant was no Freddie Mayo. He had been in prison often enough to have lost his fear of bars and cells. He had no answers to any of the questions. He offered only a knowing smile. For Grant, he was sure he had nothing to worry about. He had done enough for Rizzo to be sure he would not languish in the Tombs or go to prison, that Rizzo would supply whatever he needed. He was sure he could depend on Vincent Rizzo. But Rizzo did not appear. Rizzo sent no one to see him. Rizzo sent no lawyer to defend him. Doubt began to seep through Grant. He sent a message from his jail cell. He was a chain smoker and was suffering without his cigarettes. Would Rizzo please send him some? Grant waited. There was no reply. He sent out another message, this time a demand that Rizzo send him a carton of cigarettes. Rizzo did not reply. More days passed, and the realization gradually reached Grant that he had been abandoned. He sent out a different message. He would, he told the authorities at the Tombs, like to see some cops. This was the hoped-for break. Mullins dashed to the Tombs, took custody of Grant, hustled him back to Leonard Street, ushered him into an office where Coffey and Assistant D.A. Ron Goldstock were waiting. "You wanted to see us?" Coffey said. Grant looked at him, at Mullins, at Goldstock. "Have you got a cigarette?" he asked. Coffey took out a pack, handed him one, held out a match. Grant inhaled deeply. He smoked it down to a minute butt in rapid puffs, as though convinced there would never be another. When only ash remained, he looked at Coffey. Coffey shook a second cigarette from the pack, held the match while Grant lit it, and then handed the pack to Grant. "You wanted to see us," Coffey said again. Grant was in no hurry. He inhaled his cigarette, relishing the taste, examined the glowing butt, inspected the room and his interrogators. At last he said, "Do you know Vincent Rizzo?" "We know him." Grant made a sour face. "That man," he said, "is a cheap son of a bitch. I've never known anyone so cheap. Do you know, I asked him for some cigarettes and he was too cheap to send them. He never even had the decency to send a reply, after all I've done for that man." "Is that right?" Coffey said. He looked at Goldstock and Mullins. They kept their faces emotionless, struggled to conceal the excitement that was building. "Oh, yes," Grant said. "Believe me, I've done plenty for him. I can help you. I can give you Rizzo." "Is that so?" Coffey said. "How?" "I can tell you whatever you want to know," Grant said. "Just ask me." "About what?" "About everything," Grant said. "I was in on most of it, and what I wasn't in on, I know about. I know you know about drugs. That's why you were waiting for Mayo and me when we came back from Philadelphia. But do you know about Soboski? Do you know about the trailer that's waiting in Paraguay? I can give you the details." "What about Soboski?" Grant spelled it out for them, how he had negotiated on Rizzo's behalf with Soboski for the purchase of 82 kilos of cocaine, and arranged for its shipment into the United States concealed in a house trailer. That information was immediately passed on to the Bureau of Narcotics and Dangerous Drugs. Acting on it, BNDD agents in South America sped to the jungle along the border between Chile and Paraguay, came upon the trailer precisely where Grant had said it would be. But when they searched it, they found nothing. A message was flashed to New York that the tip must be wrong. The trailer was clean. Hogan's office flashed a return message. The tip was correct. The cocaine was hidden in the trailer. If necessary, the trailer should be torn apart. The BNDD agents tore the trailer to pieces. Concealed within its walls were the 82 kilos of pure cocaine. Within weeks, Soboski, arriving in the United States on a visit, was in custody, charged, and then given the choice of spending most of the rest of his life in an American prison or becoming an informant. He decided to talk, and so turned from major supplier of illegal narcotics to the American market to major supplier of information about the intercontinental drug traffic. "What else?" Coffey asked. "I'm sure you know about the deal in Panama," Grant said. "The thing with Shinwell and Ricky Jacobs and the rest. I wasn't part of that, but I learned about it and I can fill you in. And the deal in the Vatican? You must know about that. I'm sure, though, you don't know everything. But I know enough about what Rizzo and Ricky Jacobs and that Austrian Dr. Ladle were trying to do. I can tell you. Gentlemen, just ask me, and I'll tell you everything I know about Mr. Vincent Rizzo. It will be my pleasure to give it to you. But please, just one thing in return. I would like you to keep me supplied with cigarettes." So Grant turned, not like Mayo to save himself, but to gain satisfaction. Rizzo was going to discover that his refusal to meet Tony Grant's simple request would cost him a lot more than the price of a pack or even a carton of cigarettes. With Grant's turning, major obstacles were cleared away, and the road to the center was clearly marked. All along that road, with Grant as a guide, they would come upon others who, to save themselves or to gain a measure of their own revenge for slights and injury, would run too and make the road smoother, wider, easier to navigate. The thousand strands began to come together. A picture began to emerge. The patterns, lines, and connections began to take on an understandable shape. Most of the events had happened long before Coffey or any investigator had any awareness of them, had stumbled on the first clues. So though it might all be history to Grant and the others who would provide the narrative, to those who listened, it had the fascination of immediacy and freshness, as though the events were being played out before them as they occurred. Part 4. Coca-Cola. 13. If there was a single event that set in motion the story told by Grant and all the informants who came after him, it occurred on a hot afternoon in the late summer of 1970 at the Beverly Hills Hotel. Long before Coffey or any investigator became aware, Ricky Jacobs turned to his old Philadelphia friend William Benjamin and said, "I need tons of stock. I can use all you can get." Though Jacobs and Benjamin had known each other well for years, they had gone their separate ways. For his securities, Jacobs relied mainly on West Coast sources. His friend and sometime partner, the syndicate big shot John Roselli, small-time thieves who found themselves with paper they did not know what else to do with but turn over to Jacobs, others who had hot merchandise they knew he could market, and on syndicate leader Dominic Mantell and others in Florida. Though he had cultivated outlets all over the United States, customers who besieged him with demands for stock, he had more and more turned his attention to the international arena, particularly Europe and Latin America. There, the demand for American corporate and government securities, based as they were on the dollar, then still the world's premier currency, the standard against which all others were measured, and so the rock on which rested the economic stability of the Western world, was increasing at an astronomical rate. There it was possible to operate with greater latitude, shielded by distance, by the time lag between the theft, its discovery, and the arrival abroad of the hot sheet, by the seemingly more relaxed checking procedures of officials in banks and brokerage houses. Thus, the potential for profit with less risk was enormous in Europe and Latin America. Jacob's international dealings were growing at a rapid rate as he developed contacts throughout the world, certain that he was the equal of the most accomplished and sophisticated confidence men anywhere.